Today we're back on the Am I the A-hole subreddit and it's going to be so fun. Not only is this going to be a brand new Am I the A-hole episode, but there's also going to be a compilation after this. So if you're in the mood for some Am I the A-hole, you're in luck today. The compilation is going to start at this time on the screen right now. But for now, let's go see what's on the subreddit. Enjoy, guys. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife I'm not going to sacrifice my hobbies just so that I can babysit? My wife Jane, 34 female, and I, 38 male, have been together for 5 years. She also brought my stepdaughter Emily, 9 female, into our marriage. We have her for 4 days a week, Monday to Thursday, while she's at her dad's Friday to Sunday. From the beginning, Jane told me that Emily doesn't need a second father figure as she has her dad to fill that role. I was only supposed to be a trusted authority figure in case she ever needed anything. I didn't mind and I tried my best to respect that boundary. She's a sweet child anyway and doesn't cause trouble, so it's not like I have to discipline her. Her father is also a good dad. Emily's dad recently got married and his wife has 2 kids of her own who are at their place Wednesday to Saturday and at their dad's Sunday to Tuesday. Emily and her new step siblings don't get along at all. They're always fighting and it's pretty toxic. Emily's dad asked Jane if they changed their custody schedule to match his stepkids to keep the children apart. It's not a big deal in of itself because we don't live far from each other, so picking and dropping is no issue and she can easily be dropped off to school no matter where she stays. The issue is my wife agreed to it without consulting me. Jane is currently doing a certification course for the next 12 months and they have classes on Saturdays from 9 to 5 p.m. She asked me if I can babysit Emily on Saturdays, but I can't because I play golf with my brother and sister on Saturday mornings from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. This has been our tradition from before Jane and Emily came into my life, and I had told Jane from much before that this is important to me and my siblings. She asked if I can move to another day, but that's not possible either because my siblings also have jobs and families of their own, so Saturday was the best day for us. I told her she can hire a babysitter, but she doesn't want to spend money when I could do it for free. I told her that wouldn't work for me. She then got mad at me and said golf is stupid and I should put my stepdaughter over my siblings. That pissed me off, so I told her I'm not going to sacrifice my hobbies just so that she can have a free babysitter. For the record, I don't have anything against Emily. I've babysat her before and she's a good kid. If there was a family emergency or if it was an occasional occurrence, then yeah, I would cancel golf for that day so I could take care of her, but I can't give up something this important to me for 12 continuous months. She called me a selfish a-hole and then slept on the couch last night. So, am I the a-hole? No, definitely not the a-hole. That's a huge ask. Like you said, if it was one random occurrence, then yeah, totally fine. But what, every Saturday for a year? Just because they don't want to pay for a babysitter? Yeah, that doesn't make you a selfish a-hole, and it doesn't give them the right to call you one either. Yeah, like this comment says, your wife can't say that her daughter doesn't need you as a stepfather, but then expect you to step up as a stepfather every single Saturday when she needs you. She can hire a babysitter. Dad and stepmom also need to step it up and work on the relationship between the new step siblings and get that under control because there are going to be times that they're all together in the same house and that's just life. And yeah, they can't just spring something like this on you and expect that it's going to be completely fine without even talking about it first. Yeah, nah, definitely not the a-hole. The next one says, am I the a-hole for suggesting to my friend that she should shave? I, 29 female friend, let's call her Emily, 32 female, is an amazing person. She's fun, adventurous, intelligent, super active, a fantastic cook, outgoing and just a great girl to be around. A few years ago, she decided not to shave anymore, legs and armpits and female areas, out of protest to the patriarchy, resulting in her having very long dark hair everywhere. A few days ago, we were having a beer and she told me how sad her dating life was, that she kept meeting guys and having very fun dates but never got a call back, or when she tried asking for a second or third date, got rejected in a very generic manner. Now, after telling her, you're so gorgeous and wonderful, the right man will come along, don't worry, multiple times, I decided to go out on a limb and said something along the lines of, I know this is a very superficial thing to say, but do you think it might help a little if you'd shave? She was very taken aback and told me that she was disappointed that I'd suggest that she change her appearance for men, and that I was the reason so many women were suppressed. I immediately apologized, but the evening was pretty much ruined. I texted her the next day apologizing again for hurting her, but she hasn't replied. I really did not want to hurt her, but I also don't quite see how my comment was that bad, so I'm not sure how to phrase my apology, so I decided to take it here and ask people how big of an a-hole I am. Update, I'm absolutely overwhelmed by the amount of reactions this got. Thank you all so much for your well-worded answers and your inputs. Emily messaged me yesterday evening asking if we could talk about the whole thing and we had a phone call. She started by apologizing for her reaction and the things that she said to me. I told her that I wanted her to know that I and many others love her for who she is, and the last last thing I wanted to suggest was that she should change herself for a guy. Another important piece of advice I got here was to make sure that she actually was asking for my opinion and not just venting. So I told her I was super worried I'd given her unsolicited advice. Thankfully, she didn't see it that way. She told me that I'd always been a loyal friend who had her back and she always had valued my advice, which was why she was so taken aback by my comment. I told her that what I should have said is that I feel like in the past, she's been attracted to men who don't necessarily share her values, and that she might need to be more clear with her dating choices and first make sure that they align with her values to avoid being disappointed. She also agrees with this, and we really had a great conversation after that. Thank you again to you all for the insightful comments and for your help. Interesting, yeah, the comment section is super divided. This comment here is pretty good. I think you're the a-hole. Not shaving is a value statement. She's looking for a partner in life that has the same values. By telling her to shave, you're telling her to change her values just to get a man. Instead of saying, don't worry, you'll find the right man, why not say it's better that these wrong men are screened out than be with one of them that doesn't value the same things that you do? Now that would be miserable compromising your values. Being single isn't the end of the world. Edit to add, not shaving is a value statement for OP's friend. As per OP, her friend stopped shaving to stand up to the patriarchy. Not shaving is not a value statement for all of those that don't shave. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely something to that. Like, yeah, they could have easily said, you know, the right person is going to come along, everything will be fine. Instead of sort of saying that they need to change. But then also, the top comment says she has the right not to shave, and the men that she dates have the right to think it's gross. People are attracted to what they're attracted to. That's just reality. If she wants a man who doesn't mind that she doesn't shave, that'll be a much smaller percentage of the male dating pool, and it will be more difficult for her to find a partner. If she was asking for your advice and you were trying to help her, then not the a-hole. Especially because you're likely right and the hair is the reason the men are not staying. I think it's silly that she's mad at you for just stating the obvious truth. Yeah, I don't know though, like that might not be why. And yeah, also, should they change for those guys? I don't know, it's kind of confusing because it might not be the shaving, it might be anything. And there's a comment under this that says, gross is such an overstep and such a double standard to boot. Nothing's gross about body hair. You can prefer shaved or not shaved, that's fine. But seriously, gross? I'm so sick of this BS. Men don't get called gross when they have body hair, so I have no idea why women should be. Yeah, that's an interesting post. At least everything's all fine now though, that's good. Am I the a-hole for taking potatoes off a guy's plate at a wedding? I just got back from my friend's wedding in Mexico. It was at a fancy all-inclusive place. Everyone mostly did their own thing with only a few group events planned, beside the wedding and reception obviously. One of the group activities was dinner out at one of the restaurants that required a reservation. It was beautiful and the service was fantastic. One hiccup, the best man did not want potatoes. He wasn't allergic. Potatoes did not take out his parents in a dark alley, and he wasn't sworn to avenge them, as far as I know anyway. I speak Spanish, and after he asked me, I asked the waiter to please not serve him potatoes. Well, you know where this is going. He was maliciously served potatoes, and he would not shut up about it. He pointed out to everyone at our table that he'd been served a starchy tuber against his will. Other tables were watching him and listening to him getting upset about the potatoes. He ate the rest of his meal but would not drop the potatoes. I couldn't take it anymore. I reached over and I grabbed the potatoes with my hand and I put them on my plate, and then I ate them, and he just sat there stunned. And then he got up and went to his suite. He avoided me for the rest of the time there, but he made sure to tell everyone what an a-hole I was and how unladylike my behavior was. I just wanted him to shut the hell up about the potatoes. My friend wants me to apologize for causing drama. Nah, no way. You're not the one who caused the issue, the other person is. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole, don't worry about it. This is small potatoes. The comment under it, not the a-hole, it's great that you put sunglasses on, got to the root of the matter. The CSI Miami intro.
That's cold-blooded, Horatio.
It's as cold as ice.
And like this comment says, not the a-hole, you're the hero that we didn't know we needed. But yes, you took away what he really wanted, to play the victim and whine like a child. Once that opportunity was gone, he had no reason to stay, so he left, and there was much rejoicing. Yeah, pretty much any situation where you're making an unnecessary scene at a dinner, complaining about something that doesn't even matter, and making sure everybody knows about it, that's an a-holey thing to do. Like, hey, what about everybody else here that doesn't care about your potato potatoes. Am I the a-hole for ending a family naming tradition by not giving my son my late nephew's name as his middle name, even though my sister has said that she wants me to? Of course not. I feel like we don't have to read this. You can name your child whatever you want. My family have always had this tradition where the first child born after the loss of someone in the family gets the late family member's name as their middle name. My sister and I both have those middle names. Hers is Patricia after a cousin of our mum's, and mine is Denise after my dad's aunt. Almost a year ago, my sister lost her 2-day-old son Philip. He was the last family member we lost, and it was a huge, earth-shattering blow for our family. I found out I was pregnant a few months ago. I waited a while to tell anyone, and my sister was the first person we told, privately. When I told her, she said it would be nice to have some positive news to focus on, and she wanted me to continue the tradition our family keeps and give my baby, if a boy, the middle name Philip. She was so happy about the idea. It surprised me a lot. I would have figured that she would not be okay with it, but she wanted it. The problem is my husband and I don't want to continue the tradition. We don't want to give our son the middle name Philip. The name isn't one either of us likes or would ever pick ourselves, and we've not announced the sex of our baby yet, but my husband and I know that we're expecting a boy. My family was saying how amazing it would be if my baby is a boy and Philip's name can be carried on. I suggested they wait until we announce the sex and the name before jumping to conclusions. They asked why, and I said we were thinking of not continuing with the tradition. My family, and by that I mean my parents mostly, were really upset. My sister was the worst though. She asked why I wouldn't want to honor Philip and why it was him the tradition was getting broken on. Oh no, they just don't like the name. Oh, this is such an awful situation because of course they're going to take it personally, even though they simply just don't like the name. She asked if I saw him as meaning so little, and I said no, of course not. Then she asked if it was his name and we didn't like it. She said she really hoped it wasn't that. I said we just didn't feel like the tradition was something we wanted to continue. The decision has brought up a lot of bad feelings, and my sister is especially angry and thinks I'm being insensitive and showing how little I care for my nephew. I feel terrible. She's so angry at me, and my parents are unhappy as well. My husband hates them for putting this pressure on us. He said that we should be allowed to name our son what we want and we shouldn't be obliged to use a certain name. I never wanted to be an a-hole, but my family believes I am. Am I the a-hole? No, definitely not. You guys are 100% right about this. Of course you should be able to choose your own name, and what they said at the end there was good. They hate them for putting that pressure on us. Yeah, they should not put that pressure on you because it's a recipe for disaster, because obviously it's so personal. So the second that you say that you don't want to do it, there's going to be issues. I feel like if you do stuff like this, you're setting yourself up for fights. And yeah, it immediately creates so much peer pressure. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. It may be a tradition for your family, but it's not for your partner. This baby is both yours and your partner's, so it's up to you both how you go about naming your child. I understand your family's feelings, but these expectations that someone else who had nothing to do with deciding these traditions will just go along with it also seems way too one-sided. Yeah, 100%. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for asking my husband to not eat lunch at night? We're a one-income family. We have a 10-year-old and baby who's under a year-old. I don't and can't work due to health and chronic pain issues. My husband works full-time, usually 35 to 40 hours a week. When I cook dinner, I make enough so that my husband has leftovers to take to work the next day. He has the habit of eating what's supposed to be his lunch as a large nighttime snack before bed. We have plenty of stuff that he can snack on or heat up that's not his lunch for the next day. Then he ends up eating out instead, and he hates fast food, so he spends $20 to $25 on lunch each day because he eats his lunch as a snack. This adds up and it makes money tighter for us. I get that it's his income, but it's affecting the entire family. I've asked him to not eat his lunch as a snack, but he says he loves my cooking and can't help it, and I should feel complimented that he enjoys it so much. I do appreciate that he likes what I cook so much, but I also like knowing that our bills will be paid and we can afford gas and groceries and household supplies and stuff for the kids without being in the red each week. Am I the a-hole? Edit. If I make more for dinner, he'll have third or fourth helpings. I do the grocery shopping and I try to get everything I can on his snack list. He'll still eat his lunch as a snack. Hubby's a recovering gambling addict and currently owes $100,000 in back taxes that I'm also trying to budget to pay towards each month. He currently works in retail, making around $40,000 a year. He has a master's in economics and used to make 200 plus, but some bad decisions in life messed that up and he ended up in legal trouble and can no longer work in his former industry. And they said in the comments that they go and get a sit-down meal for lunch, like a sit-down sort of restaurant meal. Yeah, so it's not about the fact that they don't have enough food. They just want to eat out every day, but it's making things difficult for the whole family. Yeah, that's so bad. You're definitely not in the wrong. That's such an irresponsible thing to do, especially if you don't have the money for it. And yeah, irresponsible and a former gambling addict, that sort of goes pretty well together. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. They need to realize how much money they're spending on this. Like, it wouldn't seem like a lot, but it definitely adds up. Am I the a-hole for telling my friend that her baby is the reason that no one wants her around? One of my female 24 friends, Anna, female 24, had a baby around 6 months back. Our friend group is otherwise childless. All of us used to hang out a lot before the baby was born. Baby changed the dynamics because Anna wanted to bring the baby everywhere with her, and it's a baby. We tried to plan things around the baby to include Anna, but it always ended up bad. We shouldn't drink because Anna can't drink. We shouldn't be loud because the baby needs to sleep. Icing on the cake is her baby is extremely fussy and cries all the time. It was just a bit of a downer for the rest of us, so we started hanging out without Anna and her baby. Last weekend, all of us went on a staycation. We had a great time and posted photos and videos on Instagram. Anna saw these and called me to ask why I didn't ask her to come with. I tried telling her that it was a last-minute plan and we could only find a child-free resort so as to not hurt her feelings. She called my bluff, sending some pictures that some random family had posted with kids at the resort. She kept forcing me and I told her that we didn't want to hang out with her baby. She asked how I can say that about her baby. I asked her to leave it at that, but she wouldn't. I finally told her it's a baby and we were all young. We don't want to live our life around a baby she chose to have, that we get to do adult stuff and party all we wanted. Her baby is the only reason she wasn't invited. If she left her baby at home, she can come too. She got pissed off at me and she called me an a-hole. She also sent a text in a group chat saying that she's disappointed in all of us for excluding her just because she's a mum. Half of our friend group thinks I shouldn't have told her the real reason and is mad at me. The other half thinks that she's unreasonable. Am I the a-hole for telling her the truth? From comments, we've tried to communicate to her about adults only events before. Other than openly saying don't come if you have to bring your baby, she refuses to leave baby with her boyfriend or babysitter. Even when we say an event is adults only, like a dinner that we had a few weeks ago, she still brought her baby. Baby cried during the whole night, earning us glares, and we had to leave early. No, I don't feel like you're the a-hole. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. You're not excluding her because she's a mum. You're excluding her because she's making being a mum everyone else's problem. She won't leave the baby home. Does it have a father present? Grandparents? Anyone who can watch it for a few hours? She expects you to cater to her needs. You shouldn't have to not drink just because she can't. And it sounds like she doesn't remove the baby from the situation when it's fussy, so you all have to deal with it. You have every right to want to be young and act like it. She needs to accept that having a baby has changed things for her, but that doesn't mean that everyone else has to change everything to accommodate that. Yeah, exactly. That's so right. Yeah, they're making it everybody else's problem, which is the issue. Am I the a-hole for making my husband either take our son's crap box or the bus because I will not lend him my car? Our family doesn't have anything that requires a full-size truck. And if you're also Australian, I'm assuming they're talking about a big ute. We don't haul anything. We don't camp. We don't own a trailer. We have zero reason to own a $100,000 truck other than my husband really wanted it. It was in our budget and he was adamant that it was what he wanted. We have 3 kids. Our oldest is 17. Our daughter is 15 and our awesome surprise baby is 2. Not planned, but a joy to be sure. We never take the baby anywhere in the truck. My husband keeps it pristine. My son has a Jetta that he purchased with help from us and his grandparents. It's a reliable car, but it's not in great shape. I have a Porsche Cayenne that's our family vehicle. The backseat has the usual stains from the baby. That's life. Well, my husband recently got a promotion and he has to go downtown twice a week now. He tried driving the truck, but it won't fit in the parking garage at his office. He had to park a block away at a surface lot where hooligans and nerderwells might harm it. He asked me if he could use my car on the days he goes into work. I said that would not be a problem. He just had to put the car seat in the truck so I could drive with the baby. Nope, he wanted me to drive our son's car and chauffeur the older kids and not touch his truck. I declined his generous offer and I told him that my car was off limits because I needed it for myself. So now he's had to borrow our son's Jetta because his only other option is public transportation. He could afford to Uber in, but he doesn't want to do that either. He says I'm being a jerk not letting him use my car, but I think he's being unreasonable about his truck. Yeah, of course, 100%. Definitely not the a-hole. Yeah, it's 100% their fault. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole. It's his problem to deal with. If you can't drive his truck, then he can't drive your Porsche. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And I'm pretty sure it's time for something wholesome. And then it's compilation time. I'll get a few wholesome memes in before you guys watch more Am I the A-hole? A nice pit stop break. Head pats and rubs go right here, please. They got a perfect arrow on the back of their neck. Beautiful little puppy. Money can't buy happiness. 7-year-old me with $10 going to the ice cream truck. Think again. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty happy right now. Look at me now. I've got an ice cream. In 2002, scientist and teacher Grover Krantz died and donated his body for study at a body farm. His own only condition was that he be reunited with his beloved dog Clyde that died years earlier, and after the study was complete, their new home is the Smithsonian. Oh wow, that's so cool. What a beautiful way to commemorate their love for their dog. Yeah, that's so cool. And once again, thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time, and if you did, you know what to do. Make sure you like and subscribe, all that fun stuff. And the comment of the day goes to Nephrite Dreams. I've loved seeing your channel grow and evolve, Vincey. Cheers to 3 years with you. Wow, you've been watching for 3 years, so pretty much right from the beginning. That's so awesome. Thank you for the support. And yeah, it's so awesome. We're growing every single day. I feel like we should celebrate right now with an Am I the A-hole compilation. I hope you enjoyed that brand new episode, and I hope you enjoy the compilation now, guys. Thank you for all your support, and as always, make sure you look after yourself and make sure you have a beautiful, amazing rest of your day. And you know what I'm about to say because I say it every single day. Bye! Am I the a-hole for begging my girlfriend to uphold a sexist tradition just so she can make a good first impression? I have a big family that's incredibly close. We have big family dinners every few months where we all meet at my great-grandfather's estate and eat together. Typically how this works is that the women go cook for the time that they're there and the men don't, which I'm fully aware is sexist as hell. That being said, I'm one of the youngest people in my family and my protests mean literally nothing. Some of those women choose not to cook. However, this is usually met with a level of ostracizing. The women who don't cook are wives and long-term girlfriends, so they kind of already have a good family relationship doctored in. When I have seen new partners not cook, it's gone bad. Like completely ostracized, not speaking, cattiness, rudeness, etc. Oh god, this sounds bloody awful. This dinner will be in 2 weeks and my girlfriend was asked if she would like to attend. Initially she said yes, which is great. I want for her to meet everyone and for everyone to get used to her being around, but when I explained to her the tradition, she was understandably bothered. I told her that I understood where she was coming from. However, it was best for everyone if she just played along. I told her this isn't a permanent thing and I'm only asking her to do this so that she can avoid bad treatment from the rest of the family. This is her first impression and I don't think it's best if we cause waves. If your family is going to ostracize somebody because they don't cook, that's not this person's problem. That's awful. She told me that it's unacceptable and that if she has to do that, then she's not going to be going. I've tried to find a compromise with her on this, but she won't budge and she's pissed at me. She told me that if I think it's acceptable to make her do this, then I'm just as bad as everyone else. While my point is that she needs to make a good first impression. Am I the a-hole? Why would you want to make a good first impression on people that are gonna be like this? Like, yeah, that's sexist as hell and super gross. And yeah, it's so understandable that they can't be bothered with this because, like, why would you want to? Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. Why won't my girlfriend abandon her sense of self-respect so that she can establish herself as a subservient woman tool so that my sexist family won't mentally and verbally abuse her? She just doesn't get it. Yeah, and also this comment, protests are meaningless my ass. You know what OP could do? March into the kitchen himself and help. If they tell him to go back, insist on helping, break the barrier himself and implicitly shame the other men who haven't. That's how a similar horrible dynamic broke in my family. When I was a kid, I noticed that only the women prepped the food and cleaned up, so I challenged my brother and father to help. My aunt cleared my plate for me with a passive-aggressive comment, and I was so distressed that my father has gotten up to help every year since then, and so has my brother. These traditions aren't set in stone. Yeah, that comment pretty much said what I wanted to say, 100%. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my brother's pregnant girlfriend and kicking them both out of my house after she threw away my food? I, 27 male, live alone. My brother, 21 male, and his girlfriend, 19 female, still live with their parents as they can't afford a place of their own. His girlfriend is currently pregnant with him in 4 months. My brother asked to bring his girlfriend for dinner in order to catch up, and I said sure, why not? However, the moment she entered my house, she started complaining about the smell of the steak I was making and said just the smell alone makes her nauseous and she can't eat this. I tried to suggest an alternative, but she was dead set on Chinese food and ended up sending my brother to the nearest mall in order to get her some. I thought that'd be the end of it, but after going to the bathroom and coming back, I caught her throwing my unfinished steak into the garbage. I asked her what the hell she was doing and she said the smell was so strong that she thought she'd end up throwing up on the floor and she needed to get rid of it, and then started spraying perfume from her purse in my kitchen. I was beyond furious at this point and I sent her back to the living room, and after my brother came back from the mall, I kicked both of them out with their Chinese food. My brother tried to convince me to let them back and that I could make something else for the two of us, and his girlfriend was pretty much sobbing at this point, but I was dead set on kicking them both out. However, my parents ended up being mad at me for apparently causing so much distress to my brother's pregnant girlfriend. I told them that she literally threw away our dinner, but they said that I shouldn't have yelled at her or kicked them out, as she's still just a teenager who's now getting influenced by her pregnancy hormones, and that my outburst also caused problems in their relationship as she ended up sending my brother to sleep on the couch, even though he literally defended her as well against me. So I have no clue how this is my fault. Am I the a-hole for apparently not having enough tact to deal with a pregnant teenager? No, not the a-hole. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole. If they're old enough to be parents, they're old enough to act like adults. Yeah, no, you don't go into somebody else's house and throw away their food. Am I the a-hole for causing family drama over a swimming pool? So I know from experience that Reddit isn't the most understanding towards parents of young kids, but I really just want a third-party opinion because this situation is driving me crazy, and my family are saying I need to get over it. I, female 30s, live with my partner and our 2 kids aged 7 and 3. My older sister Ava, also female 30s, and her husband recently purchased a house in the local area. It's a super nice place with a big yard, and as you can probably guess from the title, a swimming pool. It wasn't a huge event. She invited me, our parents, and our other siblings. She mentioned letting the kids play in the pool, so I only assumed that my kids would get to be included. We are potty training, although my youngest is still in diapers at the moment. At the barbecue, I was getting my youngest ready for the pool by changing him into a swim diaper. Ava pulled me aside and told me that she doesn't think it's hygienic for my youngest to play in the pool, since swim diapers don't hold pee, and she asked that he doesn't swim in the pool with the other kids in it. I didn't think that was fair, and I told Ava that lots of people, adults and kids, pee in pools, and it would be no different at a public pool. So what's the problem? She was being really condescending and wouldn't listen to me at all, and said that he can play in the pool when he's toilet trained, and said that it's not fair on the other kids. At this point, my son was crying because he wanted to swim in the pool, and I told Ava that she was being cold, but it's her house and her pool, so do what you want. Ava accused me of trying to guilt trip her and told me to just drop it. I was getting upset myself at this point, and I told our parents and other siblings about what Ava did. They told me that it isn't a big deal and it's not worth arguing with her over, and try not to let it bother me. I wasn't happy with this because this essentially means they're siding with her and downplaying how she treated me and my son. I left the barbecue early with my family because we didn't really feel welcome after that. The next day, Ava messaged me a whole paragraph and said that she's sorry that I'm upset and that she wasn't trying to exclude my son for the sake of it. It was a super non-apology, and I told her that I don't want to hear it, and that she's damaged her relationship with her nephew and she's not the one who had to deal with him being upset. Ava snapped at me out of nowhere and said I'm being dramatic. I told her to grow up and said that I have a very valid reason to be mad and she needs to stop acting like a teenager. Ava showed these messages to everyone and everything's just a bit up in the air. I feel like I'm right here, but the rest of my family doesn't seem to agree. Wow, this one is so interesting. You can see it from every single perspective, I feel like. Like, so many people are saying that they're the a-hole, and so many people are saying that they're not the a-hole. So many people are saying that everybody sucks here and the whole situation is just stupid. A lot of people are saying that they are the a-hole and it's fair enough that they don't want somebody to pee in there. Other people think it's really not that big of a deal and the sister shouldn't have worried so much. The top comment says, how the hell are people voting not the a-hole? You the a-hole 100%. First and foremost, it's not your pool. It's Ava's, and it's totally reasonable for her not to want your kids pee in it. And then comments like this, everybody sucks here. She really should have let you know beforehand that only potty trained kids were allowed in the pool. And of course you didn't think it would be an issue. Even not knowing this in advance, it's still her pool and you shouldn't have escalated it the way you did. I'm keen to read your comments, guys. Am I the a-hole for leaving my husband at home while I spend the week at my brother's because of how he buys groceries? I've been in a committed relationship with my husband for 17 years and overall things have been great. We've had a few rough patches, but what's important to note is that while he earns more than me and is considered the main provider, I have a substantial trust fund that ensures that we're financially stable. I work part-time as a teacher while attending university, earning less than him, and most of my income goes towards tuition. Our household income exceeds $200,000 annually, while the average in our area is below 50. One ongoing issue that we have is my husband's frugality. He likes to control my spending and have the final say on how he uses his earnings. It's worth mentioning that I've never used any of his income and I have no intention to do so. However, the main point of contention between us is his frequent visits to food banks. Despite having more than enough food at home, he insists on going to food food banks to save money. He intentionally looks disheveled and uses our beat up car to blend in, even though he's never experienced food scarcity. I've explained to him the need for food donations in our community, even showing him social media posts from local food banks, but he remains indifferent. I suggested that he volunteer or donate to gain first-hand experience, but he refuses. The unfortunate part is that we're never short on food. Most of what he brings home ends up getting chucked out. Today I discovered our fridge filled with fresh produce and meat that clearly didn't come from any regular grocery store. When I confronted him, he admitted to going to a food bank after seeing a Facebook post about a donation of some fresh food. People on social media were already asking if any was left, and there wasn't. I showed him these comments and he brushed them off, claiming that people should have gone earlier. Exhausted by the situation, I packed a bag and I went to stay with my brother for the weekend, asking for space to think things over. My husband accuses me of overreacting, being vindictive, and threatens to go back to the food bank regardless of my feelings. His family is also messaging me, calling me an a-hole and urging me to stop interfering with his choices. I turned off my phone, but now they're bombarding my brother with messages. Thankfully, he supports my decision and ignores them. All I want is to enjoy the rest of the week without being angry at my husband. Yeah, I could let this go and not scold him, but the food he takes could have gone to people who truly need it. I'm not leaving my husband, but I need a few days away to gain some clarity. Am I wrong for wanting this space? No way you're not the a-hole. Like the top comment says, this is completely unhinged. A man making $200,000 a year while married to a woman with a trust fund going to a food bank is unacceptable. I couldn't live like that. And also, I couldn't live with someone controlling how the money was spent. You're absolutely not wrong to want space. I would want permanent space. Yeah, like obviously, they can do whatever they want with the money that they make. But this person said that they had no intention of ever using their money. But doing this stuff with the food banks, nah, is completely unhinged and completely unacceptable. There are people that need it. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole. It's totally fair that you want space. Am I the a-hole for stealing my sister's in-laws? I always thought that my sister, 27 female and I, 25 male, had a decently close relationship until a few years ago when it came out that she thought of me as a golden child. She held resentment towards me for things I just looked at as the typical more lax treatment of the younger child in a family. I honestly thought the whole thing was pretty silly, especially since we were both years out of being under our parents' roof at this point. So we went a while without talking. We saw each other at family events but didn't really speak. I was invited to her engagement party as a form of an olive branch extension. It was there I met her future husband's younger brother, and we immediately got along. The two of us got to know each other, and we spent about a year as friends before making things official around a month before my sister's wedding. I love his family so much. His parents are warm and they're inviting in a way that feels so genuine, even before I was introduced as a significant other. Not to knock my parents, but with them being lawyers and working politically adjacent careers, it can be easy to become jaded when you watch them schmooze to people's faces, even when that doesn't reflect their true feelings. I was the first person he ever brought home to meet them, and they made me feel like part of the family immediately. Their younger brother has been equally as welcoming and regularly schools me in Overwatch 2 by staying alive far longer than I ever could. When I told my sister this, thinking it was something that we could bond over, she was angry again. Apparently she didn't receive the same treatment. This resulted in a big argument which led to her saying something to the effect of, "I guess this is what happens when two golden children get together." I pushed back against this, and it further developed with her pointing out that out of all the people in the world, she couldn't believe that I'd chosen her husband's brother. She said that I'd stolen opportunities from her growing up, and now I was stealing her in-laws. I considered telling my partner's parents about this at one point to let them know the animosity that my sister apparently holds towards them, but I decided against it. I don't really know where I stand in this conflict at this point. I just like some sort of outside perspective. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, like the top comment says, your first instinct was to tell on her? You the a-hole. God, even making your relationship with her brother-in-law official a month before her wedding, when you'd been friends and keeping it quiet for so long, seems almost deliberate to pull focus on you. Yeah, the part where they were going to tell on them to the parents, like this comment says, not the a-hole for falling in love and having a good relationship with the family. The a-hole if you tell your in-laws about your sister's feelings. Do you have a history of telling on your sister to make her look bad? And yeah, on that note, I feel like that's enough for today, guys. Definitely about time we read something wholesome. Even though Clifford is all grown up, he's still his mother's little puppy. Oh my god, that's so cute. I completely forgot that Clifford even existed. I love when you forget something exists and you're like, oh, wait a second. This thing I forgot is really awesome. Warning, sociable dog. Those who do not flee will be cuddled to death. Peanut. Wow, that's so adorable. And that's such a cute sign. The most high-res photo of them ever with their little bow tie. Aw, we love you, Peanut. My dog ate it. I forgot it. No. My duckling fell asleep on my calculator. Oh, what a bloody good problem to have. Like, oh no, my duckling fell asleep on my calculator again. The top comment says he fell asleep making some deductions. That's a beautiful joke. How much for the angry fruit? I'm willing to pay a lot for this. Am I the a-hole for leaving my sister's wedding early because she kept my husband out of pictures? My 31 male sister and 34 female got married on Saturday. My husband of 7 years, Mark 32 male, was there with me. And up until one point, it was an amazing evening. After the ceremony, Anne wanted a picture with all of our siblings. There's 5 of us and their respective partners, so we started lining up. When Anne saw that my husband was standing next to me, she shook her head and said something about him ruining the aesthetic. Apparently, her plan was to put one man and one woman next to each other, alternately. My younger sister, 18 female, who doesn't have a partner and was standing on the very side, offered to stand between the two of us so that we could still be close and Anne's wish would still be respected. I thought that was a great solution, but Anne disagreed and told Mark to get out of the picture. He's quite introverted and tries to avoid confrontation under all circumstances, so he simply complied and told me not to get angry. But it was obvious that he was hurt and disappointed by being left out. Obviously, it didn't stop me from getting angry when I walked away with him. I can understand that Anne wants her wedding pictures to look exactly how she imagined, but I think the idea that my younger sister proposed was reasonable. I congratulated Anne and her husband one last time, but then I said my goodbyes. When I was asked why we were leaving early, especially before taking the pictures, I said that I didn't really feel like our presence was wanted. We left before dinner was served and I took Mark out to his favourite restaurant to cheer him up a little. Anne has texted me since saying that I was being over dramatic and making a fuss over nothing, but except for my younger sister, the rest of the family supports Anne, and they think that leaving early was going too far and that I should have just sucked it up instead of ruining her big day. No, I don't feel like you're the a-hole. That was completely fair enough. And like, what's the issue with the sister? Are they bloody homophobic or something? Like they said, the younger sister offered to stand in between them, which would have been perfectly fine if they wanted it to be like man, woman, or whatever. But then to be like, oh no, that's not good enough. Mark, can you get out of the photo? No, like, what's the actual problem? That's so rude. And yeah, good on you for standing up for your partner. Yeah, like, it does suck that it's their wedding day, but that doesn't mean that they can just be rude for no reason. Like, it's not a free pass to do stuff like this. Am I the a-hole for not letting my sister-in-law hold our baby? My wife and I just brought home our beautiful baby. When we got home, I wanted my older son to hold the baby. He's 14, but my wife said no. She said that she wasn't comfortable with anybody but us holding the baby yet. I wasn't really happy about this, but I respected that as a mum, she's anxious about how vulnerable our baby is, so I let it go. Yesterday, her sister came over and wanted to hold the baby. I said no, that my wife and I aren't comfortable with anyone but us holding him yet. My wife then said that it was okay, that her sister was a special case. I said no, that I wasn't comfortable with it. Her sister was offended and left. Now my wife's angry with me and says I was an a-hole to her sister. I think I'm just being consistent. Was I an a-hole to my sister-in-law? Well, not any more than your wife was to your son. They can't tell you to do something or tell you that it's not okay to do something, like your son holding the baby, and then just say that it's okay with somebody else. Yeah, like this comment says, well, by that logic, she's an a-hole to your underage son. Not the a-hole, but ask your son if he's ever had any weird situations with her. And also this comment, don't let her start a rift between siblings this early. Half siblings can love each other just as much as full siblings, but not if mum is constantly pushing one away. Don't let her do that to your son. Yeah, 100%. That would be so sad. Am I the a-hole for refusing to pay for my boyfriend's food and his birthday and getting him banned from a restaurant? Edit, on his birthday, really should have spell checked before posting. I, 18 female, have been dating my boyfriend John, 20 male, for a little under a year. We have a pretty toxic free relationship, but there's quite a bit of tension when it comes to me being vegetarian. I've been vegetarian since 11 and I have very strict morals around it. The one thing that John has a problem problem with is me refusing to spend my money on meat. Ever since I started making my own money, I swore to myself that I would never spend a cent of it on meat. On our dates, we usually split the bill and sometimes he pays for all of it. I told him that if he orders something meat-free, I'd happily pay for both of us, but he never does. When he pays for my food, it's when I've spent money on the activity, normally concerts and festivals. That's me paying $120 plus on tickets and him spending maybe $50 on food. His birthday was a few weeks ago and we went out to dinner at his favorite fancy restaurant. He got the most expensive steak they had, along with a side salad and a bottle of wine. When we finished our food, I asked the waiter to split the bill and John looked at me shocked. He asked if I was joking and I said no. And then he told me that he thought I was gonna pay since it was his birthday and he didn't budget for the meal. I asked him why he thought that I'd pay since I've been very clear about my rule, but he couldn't give me a reason besides it being his birthday. I told him I'd pay for the wine and the side salad, but he'd need to pay for the steak. He was furious with me and stormed off to the bathroom. I paid for my meal, the wine and the salad, and I waited for him to come back. He didn't. After waiting for 20 minutes, I left. Honestly, I don't think you should even expect everybody to pay for you on your birthday. Like, that doesn't really need to be something that is just assumed, you know? Like, even that's a little bit much, I feel like. You know, to like not even have a conversation about it beforehand, just assuming that they're gonna pay for it. I found him sitting on a bench near where we parked the car. I asked him why he left and reminded him that he needed to pay. He looked shocked when I said that and asked me if I didn't pay. I told him I'd paid for everything but the meat and he lost it. He started yelling at me, telling me that I was selfish and that I needed to grow up. Wow, says the person that just stormed out of a restaurant. I stayed calm and I told him that he needed to go back and pay. He scoffed and walked away. I ended up driving home without him. Now he's saying that it's my fault that he can't show his face in his favorite restaurant since he dined and ditched. It's a pretty small restaurant, so he'd 100% be recognized and kicked out. So am I the a-hole? So what this pretty much boils down to is, am I responsible for your actions? Like, what? How's it the girlfriend's fault that they stormed off and they got kicked out of the restaurant? Or like, I'm assuming, you know, not gonna go back. If you didn't want that to happen, you probably shouldn't have stormed out of there. That's not the girlfriend's fault. Edit, to the people commenting about me not treating him on his birthday. Yeah, I did. I even dipped into my savings for his present. And edit number 2, I didn't take him out for dinner. He was the one that suggested it. Well, there you go. So they've already paid for a present, but they're also expected to pay for dinner without even having a conversation. And also, not even to mention that the girlfriend here is 18. I sure as hell didn't have money to spend on steaks when I was 18. You know, it's not like money is unlimited when you're 18. Yeah, nah, definitely not the a-hole. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole, ignoring the vegetarian stuff. Who the hell orders the most expensive steak possible and then expects their partner to pay for them without having checked prior, and then storming off to the bathroom expecting that to pressure you into paying for it? OP, I hope you can see all of the red flags here. Am I the a-hole for telling my girlfriend that her home decor is the reason I won't host a work gathering at her place? I, male 32, have been with my girlfriend, female 29, for over a year now. She's smart, funny, and a bit quirky, and has a serious job with a good salary. We have a great time together and generally get along very well. The only thing is, her choice in home decor is bizarre. To put it frankly, it's not something that you think a normal grown adult would be into. Her apartment is definitely a reflection of herself and interests. Not in the best way though. My girlfriend has a wall dedicated to animation in one room of her apartment, like Futurama pieces and etchings of some weird triangle guy. And then there's the wall of frame preserved insects in another room, but not insects like butterflies or moths. Instead, she displays tarantulas, beetles, and large stick insects. Her bathroom has a subtle theme of the ocean, pretty common, but instead of starfish and shells, she has a little anglerfish nightlight, a small vampiric squid painting, and then a framed diagram of what apparently is a goblin shark right by the toilet. Bro, this doesn't sound bad. I would say that a majority of her home decor and furnishings are okay. The apartment itself is very modern and sleek. It's just the random decor and juvenile-ish themes like cartoons and insects and bizarre ocean creatures that's off-putting. That's not juvenile, that's what they're interested in. That doesn't mean they're childish or like immature or juvenile or anything like that. I avoid bringing people over to her place, especially people from my job, because of how juvenile it looks. Everyone's impressed when they see the high-rise, but that quickly fades once you enter. The one time I brought a work colleague over, they ended up telling me after that they found her insect wall terrifying. I work in finance and appearances and first impressions do matter. My office will hold casual gatherings where we get together together for a few drinks, good food, and we rotate hosts, and this time it's my turn. The problem is my place is under some construction and it's not an ideal place to be at right now. My girlfriend suggested that we host my colleagues here since she has the space and thinks it'll be fun. I told her that I planned on skipping my rotation and seeing if the next person would be okay with hosting early. She kept pressing on why I didn't want them over here, so I finally said it's because their home decor is strange and it's not something a grown woman would have. What? And also that her insect wall horrified that one colleague that did come over. My girlfriend got mad and said that at the end of the day, it's not my space and these things bring her joy. She also said that she's indeed an adult woman, which is exactly why her apartment is decorated in such a manner. I love my girlfriend, I do, and it's okay to have different interests, but does an adult really need to decorate with them, besides a few things here and there? I mean, my own mother asked if my girlfriend was autistic after she saw the entire apartment for the first time. So Reddit, am I the a-hole? Yeah, and the fact that you're belittling them for having interests and stuff. Oh, nah, that's so gross. I don't really feel like they're an a-hole for not bringing people there. You know, like if they don't want to host anything there, then okay. But they are an a-hole for belittling them and acting like it's super childish and stuff. But like, yeah, if you don't want to have the work meetings there, then don't. Like, they might be right. It might not be the taste of, you know, their colleagues and stuff, but they didn't have to insult their partner in the process. Am I the a-hole for not helping my family's restaurant because my brother was being paid and I wasn't? So my 17 female parents recently came into a fair bit of money, inheritance from one of my mum's elderly relatives, I think, and decided to buy out a local ice cream shop that was going out of business. They love that place because it's where they met and has tons of sentimental meaning to them. They also hired my 18-year-old brother to work there because they want him to have experience before going off to college. They didn't offer to hire me and I didn't ask because I already have a fast food job. Anyway, my house is pretty close to the shop and my friends and I decided to meet up there yesterday for ice cream and to hang out. For reference, we're a group of 4 high schoolers. It was pretty busy, so we got in line. About a minute in, my brother came out of the back and waved me over. He handed me an apron and asked me to help out his co-worker in the back, but my brother had to open a second register because of how busy it was. I refused on the grounds that I wasn't being paid, and he said that I had to help out because it's the family business and because of how swamped the place was and how panicked his co-worker was. He even offered to let my friend skip the line if I helped out for 10 minutes just to give his co-worker a hand, and said that I owed it to him to help out because I brought such a big group in. I decided that that would cause a scene in a packed shop and I refused again. He huffled and waved me off and then went to open the second register. I went back to my friends and the rest of our meetup went well, but my brother kept giving me dirty looks until we got our cones and left. Later that night, my parents confronted me and said that what I did was petty. They told me to work a shift the next day to make up for it, but backed off since I reminded them that I have an actual job and I was scheduled to work pretty much all day the next day. I ended up getting off scot-free. However, my whole family maintains that I'm petty and lazy, and now I'm wondering if they're right. So, am I the a-hole? No, I don't feel like you're the a-hole. On one hand, it's like, well, you know, you could help. It's only going to be 10 minutes, but it doesn't make you an a-hole because you don't help. And like, yeah, it's a family business, but where's the rest of the family in this? And yeah, obviously they don't work there and they're not getting paid, but also it's only 10 minutes and it's family, so I don't know. And also, what did they want you to do? They had to clean some machines in the back? Yeah, I don't know. I feel sort of torn on this. The overwhelming majority are saying that they're not the a-hole. And yeah, I don't think they're the a-hole, but at the same time, that wouldn't have been hard to do. But yeah, they're not an a-hole for saying no. I don't feel like anybody should be the a-hole in this situation. And ultimately, if they do need more help, they're gonna have to hire somebody else. They can't expect you to be there. It sort of feels a bit messy and sort of unorganized, or like they didn't really talk about this. Am I the a-hole for leaving dinner to get my son McDonald's, even though food was served? A friend of my wife invited my family, my wife 29 female, our son 5 male, and I 26 male, over for dinner with him 30 male and his daughter 5 female. As long as we've known him, this friend has kept to a very strict diet, which has almost always led to us eating over at his place, but he's an excellent cook, so I've never minded. We have not, however, seen him since both of our children were infants. For dinner, we were served salmon with quinoa and arugula. My son is very mild for a 5-year-old. He throws tantrums very rarely and is the opposite of a picky eater, but I could tell from how he was acting that he was not vibing with this meal. He was picking at his plate and shuffling food, and while he did try the salmon, he didn't seem to like it. I asked him if he was happy with his dinner and he said no, he wasn't. I pretty much said, haha, kid's right, and asked if there was anything else my son could eat. My wife's friend said that his daughter just just eats whatever he makes, so he doesn't really keep kid food around the house. My wife said it was fine and our son would be fine. While he is a mild kid, he definitely gets hangry, and this was the beginning of our night, so we anticipated being there for an additional hour or two. I said that our son needed to eat so that he'd have energy to play, and apologized, saying that I'd be gone for just a few minutes, just picking something up for my kid. My wife's friend seemed irked, but said that he'd try and keep my plate warm. I was gone for about 30 minutes and I came back with a Happy Meal, ordered extra fries in case his daughter wanted any, which she wasn't allowed to have. By the time I was back, dinner was winding down. My son ate his meal, we had dessert, and we went off to play with his friend. It was definitely a hiccup in the night, but things went fine. We had a good time, but my wife was definitely cold with me. When we got home, she told me that I was an arse at dinner for no reason. I pointed out that if I hadn't have gotten our son dinner, he would have been a monster the entire way home, to which she replied that we would have left earlier. I said I was just looking to solve the problem as it happened, and that if her friend had been more accommodating, we wouldn't have been in the situation in the first place. She got offended on his behalf and we decided to just go to bed because we were clearly not getting anywhere. It's been 2 days since and things are still stilted between us, and I'm not sure where I went wrong. Am I the a-hole? Probably shouldn't have left it during the meal. Like, yeah, definitely the a-hole in this situation. Like, yeah, could have sat down and ate the meal and then left a bit earlier or something. Not getting up when somebody just gives you a meal in their house in the middle of dinner. Like, yeah, that's definitely rude. Am I the a-hole for shouting at someone because they touched my fins? I'm currently training to learn freediving, and part of this is going to a pool to practice apnea, breath holding, and general technique. Now, finding a pool that allowed me to use any sort of fins was a pain in the butt, so when I found one that did, I was super happy. Also, my fins aren't your usual ones. They're true freedive fins, almost 3 feet long, carbon fiber, and they were very expensive for me to buy, almost $400. They're also decently fragile compared to your usual fins, and are also really flexible, and this means you have to be fairly careful. The pool is your standard type with a shallow end of 60 centimeters to 1.5 meters, and then it slopes down to 2 meters or 7 feet. There's also a small section which is 4 meters deep for diving boards. I was at the 1.5 meter section with my buddy when this happened. Part of my training involved being face down in the water with my legs out behind me, and this of course meant that my fins were sticking out. During one exercise, I felt someone bump into my right hand fin, so I put my head up to see what was happening. It was a teenage girl, maybe 15-ish. I explained to her in the local language, I happened to speak it, that she needed to look out for other people. I continued with the exercises with my buddy, but the same thing kept happening. It was obvious that she just wasn't listening to anything I'd said or watching what she was doing. If anything, she seemed more interested in being stupid in front of her friends. It happened multiple times and I tried to remind her gently. The last time it happened, the fins were bent into a semicircle and I became really annoyed, and instead of being nice, I basically laid into her and told her that if she wanted to be an idiot, then I hope she had $400 to replace my fins when she broke them. She burst into tears and I saw her sitting at the side of the pool for the rest of the time I was there. I now feel like I may have been too harsh on a young girl for what was probably an innocent mistake. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, of course, 100%. Yeah, like this comment says, you the a-hole, first for going to what sounds like a regular fun pool and making it your super serious exercise place, and second for shouting at a child, third for talking down to locals for not being able to afford your fancy fins, and fourth for taking your enormous fins to a regular sized public pool. Just because they allow fins or floats doesn't mean you should take this as an invitation to bring your city sized pool floats there, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if the pool decided to change their fin policy in the future because all you did there was take up space like an entitled tourist. Yeah, that's pretty much what it sounds like. Andy, I feel like that's enough Am I the a-hole for today. That was so fun as it always is, but yeah, time for something wholesome. It is time to go. Was I a good meme? No. You never had a dad loving you, had you? Let me give you a hug, son. Oh, and then the Grim Reaper starts crying. That's so cute. But also sad for the Grim Reaper. The top comment says, are you winning, death? When you wake up at 3 a.m. to go to the toilet and your cat has to fulfill its obligation to watch you pee. Oh, that's so cute. So sleepy and so adorable. Oh, come on, hurry up. I love you so much, but I'm so tired. Give me all your money. I don't have any money. I'm in debt. Well, give me all of your debt. Now you go home and you get your life together. Forehead kiss. Wow, that's so cute. What an absolute legend. And what an absolute turn of events. Am I the a-hole for denying an older woman shelter from a storm? I, 23 female, am an avid hiker in Australia. Last week I encountered a middle-aged woman around 50 years old as I was coming off a trail. She was walking in my direction as I came out of the bush. It was strange to see her. The sun was almost down and the weather was starting to turn. Also, this was an intermediate collection of trails at best, difficult even for me at worst, and she didn't look super athletic. My point is, my weird radar was going off already. She walked up to me and stopped, standing too close for my comfort, gestured towards the clearing where my car was parked, and asked whether it was my car. No greeting or anything. When I looked over, something made me uncomfortable. There were no cars other than mine in sight. The trail I was on isn't crazy far from civilization, but it's not a walk away. One of those highway rest stops that's there for the trail and a few parking spots. No way she could have got there without driving. I let her know that, yeah, that's my car, to which she responded something like, "Perfect, there's a storm coming. I can't be caught in it and I need to get home." She was very matter of fact. It seemed like she had already decided what was going to happen. Without even waiting for my response, she started striding for my car. I'm glad that I always lock my doors, because she would have just hopped right in the passenger seat had the door been opened. As she was walking over to it, I went after her, trying to explain that I wasn't sure it was a good idea for her to hitch a ride, asking why she was out here in the first place. I was talking to a brick wall until she realized that the car was locked, at which point she turned around with this look of anger and frustration on her face. She starts ranting the same stuff as before. "I need to get home. A storm is coming. I cannot be caught in it. Why don't you get it?" I was very confused at this point and a little scared, as this woman was now a barrier between me and my vehicle. I told her something like, "I'm sorry, but I don't feel comfortable with having a stranger in my car." She stared me down for a few seconds, I guess trying to gauge her chances of asking again. And just like that, the anger drops from her face and she's silent. I was really uncomfortable. I asked if I could call someone or if there was any other way to help. She starts walking towards me, scary, but then right past me. I'm still asking her questions and then just saying things like hello and excuse me. No response. She walked to the other end of the rest stop and maintained eye contact with me as she sat down on a log and then just stared at nothing. I didn't follow her. I got into my car shaken up and I drove away. As soon as I was back in cell range, I called fire and rescue and they said they'd send someone out. I was scared for my safety in the moment, but she was just some woman alone in the middle of nowhere. Am I the a-hole for refusing this strange woman a ride or shelter in my car? No, I don't think so. I feel like you did the right thing. And yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. I think calling fire and rescue was a kind thing to do. Yeah, 100%. That's definitely the right thing to do. Especially if you don't feel safe, you know? Like, you don't know what could happen. Especially when they're immediately just going for your car. So yeah, you're safe and they're also safe because you called somebody. Well, you know, they should be safe. If anything, you could have been like, hey, you know, I'm going to call somebody to come pick you up. But yeah, besides that, I don't feel like there's anything else you could have done without, you know, letting them in your car. Am I the a-hole for making a woman leave my house? I, 30 male, was talking with my wife's friend who was there for dinner. She tried to hug my son, 7, but he had a bad day and said no thanks. She kept pressuring him, and when he didn't budge, she looked at me and I said a kid at school started a fight with him and he was grumpy, so maybe later. She said, come on, you're just gonna let him disobey like that? I said that I raised him to build his own boundaries and say no when someone violates them, and I'd never make him break them for someone else. She laughed and said, he's lucky he's not her kid, and that behavior would be fixed fast. Yeah, but they didn't do anything. They said no thanks. I had my son go to his room and then I told her to get out. I said the reason I get out of bed in the morning was to see my son grow another day older, and I would not stand for him being treated like a pet rather than a person. She called me an a-hole and left. My wife is disappointed because she went to yoga with her, but says that she can't scold me because she'd probably do the same. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. He's lucky he's not her kid. Yeah, damn right he's lucky. He has a father that protects him from nutty ass people. Yeah, like, oh, he's lucky he's not my kid. I'd teach him not to do something that's completely reasonable. And also to say that they're disobeying. Yeah, like they're a pet or something. Yeah, nah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling someone that I'm not friendly when their dog came up to me? And this one is labeled as everyone sucks. So yeah, we'll keep that in mind. I went to a brewery restaurant with my wife. Why is brewery so hard to say? Our name was called and we get to our table indoors where we had to cut through the patio. We stopped for a few moments behind a table leaving and saying goodbye. In those moments, a lab type dog gets up and starts sniffing my ankles. I look at the owners and I say, what the hell? And point at the dog. They just say the classic line of, oh, don't worry, he's friendly. I admit I was a touch rude, I just say, I'm not friendly. They pull the dog back under the table. They start saying that if you aren't friendly, you shouldn't be coming to a dog-friendly restaurant. I tell them that just because the place is dog-friendly doesn't mean that it's okay for your dog to come up to me. I don't want it in my effing space. Yeah, they're taking this way too far. They seem baffled that someone didn't like their dog. He called me an a-hole and told me to find somewhere else to walk. I say F off as we head to our table. My wife was like, you're right, but you could have been friendlier. Was I the a-hole? Edit. FYI, indoors is not dog-friendly, outdoors is dog-friendly. My wife and I specifically chose indoor seating because it was not dog-friendly. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, this shouldn't have even been a problem, you know? You shouldn't be getting this upset and telling people to F off and stuff because their dog sniffed your feet. It doesn't sound like the dog was running rampant or something. I don't feel like that justifies getting this upset, does it? Yeah, like the top comment says, they could have kept the dog closer to them, but you didn't have to be such an a-hole about it. Yeah, it seems like everybody's a little bit in the wrong, but also seems like it's been blown way out of proportion. Am I the a-hole for mostly ignoring my girlfriend on her birthday? Yesterday, we celebrated my male 23 girlfriend's female 21 21st birthday. Her parents had a big celebration party with all her friends and family. For me personally, this was the first time I met anyone in her family with the exception of her parents. It was also her first birthday I celebrated with her since we've been dating for about 7 months. Now, I'm originally from Romania, but I've been living abroad for 11 years. My girlfriend mentioned at some point that one of her grandmothers was also from Romania, but we didn't discuss it in detail. So yesterday, I met my girlfriend's grandmother, and what can I say? I couldn't believe how small the world was. Not only was she Romanian, but she was from the same country as me. So we talked and we talked a lot. She told me her life story, we reminisced. I really enjoyed the conversation, especially talking in my native language, and that's how I spent most of the party. Of course, when my girlfriend asked me to take photos with her, or when the cake came, I gave her my full attention, but for the most part, she spent time with her friends, dancing, drinking, etc., while I was talking with her grandma. I didn't pay it much mind, but after the party was done, she told me that she felt neglected by me during her birthday, and this morning she seems pissed off at me. Right, okay, so you upset them without, trying to upset them. People in the comments have labeled this one as no a-holes here, and the top comment says no a-holes here. I would think she'd be excited for you to connect so well with her grandmother. Family approval makes relationships a lot easier. That being said, you probably could have done a better job striking a balance between talking to her grandma and hanging out with her during the party. It's hard to fault her based on your description of events. Yeah, for sure, like I'm sorry, and next time I'll focus more on you. But yeah, all in all, this one doesn't seem too bad at all. Am I the a-hole for turning off a video game that my son and his friends were playing? My son had a sleepover with a few of his friends last night. They'd gone swimming and they played in the park before coming back to my house to play video games in the living room. I bought them a pizza to eat and I was overwhelmed by the smell of 10/11-year-old boy armpits. I told them to go put deodorant on and they said, okay. I checked in with them a few minutes later and they still hadn't washed up. At that point, they started to push back and say that they didn't need it because they already put some on last night. I said whatever deodorant they put on last night must have gotten washed off at the pool, and you all spent the last hours running around in warm weather. They still didn't put any on, so I turned off their video game. Apparently they were just about to pass a difficult level before I turned it off and were very upset with me. My son later told me that I embarrassed him. I told him that I handled it the way that I did because I wasn't getting their attention. Yeah, I feel like they know that they're the a-hole in this situation. Like, yeah, you don't just go and turn it off. You go, hey, listen, can you please put some deodorant on? I don't want to have to turn off the PlayStation. Or like, don't even say that. But you don't just go up and turn it off. You do what's called communicating. Yeah, like this comment says, is this not what he was doing? Deodorant is a part of hygiene and he was trying to make them put it on. Yeah, but the issue isn't what OP was trying to teach, it's how that they went about it. Teaching a kid hygiene is fine, but teaching it by humiliating them in front of their friends isn't. Not to mention, didn't even give the ultimatum. Either you put on some deodorant or I'll turn off the TV. Had that been said and they still ignored it, then OP's course of actions would have actually been sort of justified in my opinion. I agree, a warning would have helped the whole situation. Yeah, for sure, like it's not that bad, they just went about it the wrong way and didn't communicate. Am I the a-hole for kicking everyone out of my party? My wife has been depressed lately, losing her well-paying job in November of last year. Her unemployment ran out and she's now an assistant manager at a fast food place. She had a 3-phase interview for a job last week and didn't get picked at the end of it. After almost a 2-month process, we decided to go through and host our 4th of July barbecue and pool party. My brother's a jackass and my parents enable him. My wife and I have her degree on our living room wall. My brother told her, you might as well shred that experience piece of paper because it's doing you no good. My wife started crying, and that's extremely out of character for her. She goes to the bedroom and locks herself in. My brother said it was a joke, but I had enough and I told everyone to go effing home. The party's cancelled. My parents started arguing, saying that some people drove a few hours to be here, and I said, have the party at your place. I told everyone to grab whatever they came with and leave. It was about 20 to 25 people, and my mum said I'm an awful host and an embarrassment to my family, and I said the same thing about my brother. He started it, so I made everyone leave. I'm getting mixed text messages about either checking in on my wife or being an a-hole after kicking everyone out over one little comment that my brother made. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole, for one simple reason: you can't host a party while your partner's having a breakdown in the bedroom. She takes priority and everybody else should understand that. And with a pool in the backyard, you don't want the liability of walking away and trusting that everyone else can act appropriately and not get hurt on your property. Good for you for having your priorities straight. And stop inviting your family over if they're more interested in their own entertainment than in your wife's well-being. Who needs that toxicity? Yeah, the fact that they're still making it about themselves and being like, oh, you're a terrible host. Yeah, their wife's having a breakdown in the bedroom. Like what, you meant to pretend they don't exist or something? Nah. Am I the a-hole for forcing my stepdaughter to cut her hair? I, 31, met my husband, 34 male, 8 years ago, and we've been married for 6. He has an 11-year-old daughter from a previous relationship. I work from home, so I mainly end up taking care of her. I have since she was young. We have a generally good relationship. She stays at her mother's most weekends. She has incredibly long blonde wavy hair just past her bottom. It's a nightmare to take care of. It frequently tangles and she always needs help brushing and styling it before school. I'm not a morning person and I don't like having to wake up early to do a kid's hair. It's expensive to maintain as she requires more products. She insists on using hair oils which can cost $11 and only last a few weeks. She also insists that she has to use curly hair shampoo instead of regular shampoo, which is over $10 per bottle, and she goes through it at a fast rate. She won't use a regular brush on it as she insists that it breaks her hair and it hurts, so she uses a wide tooth comb which takes a long time to brush when she could be doing other productive things such as homework or helping with chores. I decided that she'd become obsessed with her hair and I don't want her to become vain, so I decided that it needs to be cut. I don't see it as a big deal as I've always had shoulder length hair as my hair does not grow very fast and I get frequent trims. It's a lot more practical. I took her to the hairdressers as normal. In the car on the way down she said she wants to make sure the hairdresser doesn't cut too much. I politely explained that I would like her to cut her hair to shoulder length as it's become a burden. At first she thought I was joking, but when she realised, she started to cry. When we got to the salon, the hairdresser was reluctant to cut her hair due to her tears, but I explained the trouble that we were having maintaining it and assured that cutting it would be the best for her. In the end, the stylist agreed to cut her hair. The stylist braided her hair and then cut it and she kept it. Her hair was now just past shoulder length and it looked a lot darker. The car journey home was silent. I offered her McDonald's but she refused. She went straight to her room when we got back. My husband went up to see her when we got home and apparently found her on her bed sobbing, holding her old hair. My husband immediately called her mother to come to collect her, and as soon as my stepdaughter was out of the door, he started yelling. Her mother also came in and gave me a mouthful. I explained my reasoning, but my husband wouldn't budge. He said if I had an issue, he would have did her hair in the mornings, and that he didn't mind paying for the products. He was so furious. He said he no longer trusts me around his daughter, and doesn't know if he can be with a woman that he doesn't trust with her. This broke my heart. I didn't mean her any harm. I was just so tired, and I'm trying to reduce stress. I've always been the one to raise her and her brother, and I'm just exhausted. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, once again, I'm pretty sure they already know that they're the a-hole in this situation. Like, yeah, of course you are. You don't just do stuff like this. The top comment says, "You the a-hole. How dare you cut her hair and take away her autonomy just because you've decided that she's vain? What the absolute hell? I'm seriously at a loss for words that you even have to ask whether or not this was an a-hole thing to do. Shame on you." Yeah, and guys, I don't know about you, but I feel like that's a good place to read something wholesome. I feel like we definitely need it. You okay, Gator? Just one of those days. And Gator slips over. Sad Gator noises. And Chipper gets so angry and they kick this rock away. Kapow! Thanks, Chipper. I always have your back. This was by Matt Tarpley. So cute. I love that so much. What's that? That rock brought you some harm? You better watch out, Rock. Me checking if everybody's vibing with the song I put on. Yeah, oh my god, that's so relatable. Like, hey, this is such a good song, right? Like, you love this as much as I do, right? Man, maybe life isn't about finding the perfect lamp, but finding the lamp inside you. Wow, that's so awesome. It's a meme about a moth, but that's genuinely genuinely such a good message. Wow, I love that so much. My cousin just posted this picture of his son. Look how excited and proud he is of where he put all the carrots. I'm cracking up. They're like, yay, I put carrots everywhere. For the next week, you're going to be finding carrots. Am I the a-hole for jumping out of the way when my niece and nephew tried to push me into a pool, resulting in them falling in? This happened today. My folks decided to host a barbecue because I guess that's what older people do. I said no because I really don't like my two sisters, their husbands or their kids. My wife and I are child-free. Mum then pressured the wife. Long story short, we went. By the time we arrived, there were about 20 people there. My sisters and their husbands were already solidly buzzed, drunk really. My mum was spending 100% of her time trying to keep the nieces and nephews ages 7 to 11 more or less under control. My dad had strategically retreated to the whirlpool part of the pool with a small cooler full of beers. My wife and I made small talk with miscellaneous people, ate food and had a frozen margarita. Sisters and brother-in-laws took turns criticizing us for being late, not being in our swimsuits and screwing up the vibe. Whatever. Typical suburban summer get-together. About 45 minutes in, two of the kids ran at one of the neighbor guests who were standing next to the pool and pushed her in. She was at the pool steps stumbling in but didn't fall, so only got half wet. She was clearly very unhappy about it, but she didn't make a scene. Just went over to where the parents were, grabbed their towels, dried herself off and left. Sisters and brother-in-laws thought it was all great fun. A bit later, I was standing a few feet away from the pool chatting away with someone. I saw three of the kids running full tilt at me from the corner of my eye. Obviously, I was next. Not that it's terribly difficult to outwit young kids, but I just jumped out of their way at the last second. All three of them ran straight into the pool at full speed. Most of the other guests, including my wife and me, started laughing, but their mums, who I mentioned were pretty crap-faced, absolutely freaked out. What? What do you mean? Apparently two of the kids couldn't swim even though they were in swimsuits. Since I wasn't in swim gear, I stepped back from the pool and let other people fish the kids out. The kids were bawling their heads off like they'd lost a limb. At that point, all hell broke loose. The four drunk parents were yelling at everyone in general and me in particular for nearly letting their kids drown. Yeah, but they were gonna go in the pool anyway, weren't they? And also because two of the kids had been videoing the trick using their parents' iPhones, which were now at the bottom of the pool. Yeah, but how is this anybody's fault except the kids? One of the brother-in-laws got into the pool to try to retrieve the phones, but his BMI and BAC made that impossible. No one else volunteered to help. Unsurprising given that my sisters were still complaining at everyone. I told my sisters it was their job to watch their kids, and that if anything had happened to them, it would have been their responsibility, not mine. There were some pretty strong words on both sides. My wife and I left after the other brother-in-law fell over and face planted while yelling at us. Now they're saying that I should have let the kids knock me into the pool and have their fun and ruin my phone. So am I the a-hole? Side note, Dad of course never got out of the whirlpool. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. The kids messed around and found out. If the parents' phones got ruined in the process, that's on them for not controlling their little hellions. I can see why you avoid family get-togethers. Hopefully next time your wife won't allow herself to get guilted into making you go. Yeah, how is this anybody's fault except the kids that were doing this and the parents? Like, oh yeah, I should have just let these kids push me into the pool when I'm not swimming just for their enjoyment? No, okay, that's not the answer. Am I the a-hole for pre-gaming my wife's dinners? My wife and I are both 32. Since we got married and moved in together 5 months ago, my wife has simply not made nearly enough food for me. This is not a kind of situation where I'm constantly agitated at her for incompetence or anything like that. I'd be more than happy to microwave a burrito. I'd be more than happy to whip up a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I can't. My wife has every single night of our marriage done the same thing. She'll make me a tiny dinner. I'm talking like a Chinese chicken salad with 30 grams of chicken and 10 leaves of lettuce, arranged fashionably with dressing. When I finish eating, I'm still hungry because for a 230-pound man who works a physical labor job, it's not enough food. At first, I tried to openly communicate with her, but she always took it horribly. She'd adopt a 1,000-yard stare and then begin talking about how incompetent she is and how she can't even make her husband a proper dinner. I'd try to calm her down with, oh honey, that's not the case. I just eat too much. Or don't worry about it, I can make a bit more. I'd try to be overwhelmingly positive, but it didn't help. She would always just get incredibly disappointed in herself, cry and or take it out on me, and then she'd make the same exact amount the following following day. After the communication route failed, I tried to eat her dinners as is. It became hard to sleep at night due to hunger, and I lost 7 pounds in the first month. Eventually, I figured out my own system. On my way home from work, I started swinging by a fast food restaurant and getting myself a burger. I'd pretty much pre-game her meals with some more calories. I figured it was a win-win, as what she doesn't know can't hurt her, and I could have my fill of food. I would eat on my way home, walk in the door, pick at the salad or quinoa or homemade mac and cheese that she made, compliment her for her delicious cooking, and later dispose of the wrappers discreetly. 2 days ago, I was on my way home and in line at a drive-thru, and my mother-in-law was coming out of the restaurant. She ran over and greeted me. I asked her in a humorous way not to tell her daughter where she saw me because she'd take it badly, and she agreed, but then she narked on me anyway. I got home to a furious wife who demanded details. When I provided the truth, she got extremely angry and looked legitimately hurt. I'm not good at handling confrontation, and I feel like I betrayed my wife in some way. Was I wrong here? Yeah, no, I don't think you're the a-hole, but do they just want you to cook or something? I don't know if I missed anything there, but did they say anything about them not cooking or something? Like, are they sick of cooking dinner every single night and like somehow not saying that or something? Yeah, I don't know, but like the top comment says, it's a little concerning that she goes full passive aggressive when you say something to her. It sounds like she has a really hard time when her carefully crafted mental image of herself is even slightly challenged. Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to give my wealthier sister the lion's share of the inheritance? Yesterday, my parents sat me, 31 male, and my 2 brothers, 32 male, 34 male, and my sister, 41 female, down to discuss their will. My parents informed us that they want to split it 5 ways. My sister gets 2 out of the 5, while the 3 of my brothers get 1 out of the 5 each. Their reasoning is that my sister sacrificed her childhood to our family, so it's only fair that she gets compensated. In our childhood, my father's business partner screwed him over, so there was a period where we were broke and in debt. My parents had to work multiple jobs to keep us afloat, and my sister babysat us while our parents worked. All she had to do was feed us and keep an eye on us. We were pretty calm kids, so all we did was play games and do our homework. It probably wasn't thrilling, but not exactly a tremendous hardship. I complained to my parents along with my brothers that it's insane that they want to give my sister that much over that, especially since she's financially the best off out of all of us. She doesn't have any kids and a dual income with her partner. My parents said they're disappointed in us and said we need to reflect on ourselves. My sister didn't say anything while my parents spoke, but texted us afterwards saying that she had zero intention of taking that much, but we were all a-holes. Am I the a-hole for feeling like this split is unfair? Definitely. Like the top comment says, you the a-hole. Even if she just stayed at home while you were there, she didn't have teenage freedom and she made sacrifices and took on responsibilities. It doesn't matter how affluent she is now. Your parents are trying to pay her back for what they couldn't pay her then. Yeah, 1000%. Am I the a-hole for leaving my niece's wedding reception early and taking my gift back? I'm 45 male and I have a niece who's 22 and just got married last weekend. The family is blowing up with drama right now because of what I and my wife did. I must preface this by saying that my family can be pushovers. They really all hate conflict and will definitely let themselves be run over by someone else in order to not cause a fight. I'm not this way. The wedding was on Saturday, Catholic ceremony in a church that was at 3:30 p.m. The reception area was at a brewery about 15 minutes from the church. The reception was set to start at 5. Maybe this was stupid on the venue people, but they wouldn't open the bar or bring around the appetizers until the bride and groom arrived. Service ended around 4:30 and everyone was told to go to the reception. The wedding party had a limo to take them and a separate limo took the parents, grandparents and siblings. The couple is young and decided against family in the wedding party lull. It was 4 sorority sisters and fraternity brothers on each side. My wife and I drove. We got to the venue around 4:50 with the first family limo arriving around that time. By 5, I'd say all 150 guests were there, but no bride and groom. The wedding coordinator was getting pissed as it's now 5:45 and no wedding party. We were all just standing around with no food or drinks. Someone was able to get hold of the maid of honor around this point, and apparently the bride and groom told the limo driver to stop at a liquor store and then drive around on the highway for an hour so that the wedding party could get trashed. At around 6, the maid of honor said they should be arriving in the next 20 minutes. My wife and I looked at each other and said that we're out. We thought it was horribly disrespectful for them to do that. I told my brother that we were leaving and the gift was with us. He tried to plead by saying they're just kids, let them have fun. But I was having none of it. A few days after, I got an apology text from my niece, followed by an ask for the gift again. I said that I felt very disrespected and I didn't want to give a gift anymore. She snapped and called me an a-hole. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole. That's super disrespectful. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. a-hole? While I would have probably left the gift, I don't blame you for taking it. What they did was incredibly selfish and disrespectful. I think the fact that she immediately took back her apology and cursed you out when you didn't give her the gift speaks volumes about her character. That wasn't an apology. I'm assuming the gift was a check, and then OP underneath said it was, and precisely. She was apologizing until she got around to asking for the gift. Yeah, no, that's super gross, and you're definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for paying for a lounge at an airport during a long layover? I'm traveling with 5 friends now, and we're all traveling cheap. However, we had one long layover in an airport with a great VIP lounge. The thing about these lounges is that they have free food and liquor, and comfortable chairs and shower facilities. I told my friends what I was about, and they all said that they didn't want to waste money, so I went to the lounge by myself. I had some snacks, a few drinks, a quick nap, a long hot shower, and then I caught up with my friends at the gate. My phone was fully charged, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and a little drunk. When we started talking, they were complaining about the cost of everything at the airport. They asked why I looked so pleased with myself. I told them about my stay in the lounge. 2 of them got visibly angry. They said I was an a-hole for not telling everyone there was a lounge. They'd actually spent more on food and drinks than I had. Plus I had a comfy nap in a comfy chair and a shower. I said that lounges aren't a secret and that the internet exists. They could have looked up the same information I did. Wait, so you did tell them that you were going to go to the lounge? Or did you not tell them? Because if you said, oh hey, I'm going to go to the lounge, and they were like, oh nah, I don't want to waste any money, then yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Yeah, I don't know. On one hand, I feel like you could have explained it to them, and it sounds like that's what the issue was. But yeah, also it's kind of on them. Yeah, most people are saying not the a-hole, and some people are saying everybody sucks. Yeah, not the a-hole, but a little bit of everybody sucks. Am I the a-hole for telling my son he and his fiance are spoiled? I'll try to keep this short. My male 57 son, male 23, is engaged to Peggy, female 22. They've been engaged for 5 months or so. Our culture dictates that Peggy's father and I share the costs of their wedding. Her father said that we should provide $10,000 each, a total $20,000 budget. I could afford this, sure, but this seems insane and extravagant to me. I said I would give 5, and he could give whatever he wanted. Peggy's father also put up 5. I told my son this, and he told me outright that it wasn't going to be enough. He said, I don't mind. I figured that me and Peggy would have to pay for some of the wedding. I asked what he meant. He said no way would they be able to do their wedding in under $10,000. I said my own wedding after haggling and deals only came out to around 7, so I don't think this is an issue. He argued against me and said that my wedding was 40 years ago. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. And prices were different. He outlined some prices and said the cheapest venue he could find was $5,000, and food alone was going to be $2 to $5 or $2.5. He again said that he didn't mind, and he thanked me for giving them money for the wedding, but I honestly felt hurt that he thought we weren't giving enough. I said, how could food come out to $2,500? And he said that that was only around $25 per person. I suggested ordering pizzas or sub sandwiches, but he looked at me like I was crazy. I said, okay, well, we can just offer less for the photographer and the decorator. And he said that isn't how things are done. I said it is how things are done, and maybe if Peggy and him weren't so spoiled and expecting the best of the best for everything, then $10,000 would be plenty. After I said this, he just closed his eyes and thanked me for the money and basically told me to get out. I was complaining about this instance to my wife, and she told me I was being a stick in the mud and it's his only wedding. But my friends agree with me. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, 100%. Like the top comment says, yeah, you're the a-hole. He thanked you for the money and is planning on paying for the rest. How they spend their money isn't your business. Can you seriously not envision that prices have increased over several decades? Yeah, that's right. It's not like they were being ungrateful or something. It sounds like they were super grateful for the money, but they knew it wasn't going to be enough. But they weren't asking this person for more money. They were like, hey, this is amazing. Thank you. We can pay for the rest. Am I the a-hole for telling someone that his achievement just meant that he had rich parents? I, 23 male, have been with my current company for a year now. Recently, a new guy, Jack, joined our team fresh out of college. Last Friday, my manager invited everyone to a bar after work. There, Jack told everyone about an achievement that he obtained over spring break. He visited his 150th country, Cambodia. In contrast to everyone else who were asking things such as, what was the best or worst or strangest thing you ate? Which countries were your favorite? Any cool stories? I just said, good for you, and went back to my drink. Jack noticed me being quiet and asked me why I wasn't joining in. I said, don't worry about me, but Jack kept pressing the issue. I finally said, Jack, visiting 150 countries is cool and all, but it doesn't say anything about you as a person. It just means you had rich parents who could afford to travel internationally several times a year. I grew up poor, literally worked worked my ass off in high school, got a full ride merit scholarship, and did everything humanly possible to land my current 6-figure job. Rich people who think they're better than everyone else just because they had rich parents is a huge pet peeve of mine. Yeah, obviously, but my co-workers don't know any of that since I like to keep my work and my personal life as separated as possible. Jack got really quiet after that and left soon after. Now it's Monday morning and I'm wondering if I should have kept my mouth shut. Yeah, like I don't want to be rude, but this is all insecurities. They didn't say that they were better than anybody else. Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. So visiting 150 countries is really cool. There was no need to crap all over it and make a stink. He never said he was better than anyone else. You just assumed that because of your own insecurities. Yeah, and that's the thing about stuff like this. When you have that in your head, it's super easy to be like, oh, this person's an a-hole and they're trying to make me feel bad. And they're trying to rub it in my face that they're better than me and everybody else. But they're not. That's just the way you're thinking about it. Yeah, I feel like it was pretty unfair to do this. Am I the a-hole for humiliating my friend at my fundraiser because she outed me? I was at a fairly large fundraiser I organised tonight and it got completely ruined by my ex-friend. Let's call her Jenna. I'm quite open with my friends about my line of work, sex work, but I'm not with my family and those I don't know well. During the event, I was talking to a group and Jenna blurts out, she can donate so much because she makes so much making her videos. I was stunned. It became incredibly awkward. I pulled Jenna aside and I asked her what the hell? She said it wasn't a big deal. I told her it's a big deal to me. It's not her information to share. She tried dismissing it and I got angry and I told her to leave. It became a heated argument. After some back and forth, I told her that at least I work for my money and I don't need a rich partner that I don't even love to get the lifestyle I want. And that's true. She told me in the past that she's only with her boyfriend because he's rich. Yuck. She still refused to leave and continued to cause a scene. Eventually, I called security and I had her kicked out. After the event, I checked my phone. The argument we had got recorded, but only from part way through, so the bit about my work was missing. But there is the part with what I said about her partner and her being kicked out. It had been shared within our circle a lot. Jenna had blown up my phone. She's furious. Apparently, her boyfriend saw it and broke up with her. She told me I humiliated her and ruined her relationship. Am I the a-hole? Oh my god. No, you're not the a-hole. And that's so awful that the recording was probably making you look bad. And then all of these people are watching it. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Play stupid games and win stupid prizes. Maybe next time she'll think twice before throwing rocks from her glass house. Yeah, 100%. And also, imagine being with somebody and loving them and thinking they love you, but they don't love you. They're only with you because you have money. Yeah, that's awful. And yeah, I think that's enough Am I the A-hole for today, guys. That was so fun, but I'm pretty sure it's time for something wholesome and happy. My mum was me for Halloween. Which one's your mum? Yeah, oh my god. No joke, I thought they were twins. That's so awesome. And yeah, I feel like it goes without saying they did an amazing job. Oh, this Simpsons episode. I don't know if we're going to be able to get out. What are you writing? Maybe the last words I'll ever write. Save her first. Yeah, cute. Sometimes Homer is a good husband. Definitely not all the time, but sometimes. Oh my god, LMAO. I just saw this post on Facebook. This lady's pugs have severe separation anxiety, so she got a mannequin so they don't feel alone when she leaves. Oh, that's so cute. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm rich. Yeah, damn right. That's so cute. And also the art style of this is adorable. That bottom right panel's like a wallpaper. Am I the a-hole for freaking out when my wife locked our son out of the house at night after he drank alcohol? I, 39 male, have a 16-year-old son with my wife, female 40. This incident happened a few days ago and she's still mad at me. I was on a work trip, so my wife was at home with our son. When I got back, I found out that he'd been hanging out with his friends and they convinced him to drink some beer and he got a little bit drunk. I'm not saying what he did was right, but him and I had a talk about it and it's fine. The problem is that when he came home and my wife found out, she was furious and she kicked him out and refused to let him back in until the morning. He was begging her to let him in, but she wouldn't. When I found out, I was furious. Regardless of what he did, she made a slightly drunk teenager stay outside by himself at night. Something very bad could have happened to him. We had a huge argument over it. I asked her how the hell she thought that was okay. She just kept saying that it's our son's fault for drinking alcohol. My wife isn't really talking to me now, and my son isn't talking to his mum. I feel like I'm in the right, but maybe I'm not. Am I the a-hole? Oh god, no, not even a little bit. Like, yeah, they messed up a little bit, and it sounds like they know that, but they can't lose their trust in their parents because of something like this. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. I get that she's trying to teach your son that actions have consequences. But the much more important lesson to teach here is when I screw up, I can always go home. Mum and dad might be mad, but I know I will be safe with them and we can talk about it. Punish him for drinking underage, but that's being grounded or having your driving privileges taken away. This is an important moment in the parent-child relationship. You want to be home-based, not the police. Just to be clear, I'm not in any way saying don't punish him. He did something wrong, but coming home drunk your first time drinking is not the time to be berated and kept outside. It's the time to hear sleep it off, and we'll be discussing this in the morning. Signed, the son of parents who immediately punished and did things like your wife did. So now we have a very superficial relationship. They get next to no news or info because I'm still nervous it'll somehow be used against me, and I don't seek them out whenever something happens to me. And OP says, I'm sorry that happened to you. I've always made sure my son knows that he can trust me, and I've been reassuring him of that since this happened. Yeah, 1,000,000% not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my wife after she blew up my phone with coals because of a fire? Throwaway because some of this made local news and I don't want it connecting back to me. I work in a place where we're not allowed to have personal electronics on us at all. No phones, no smartwatches, no pages. I've been working here for about 6 months, so my wife knows this and understands that she should not try to contact me by my cell at work. Phones are dropped off in our lockers and I typically have mine on Do Not Disturb. Before this incident, my phone has never gone off in the locker before. Recently, there was a pretty big fire at a secondary work site that I do work at occasionally. Local news covered the fire because I found out about it because, again, no electronics. Plus, the work we do isolates us a bit, so news travels pretty slow. There were a few casualties and a lot of seriously injured folk. My wife had been watching the news from home and started freaking out, I guess. She called me 20 times, and I didn't know this was possible, overrode my Do Not Disturb and my phone was ringing for a while in my locker. In the middle of my shift, I got called into my manager's office and was chewed out and written up for my phone making so much noise. They told me to go take care of whatever it was making my phone go off before I went back to work. I won't lie, when I saw those 20 missed calls from my wife, I was seriously pissed off. Like I said, she knows not to try and contact me directly, and a citation hurt my chances of getting a raise or a promotion. I called her back and she was sobbing and asking me if I was okay. I said of course I was okay, and I asked her what the hell was wrong with her to call me so many times. She was still crying and started talking about the fire. After that, I started half yelling at her about all the reasons it was dumb of her to call me. When I got home, she was super upset with me. I apologized for yelling, but she refused to talk. She's been very chilly the past few days and sleeping in our daughter's room. I know it wasn't the best decision to yell at her, but I still think my anger's justified. 1, she knows I don't work in the secondary worksite very often. 2, she knows that I can't be contacted directly, and she could have called the office. And 3, 20 calls is absolutely insane. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, I feel like they already know they are the a-hole. They were only worried about you, and can't you have your phone so it doesn't make any noise? Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. Holy hell, she was concerned for your safety. Also, just have your phone on silent and then it won't matter how many times people call or text you. Yeah, 1,000%. And also, like this comment says, when I see I have that many missed calls, I don't get annoyed, I get scared something is wrong and they're trying to get a hold of me to let me know. Edit to add, for people saying that she could have called the office, I doubt she was the only one worried. I imagine if there was a fire, the office phones might very possibly have been busy, and also she was panicked. You the a-hole? Yeah, but also the fact that they got in trouble for their phone going off, especially in this situation, that's ridiculous, isn't it? Am I the a-hole for saying that my wife will have to quit her job if we get booted from another daycare? My wife and I have a 3-year-old daughter, Alexis. Both of us work, and Alexis has attended daycare since she was 1. In the 2 years since, we've been asked to leave 2 programs because my wife is a micromanager. I admit, both of us went into the first program not really understanding daycare. I quickly learnt that they can't provide personalised care, and after learning from her teachers, I reset my expectations. My wife, however, has a lot of anxiety and worries about our daughter. She hates when she gets even a little bit upset. She's in therapy and she's working on it. First program, my wife would constantly watch the live feed and call the daycare multiple times a day. We had several talks about it and the school talked to us twice. My wife ended up screaming at one of the teachers and then the director. We were terminated immediately. Second daycare was a little better because my wife began therapy, but my wife was still so nervous and had a complaint every single day. These were not important things, like small things, like she saw another child took a toy from Alexis and she would cry. The teacher would give the toy back to Alexis, but my wife didn't understand why the other child wasn't punished for it. This daycare didn't kick us out, but did eventually suggest that this may not be the best program for us. My wife and I decided to pull Alexis out. My wife because of her anxiety anxiety. Myself, because I knew that my wife had burned bridges and was becoming one of those mums. We chose a smaller home daycare this time as we couldn't afford another centre. The woman who owns it is very nice but also firm. She stands by her boundaries and won't let my wife break any rules, whereas the centres were definitely more accommodating. My wife would take any inch that she got. This time she doesn't get that opportunity. I thought all was well as the owner only speaks to my wife for the most part. Then I get put in a group text saying that my wife has been bombarding the owner with text messages every day, despite the owner saying that she'll text her at lunch when things are settled. She said at this point she'll only be responding at specific times of the day and not looking at the rest. The owner then sent several pages of the contract with passages, all highlighted, reminding us of certain policies that my wife has violated. I was pissed. When Alexis went to bed that night, my wife and I talked. I said this was our last option for daycare. The other centres are too expensive and this was the only home daycare in the area that we like. A nanny is not in our budget. My wife made a million excuses, including that it's not her fault that she's anxious. I said if we're asked to leave this program too, my wife will be the one quitting her job to watch Alexis, not me. This upset my wife. I pointed out that I've spoken to her kindly about this plenty of times. I encourage her to keep up her therapy, but she can't keep getting us kicked out of programs. My wife is now not speaking to me. Am I the a-hole? Edit, I can't be the primary contact for daycare due to not being able to have my phone on me at work. No, definitely not the a-hole like this comment says. My concern is that if your wife is a micromanager and she ends up staying home with your kid, this will not be a good option. My mum was a control freak growing up and it took me a long time to try to get confidence after she destroyed the little that I had. Yeah, I was thinking that, like it's not going to be good for their confidence. Yeah, no, not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for asking my wife to wake up at night when our newborn wakes up? My wife, female 35 and I male 35, just had our third child 1 month ago. For the first week or two, my wife had to wake him up every couple of hours to feed him, but now we just let him sleep until he wakes up to eat. Here's where that became a problem. I'm a really heavy sleeper. There's nothing that can wake me up short of being attacked by a bear or shaken or something. It's been that way since before my wife and I had kids. Babies crying or screaming do not wake me up. They didn't even when we had our first, so usually I've woken up when my wife turns on the lights for changing and stuff. Apparently I sleep through a lot when my wife is getting up a lot, so she's saying that she does an unfair amount of work at night because of it. I feel bad because I recognize that if I'm asleep, I'm not contributing to the night stuff. So I asked my wife to wake me up when my baby does wake up, and she told me that made it so much worse and it's like weaponized incompetence. She just doesn't want to wake me up for some reason. I'm not weaponizing my heavy sleep against her. I just want her to wake me up so I can help. But like I said, she said that makes it worse, and now she's mad. Am I the a-hole for asking her to wake me up so I can help with the night stuff for our newborn? I don't feel like a-hole is the right word because it's not that bad, but are you wrong in this situation? Yeah, I feel like you are. You need to find a situation so your wife doesn't have to wake up. Like your wife waking up and then waking you up is so much work for them. Yeah, like the top comment says, look up vibrating baby monitors for deaf parents and wear the bracelet. So yeah, something like that would probably work. Am I the a-hole for ordering a giant steak against my mother-in-law's will, actually eating it and refusing to cover the entire bill? This is ridiculous and I can't even believe I have to ask if I'm an a-hole, but here we go. I, female 27, have been together with my husband Nate for over 10 years and married for 4. I don't have the best relationship with my mother-in-law as she always seems to police what I eat. Everyone in my family has a fast metabolism. I'm also working with horses, so due to this I burn a lot of calories, talking about 2.5 to 3,000 a day, and usually have rather large meals to get the energy back, and I still remain skinny. Now to the event. My in-laws invited me and Nate for dinner last Friday. I was very busy back then and I haven't eaten since about 6 or 7 a.m. and I also didn't have a chance to have a snack before heading to the restaurant, so I was starving. I usually have something to eat before my mother-in-law to avoid her comments. Due to this, I've ordered a large steak at the restaurant which was meant for 2 people. It also came with prawns, bacon and 2 sides. Please note, it was not the most expensive item on the menu as some of my in-laws had significantly pricier dishes and we were all splitting the bill anyway. My mother-in-law started making comments how I shouldn't be ordering what I can't eat since even her husband wouldn't be able to finish the dish, let alone someone my size. I smiled and I said I haven't eaten since early morning and I'm starving. Wait, sorry, that just makes it so awkward, commenting on somebody else's food that they order. Like now they're gonna feel awkward if they do eat all of it. Like don't comment on what everybody else is gonna eat, or even more so, how much they're gonna eat. If I don't finish the steak, I'll take the leftovers home. I have easily finished the steak and I was waiting for my dessert when my mother-in-law flipped. She said I'm attention seeking and I was putting on a show show. Oh my god, get a grip. What do you mean? She also said I've made my father-in-law and brother-in-law feel uneasy that a woman shouldn't eat that much. Oh my god, that's their problem, not this person's. It's unhealthy and there's something wrong with me. She's then demanded me and Nate to cover the entire bill as she wasn't planning on such a big expenditure. I said we're absolutely not covering the entire bill since it was meant to be split equally, and I reminded her of the dishes that she ordered that were significantly more expensive compared to my steak, including her starter. As a result, I was called an a-hole who's ruined a family dinner. Nate is on my side, but most of the in-laws are making very passive-aggressive posts on social media and keep sending me different articles of what might cause excessive eating. Are you joking? Mind your own bloody business. Oh my god. If I went to eat with somebody and they were like, oh, you should not eat that much food, that's ridiculous, that's so crazy, I'd straight up never eat with them again. Who do these people think they are? For real, that's unbelievable. I know it's a harder situation because it's your mother-in-law, but also, how did they not realize how in the wrong they were? Like, oh, I'm saying things that I have no right saying. How did that not cross their mind? A large steak that was made for 2 people with prawns and bacon and 2 sides. So yeah, it was a lot of food, but still, that's completely up to you. They don't have the right to say stuff like this. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. I hope you stared your mother-in-law dead straight in the eyes as you took that last bite of your steak. Am I the a-hole for taking my fiance's dinner after he touched mine? I'll be quick. My female 26, fiance male 32 is blind. We don't disagree a lot, except he always gets bothered whenever I eat different food from what he's eating when we go out. Like if we're having dinner out and I order else, he'd instantly get upset and accuse me of treating him as less than when I just have different taste in foods. I just eat what he eats to keep the peace. I eat out alone as alternative, but since he clearly doesn't trust me, he'd randomly touch my plate to see if I'm having the same dish. This caused huge arguments between us and I told him to stop doing it and he said he would. We went out to eat nights ago and I ordered the same dish that he ordered. When the food arrived, he looked somewhat uncomfortable. I asked what was wrong and he refused to say, and before I could even grab the fork, he extended his arm and his hand touched the food on my plate. He moved quickly and started excusing what he did, saying that he just wanted to make sure, but I lost it on him. I felt so grossed out and there was no way I could eat the food after he touched it. He tried to get me to drop it by saying I shouldn't be grossed out by his hand and that I overreacted, etc. But I grabbed his plate and I told him that I was taking it as my donor. He at first asked me to be rational and give the plate back, but I refused. An argument ensued and we had a fight. He then ended up leaving, started spam texting me, accusing me of being bitter, pathetic and childish, and robbing his dinner. He went to stay with his friend who picked him up and his friend sided with him, saying I was in the wrong. Even went as far as to say that I was abusing my fiance and financially controlling him when I pointed out that I was the one who paid for the food. The problem is magnified now with him wanting an apology and me refusing to give him one. My parents think I should have more patience and that this is just typical love spats between us, but I'm not sure. Was I the a-hole with how I handled this? Edit, I want to point out that this is not the case when we ate at home. He has no issue with me eating different food, but in public it's a different story. Wait, so they get upset if you don't order the exact same meal as them? And they make sure you do order something so they touch it to make sure? No, you're not the a-hole, but you shouldn't be going along with this. That's so controlling. Straight up unacceptable, you know? Like, oh, you have to eat the exact same food as me, and to make sure I'm gonna put my fingers in it. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. List of red flags. Him insisting you eat the same food as him. Him feeling he has the right to check to make sure. Him putting his hands in your food. Him continuing to touch your food after saying that he'd stop. There's something going on here and you shouldn't ignore it. Am I the a-hole for cancelling my brother's wedding? To make a novel short, my female 27, brother male 30, met his future wife female 28 Ella at a party 3 years ago. Honestly, we never got along, but I always tried to put up a peaceful front because my brother seemed blissfully happy with her. Ella was mean to me a lot, like a lot. She'd make comments about my weight, my makeup, and especially my dog. She hated animals and hated that I'd bring my lab toast to my parents or my brother's house. It always just felt like something aimed to hurt me. When the two got engaged, she asked me to be her maid of honor since she has no sisters or many girlfriends, and since my brother seemed thrilled, I obliged. What I failed to realize when I accepted the role was that to be her maid of honor meant planning the entire wedding. Like I was booking venues, florist, jazz band, everything. Even worse, she expected me to put my credit card down for all of it. My brother and her are not exactly well off, and since I have a well-paying job, I didn't mind holding the deposits, but it was starting to add up up to a lot. Every time I asked Ella about it, she'd say that it would be all paid back by her parents before the wedding. Well, flash forward to last week, about 3 weeks before the wedding, and she's unbearable to be around. She can't last more than a few sentences before snapping at anyone. So when I, of course, brought up the money, crap hit the fan. I asked if she'd received the updated receipt of everything that she owed when she exploded. She called me a whole line of terrible names, but the one that stuck out was her saying, "What do you need the money for anyway? Your sick dog is dead now." Oh no. My beautiful Toasty died about a month before this, after he fought the bravest battle with cancer. He was my soul dog and I was devastated. I blinked at her and simply left the room, having no energy to even respond to something so cruel. I went back to my car, and after a 20-minute silent drive home, I parked the car and I immediately called the vendors and cancelled any deposit under my card. Every single one. After almost 20 calls, all that was left of her wedding was the dress and the flower arch. I texted my brother a short explanation. I told him that every vendor would be contacting him if they wished to keep their services, and they were now responsible for covering everything, and that I'd no longer be attending. It was a matter of minutes before my phone started to explode, and I just turned it off. It's been a few days and I haven't talked to anyone but my mum, who thankfully understands where I was coming from. My brother's tried to call, but I just feel terrible, both about what I did and about what she said. I know what I did was extreme, but I also couldn't sit by and practically enable her cruelty anymore. I still can't help but feel bad for ruining my brother's big day. So, I don't know, am I the a-hole for this? Oh my god, no, not even a little bit. That's a revolting thing to say to somebody, and completely crossing all kinds of lines. Doesn't matter how upset you get, you don't say stuff like that. And yeah, there were so many red flags here, like you having to pay for everything, and them expecting you to do it and just put deposits on stuff because you make more money. Like, unbelievable entitlement and just not grateful for anything. And yeah, turns out they're just straight up cruel. Yeah, no, you don't owe them anything. And I'm sure if you explain that to anybody, they'd understand. And also, sorry, I know I'm going on about this, but you not being able to do this shouldn't ruin their big day, because you shouldn't have all of this on your shoulders, and that just shows that they were making you do way too much of it. And yeah, I feel like that's enough for today, guys. We need to read something that is not infuriating. At a wildlife rehab facility, I met 2 crows that said, "caw, caw," in a human accent. They said it like a human reading the word caw aloud. The tech shook her head and said, "They're making fun of us. People say caw to them all day, so they've started impersonating us." I love crows. Wow, that's so funny. Yeah, crows are so smart that they literally make fun of people. That's so funny. The fact that a random couple ran into Keanu Reeves in a hotel lobby, invited him to their wedding, and he put on a suit and joined is proof that he really is the one. No way. Oh, that's so sweet. Like, hey, Keanu Reeves, do you want to come to our wedding? So beautiful. Your self-worth doesn't depend on your productivity, and it's okay to just exist sometimes. Oh my god, 100%. And that doesn't even feel like you're allowed to say stuff like this, like nowadays. But yeah, it's not all work, work, work. You need to put yourself first as well. Am I the a-hole for checking my husband's dashcam footage on his car without his consent? I, 34 female, live with my husband, 37 male, and daughter, 7 female. My daughter and I recently went on a short trip out of state while my husband stayed as he had to work and was supposed to look after our dog. On the last day of our trip, we get a call from my husband, who was acting distraught and said that our dog Ellie had run away and that he couldn't find her. He claimed that he just bolted away from him in the park into some bushes and he couldn't find her. Our dog is quite small, a mini poodle mix and almost 13 years old. She is active, but it's really unlike her to run away from us. And I was suspicious, but I chose to believe my husband, and me and my daughter were in grief, but we didn't want to blame him. When we came back home, he seemed surprisingly okay, unlike us. Ever since the pandemic, my husband started working from home, and he's always been annoyed at how much attention we gave Ellie, and hated how Ellie begged to sit on our laps and his while he worked. A few days later, we get a call from an animal rescue in a neighbouring state, quite far from us, that says she's been found. I picked the phone, and it was our landline, which we almost never use these days, but it was the contact on the microchip. I told my husband, and he just said, "That's great, I'm so happy," but it felt kind of blunt and insincere. I said it is strange that she got so far, and he responded that someone must have stolen her and then abandoned her. This made little sense to me as to why that would happen. When he was out drinking with his buddies, I copied the videos from his dash cam for the days I was away, and I saw that he had indeed taken Ellie far out of state and clearly dropped her in front of his car and thrown a frisbee-like object into a field, yelled fetch, and then drove off without her. I was livid and I confronted him, and he just stupidly muttered how he dropped dropped her there so she could find a farm and have a better life, and then the next day got really angry at me for viewing his dash cam and called me and my daughter a-holes? What? Yeah, so this isn't really like a question, is it? Of course not the a-hole. Oh, that's so sad. And you'd never be able to trust him again? Like the top comment says, keep your dog and your daughter and leave the husband in another state to find another family that he'd have a better life with. Yeah, that's unforgivable sort of stuff. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that I'd be perfectly capable of doing what she does? I, 30 male, have a wife 30 female and a daughter 7 female. I work in finance and my wife is a stay-at-home mum as I earn sufficient for both of us. My wife is a great stay-at-home mum and takes great care of our house. I was lucky to buy a home as I earn well in a medium cost of living city. I love my wife, but she finds it humorous to say that I'm incapable of doing household tasks. We had agreed that she would do them, and when we decided she would stay at home, and I do stuff occasionally when we're both home if she asks me to, but then if, say, I load the dishwasher for her, she'll claim that I did it wrong just because I do it different than she does, and it still cleans well. The other day we were eating and she told me about her day and how she went grocery shopping and optimized the cost by buying specific items at different specific stores and accounting for the cost of traveling to each store, and she made an offhanded remark that I would never be able to do that and said it in a what would you ever do without me kind of way. I replied back saying that of course I could do that. I handle complex decisions and calculations at my work as I work in finance, and that I have a master's degree and what I do involves more intellect than household operations. Even though I acknowledged and appreciate what she does, I would be capable if the roles were reversed. She got angry and seemed to think that I was calling her stupid when I wasn't, and then cried, and now I feel like an a-hole. She said she was a very good student and had she graduated she would be in my position as well. My wife and I met in college, but she was an international student studying physics and computer science, and she had issues with her loan from her home country and couldn't afford to complete it, and we got married then so she could stay. Initially she wanted to complete it later after finding the funds, but she agreed to be a stay-at-home mum when I got a good job, and I appreciate that a lot as we were able to have a kid early on while I was both completing my masters and working full-time. Yeah, nah, you probably shouldn't have said that. Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. Your wife is a very smart woman who probably prepared her whole life for a challenging technical career, and now for better or for worse she's a stay-at-home mum with no degree or paying job. It's obvious that you're proud of your intellectual capabilities and the complex tasks that you tackle at work. It's obviously part of your identity and your ego, and your wife has none of that, even though that's what she wanted. What little source of pride that she has, her own spouse diminishes and minimizes. How would that make you feel if you were in her shoes? Would you consider supporting your wife to finish her degree? Am I the a-hole? I took $2,000 to get off the plane and I came home late. Delta gave me $2,000 to skip my flight. This is $2,000 that can be spent anywhere. The flight looked like it was going to get cancelled anyway. It did. So now I have $2,000 in a hotel stay, but my fiance is mad at me because I chose the money over coming home. But it looked like the flight was going to be cancelled. Not to mention, I called once and I texted once to ask her opinion, and she didn't answer either, so I had to make the decision by myself. She says because she's been in a semi-depressed state the last few days. It's crazy of me to ever make that decision. She hasn't communicated to me well enough how bad she really is right now. Last night when we spoke and she seemed better. Okay, that was probably the shortest post we've ever read, but no, definitely not the a-hole. Like, you making this decision with the information that you had, whether or not they're happy about it doesn't make you an a-hole. Like, if anything, yeah, there's not enough communication, but that doesn't make you an a-hole. And also, can't they just go home now with the $2,000? Like, isn't this a good thing? Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that my mum will never love her and to stop trying? I've been married to my wife for 2 years, and the best way to describe my mother is cold. She's not rude or anything, just disinterested in my wife. The best way I can explain my mum is that she's tired. She had a really hard life, doesn't have much affection left to give, and she rarely gets close to anyone. It's pure disinterest, and she can't bring herself to care about new people. She's a retired old lady that just wants to sit on the porch and not make small talk with people. We had a little get together at my mum's house. My mum doesn't like it when people bring food. She works all day to make a spread, and it's like her thing. She just wants to provide for the guests. My wife came from work and she brought food, potato salad. I stop her from bringing it in. The whole night she's just bothering her when she was on the porch, asking her if she wants to go on a shopping trip. When my mum asks for some quiet, she still talks on. When I was walking by, she asked me to take my wife away from her. This made my wife upset, but I did it since I could see mum was getting close to the end of her rope. We had to talk about what that was all about, and she just wants to be loved by her mother-in-law. She is being nice, so she doesn't get why she doesn't like her. I told her that my mum will never love her and to just stop. What what she's doing is actively making her dislike you and to leave the woman alone. She called me a jerk and hasn't spoken to me since. Edit, I was told to include this comment from an info comment. Almost never. Most of the time if people join her on the porch, it's very little small talk or just join her watching the garden. She doesn't care how loud they are in the house or anything like that. She likes to watch others have a good time. More of an observer than anything. She asked for quiet with my wife since she was just going on for a while. My sister was out there and told me mum tried politer ways to ask her to be quiet and it didn't work. Also, the direct request didn't work with my wife and she kept going. Yeah, no, I don't think you're a jerk for saying this. Yeah, like this comment says. Honestly, it sounds like OP's wife hit the mother-in-law lottery. A mother-in-law that wants absolutely nothing to do with you but isn't necessarily rude or trying to make your life miserable. That's a blessing. And yeah, not everybody wants to talk a lot. That's completely fine. Also, this comment, a soft, are you the a-hole? Your mother-in-law cooked a feast for you and her. That's her way of showing love. That's what you should have said instead of saying that the love isn't there. Yeah, 100%. That makes a lot of sense. But also, at the same time, if the mother-in-law has tried to get them to stop talking like a few different times and they don't take the hint and they still keep trying to talk to them, then yeah, that's definitely a bit much and I do understand why you said that to them. I'm keen to read your comments, guys. Am I the a-hole for overreacting after my wife lied about our baby's gender? I, 32 male, and my wife, 25 female, are expecting our first child. I've reacted in ways I'm now questioning and I need outside perspective. Background, my childhood was a tumultuous one. Growing up, I always craved a strong male figure in my life. I never had that bond with my father and I always envisioned having it with my son. My wife was aware of this deep-rooted desire. During her first pregnancy appointments, I was on an essential business trip. These trips, though draining, are critical since I'm the only breadwinner, trying to ensure a different life for my child than I had. In my absence, my wife and her adopted mother attended the checkups. Upon my return, she excitedly told me that we were having a boy. We invested emotionally and financially, a blue nursery, boy-themed items, even naming him after my late grandfather. However, a chance remark from her mother disclosed that we were having a girl. My wife admitted that she knew from the beginning but didn't tell me, thinking she was protecting my feelings. I was devastated, feeling the weight of past hurts and fresh betrayals. In my pain, I cleared out the nursery and in a moment I regret, told her mother that she wasn't welcome at upcoming family events, seeing her as part of the deceit. I acted out of deep-seated emotions and past traumas. I love my wife and I regret my reaction, but I feel lost. Am I the a-hole for how I responded? Yeah, like this comment says, why would you pack up the nursery? You're still having a baby. That baby will still need all the things in that nursery. Maybe this is a good chance for you to reconsider your attitudes to sex and gender, because spoiler alert, the baby doesn't care what color their clothes and blankets are. And then also, like the top comment says, everybody sucks here. I can't imagine why she thought it would be less painful for you to think you were having a boy and then disappoint you later. Getting your hopes up accomplishes nothing. That said, you very much did overreact in clearing out the nursery and disinviting her mother from coming over. This reaction is crazy, and you talking about this pain and devastation surrounding having a girl is probably the reason she was afraid to tell you, because she probably wants to be excited about this child and didn't want to deal with you acting like it's something devastating that it's a girl. Also, you're projecting way too much for an unborn child. What if you did have a boy, but he wasn't interested in this intense father-son relationship that you're craving? Can any real-life father-son relationship actually even live up to the one in your head that's supposed to heal your past wounds? Your kids are real people. Don't set them up for failure by having all these weird expectations for how they'll better your existing traumas. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Wow, that was super well said. Yeah, like it is bad that they told you you were having a boy when you weren't, but yeah, obviously they didn't want to tell you about it because of a reaction like this happening. Am I the a-hole for not telling my roommate that I owned the house? Brief backstory. About a year ago, my last remaining grandparent passed away and my father inherited all assets, including a house. I've been saving for a nice down payment, at least 50%, so I could have a lower mortgage payment each month, thus allowing me to save money for travel. When my father inherited this house, which he had no interest in moving into yet, he offered to sell it to me for slightly below market rate, with the caveat that he and my stepmother could eventually move into the basement apartment. I agreed because they're both incredible people who are not at all invasive and would definitely give me my privacy if they lived there. So I paid a 60% down payment, financed the rest and moved in. So present day, about 6 months ago, I started considering renting out the finished basement apartment. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a living room and a small kitchenette, sink and a fridge and a microwave, but no oven. A friend of mine said his brother was moving to the city and needed a place. He's a brand new teacher and doesn't make great money, so he needed a place that wasn't expensive. I offered to let him rent my basement for way less than market rate, $650, which would include utilities. He readily accepted and signed a year-long lease. Well, a few days ago, he asked if he could start paying the landlord directly instead of giving me rent money each month. I was under the impression that my friend had told him that I owned the house, so I was confused, and I told him we don't have a landlord, I'm the owner. He got very upset and screamed at me for lying for over 6 months and taking advantage of him by making him pay so much rent. For the record, an apartment similar to the one in my house would be well over twice what he's paying me, closer to 3 times for something nice. He asked how much of my mortgage he's covering, and I said, why does that matter? You're getting a nice quiet place to live, access to a full kitchen and laundry room, and you're paying an amount that you can afford. My personal finances aren't really a factor here. He stormed out of the room and slammed the basement door, and he's still not speaking to me. I asked a few other friends and some family members, and most said that I'm wrong for having him cover my mortgage payments. What do you mean? Like, they're paying rent. Only a few say that I'm in the right. So am I the a-hole for having my roommate cover $650 of my $775 a month mortgage? Edit to add, he has a lease, so I won't be evicting him over this alone. If he does any damage or becomes hostile, I'll look at the eviction process. But for now, he will remain unless he chooses to break the lease, which I'd allow him to do so if he wants. He also didn't bother to read the lease before signing. The lease clearly states I'm the homeowner. I didn't trick him or keep info from him. He simply didn't read what he was signing, and I didn't get the house for almost free, as some people choose to believe. My father sold it to me for about 75% of the value, more or less as an advance on rent that he and my stepmom will pay when they move in here in a few years. We already agreed that they won't pay rent every month, but they'll contribute to utilities and groceries at that time. I also made a 60% down payment, so I have quite a bit invested, as well as paying about $1,500 a month out of pocket for taxes, insurance and maintenance, and utilities, etc. Yeah, like the top comment says, oh my god, are they freaking serious? What is it that they think people do when they rent? They cover the landlord's mortgage payment? You're definitely not the a-hole, and quite honestly, do not renew the lease with this person. How entitled can a person be? I rented an Airbnb for a few months when I was new to the area. More precisely, I rented a bedroom. Yeah, I had access to the kitchen and a shared bathroom with whoever else were guests, and a shared laundry room and a pool, but still a bedroom. And that was more than what you're charging for a finished basement apartment. It sounds like your renter is gonna get sticker shock when he moves out. Tell everyone who thinks you're ripping the guy off to check the market rate for the area and then go kick rocks. Like what, were you supposed to let him stay for free? Again, not the a-hole, but I think I'd start looking for smarter friends. Yeah, for real, what do they expect? Like, do they really expect to let them live there for free? Surely not. There's a comment here from the person who made this. My family and friends think I should take it easy on him because he's a teacher and he's doing a good thing for kids, but I thought I was taking it easy by giving him cheap rent. Am I the a-hole for refusing to keep doing chores for my wife? I, 28 male, have been married to my wife Bella, 28 female, for 5 years. We both met and went to the same college. She was pre-law while I was doing animation. She graduated top of our class and went to a T20 law school. While she was in law school, I had a lot of trouble finding a job in my field, or a job at all really. I ended up working in a kitchen as a line cook to help support us, in addition to loans that she took out while she was going to school so she could focus on her classes. Bella got a very good job in a different state after she graduated, so I quit my job and I haven't gotten another one since. We have no kids, a nice house for the two of us, and are overall living very, very comfortably. She works a very long hours, so I take care of most of the household things, cleaning, cooking, grocery shopping, repainting the walls, and doing other work and renovations. In the last 6 months, Bella started referring to me as her house husband around our family and friends. I've mostly been letting it go, but every single time it bothers me. I'm already insecure about not being able to find a good job, and this makes me feel even more inadequate. I finally got to the end of my rope when we were with her mother on Sunday, who still doesn't really approve of me, and they were talking about taking care of the lawn and garden, and she said, thank goodness I have a house husband for that, or I'd never find the time, and smiled at me, and then they both laughed, and it was humiliating. I didn't say anything at first, but I guess she could tell that I was really upset, and then asked me what was wrong. I told her that she needed to stop emasculating me and making it seem like I didn't contribute anything to the household. We were arguing back and forth, and she told me that she would stop calling me a house husband if I was going to get that upset about it, but that it was an untrue term and I needed to stop being so insecure. Bella refuses to apologize. I feel like she doesn't fully appreciate my value as her husband. I've stopped doing chores until she apologizes, and she's beyond pissed off. She's been coming home and cooking dinner only for herself and doing the chores I haven't, and then taking off to spend the night at a friend's house. I was talking to my sister about it, and she told me that Bella was wrong, but I was being immature in my response. The thing is, if I give in, she's gonna keep thinking what she's doing is okay. I don't even know anymore more? Am I the a-hole? Yeah, you shouldn't have reacted like this. You went about this the wrong way. You need to communicate. And I don't think they're trying to emasculate you either. And if you have that much of an issue with it, like either try and get to the bottom of it or go and get a job, I suppose. Like the top comment says, darling, you are a house husband. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Or being a housewife. Why do you believe that it's a put down or emasculating? It's an equal contribution to your family and household. It holds value. It permits your wife to work longer hours at her job without trying to also maintain the household. If you're truly unhappy in that role, do something about it. Look for work in your chosen field or look into going back for new qualifications. You the a-hole for getting upset about a factually correct statement. Also, like this comment says, nah, as a housewife myself, I'd be so annoyed if my husband said he has a housewife to take care of stuff. If it was, I'm so glad that my name takes care of all of that, it'd be fine. But to reduce your spouse to just their position, rather than a person, is demeaning. I agree with you though, I do think OP abandoning his position as a house husband to manipulate an apology is what makes him the a-hole, not being upset about it. It's an immature way to go about it, especially considering that she has committed to not refer to him as a house husband anymore. Am I the a-hole for putting an outside lock on my bathroom to prevent my wife from using it? My wife, 25 female, and I, 31 male, bought a house together about 6 months ago. This is our first time living together. Our house is an old American house that has been reformed many times. As a consequence of this, it has a silly layout where there are 2 bathrooms right next to each other that share the same wall. When we pulled the trigger on buying it, we made an agreement that I'd take the bathroom on the left with the shower and she'd take the one on the right with a bath. Hers is much more spacious than mine. I soon learned though that my wife preferred to use my bathroom, but only to defecate. She'll go and pee or take a bath or do her makeup in her own bathroom, but when the time comes to have a bowel movement, she only wants to use my toilet. I usually wouldn't mind this, but the issue is that she sits very far forward on the seat, which does leave streaks in the bowl virtually every time she goes. Ew, what? If you're using somebody else's toilet, you should leave it cleaner than you found it. I first tried approaching this civilly by asking her why she used my bathroom. She gave me a vague answer about preferring it. Then I asked if she could at least sit back a bit more. She said that it was none of my concern how she sat on the toilet. Yeah, well, it is if they're cleaning it up. I offered to change bathrooms with her, to which she said no thanks. Then I asked her to stop using it and she said it was her house too, so she'd be allowed to go wherever she wants. I'm honestly tired of opening the toilet lid to see her poop stuck to the bowl. The day before yesterday, I installed a lock on the door that I could open with a key. At first, she didn't seem to take the hint. She asked me for a key to the bathroom, to which I said no. Then as she really had to go, she started to panic and asked me again and again to open it. I told her that she has a perfectly good toilet in her bathroom. She finally relented but came out of the bathroom extremely upset with me. She's been ticked off and demanding that I remove the lock since. Was I out of line here? No, not even a little bit. They obviously just don't want their bathroom to smell, so they're like, oh yeah, I'll just do it in yours. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. Why can't she do that in her own toilet? Does she not want to clean up her own mess? That's disgusting. Man, start doing it in her toilet. This is the only answer. Hit Taco Bell after a long night at the bars and absolutely destroy her toilet. Maintain eye contact while you do and then don't flush. Not the a-hole. Yeah, and I feel like that's enough of this subreddit for today. Time for something wholesome. Yesterday morning after his soccer game, my 6-year-old asked me how come the other team gets to change the color of their jerseys every week while we always had to wear purple. When I explained that in fact we were playing against different teams each week, his mind was blown. Oh, that's so funny. Why do they get a cool new jersey every single time? This is not fair. As a gay man, I was nervous to invite my boyfriend to my grandparents' house because of their traditional values. This was my grandpa's reply. Mum might have told you already, but my boyfriend is coming to dinner tonight. Hope that's okay. Splendid. Can he arm wrestle? Oh, that's so awesome. There will be arm wrestling and I hope that's okay. No, that's so nice though. That would have been super relieving. Tom Brown, retired engineer, has saved around 1,200 types of apples from extinction over 25 years. Wow, Tom Brown, you absolute legend. That's bloody awesome. Wow, so I've only read a little bit of this article here. It says here, detective work to help him locate the rural orchard which closed in 1859. Next, he enlisted a local hobby orchardist and a mailman as a guide. The two spent days knocking door to door asking about old apple trees. Eventually, an elderly woman led them to the remains of a mountain orchard that had long since been swallowed by forest. Brown returned during fruiting season and used historic records to identify a single gnarled Junaluska tree. He clipped some cyan wood for his new conservation orchard and set about reintroducing the apple to the world. Wow, that's incredible. And they've done that for lots lots of different apples. Yeah, what a legend. That's so cool. Am I the a-hole for telling my son that he can't stay with me when I found out why his wife kicked him out? My daughter-in-law is pregnant with my first grandchild. She's suffering from placenta previa. She's on bed rest. It would be dangerous for her to have the horizontal mumbo. So my a-hole son decided that he would cheat? What? She found out and she kicked him out of the house. He came to stay with us because she was having crazy pregnancy hormones. Every time he called her, they would fight. And after a couple of days, we told him to go see if she calmed down. Her mummy's staying with them, so we weren't worried about her. My wife called her to check in on it and found out the truth. I'm very upset. When I got home from work, I told him he needed to get out of my house. He wasn't someone I wanted to associate with at the moment, and it would be best if he wasn't near me. My wife tried to say that I was being too hard on him, that I should just give him a chance to work things out. Yeah, but they're actively ruining their relationship. They're not working stuff out. I can't even look at him. I don't want such a stupid boy in my house. My wife and I are still fighting about it, but I'm willing to die on this hill. No, you're not the a-hole. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. You have respect for your daughter-in-law and you have strong morals of knowing right from wrong. Looks like your son never inherited them. Like, that's revolting, and there are consequences for revolting behavior. Yeah, they're gonna have stuff to work out. Work out if they'll ever be able to trust them ever again, and probably not. And yeah, like this comment says, my wife tried to say that I was being too hard on him. Ask her if she would feel the same way if you were the one cheating on her while she was pregnant. Yeah, 100%. Am I the a-hole for making my daughter miss once-in-a-lifetime events, homecoming and senior prom, and delete all of her social media as punishment for bullying? Yesterday, I was informed that my daughter Sam was a part of a group of students who bullied another girl to the point that she had to switch schools. There was a racial aspect to the bullying which came as a complete shock, since my wife and I truly did our best to raise our 3 kids to be kind and honest individuals. I don't believe that a grounding and a confiscation of electronics is harsh enough for what they did. So I told Sam that she won't be allowed to participate in homecoming or attend senior prom. I also told her that she won't be getting a car for her 18th birthday either. Finally, I told her that she'll have to delete all of her social media accounts with either me or her mum watching. Sam begged me to allow her to go to senior prom because it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, and to keep just her Instagram account because it had pictures going back years and they weren't saved anywhere else. I told her that she shouldn't have been a racist bully. My parents are temporarily staying with us while their house is undergoing renovations. They agree that what Sam did was completely out of line and must be punished, but they think that making my daughter miss homecoming and senior prom and forcing her to delete her social media is far, far too harsh. Yeah, this comment's good. What if you gave the possibility of earning things back? The point of punishing her is for her to learn from this, to become a better person. Often the best impetus for change is when people see that you change and reward you for it. So tell her that homecoming is gone, but if she genuinely learns from this and shows that she's a better person, she might be able to earn senior prom. She has to show real change and understanding. She's got to do something that will really drive home for her how much harm she's done and how wrong her actions have been. The person she is today, that person doesn't go to prom, but a kinder person who chooses to be a force for good in the world, a person who plans and helps and supports instead of tearing down, yeah, that girl could go to prom. She just has to make a plan with you about how she demonstrates that she's that person. The right kind of volunteering, like homeless outreach or Big Brother, Big Sisters, might help break down her walls and start seeing people as people instead of things to manipulate again. Might teach us some empathy. If it's affordable for you, working with a therapist who specializes in bullying, both to counsel her and to build her roadmap to redemption, would be an excellent idea. Let her download her Instagram pictures before you make her delete the account. There's a balance to that. She doesn't have to give up her only copy of important pictures, but she loses the online presence. Not the a-hole, but I think there are more effective things you can do than creating this big punishment that you can't back down from. Yeah, pretty much every single comment is not the a-hole. And yeah, actions have consequences. You know, it's the same as the last one. Definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for charging my friends rent then keeping the money for myself? This will be my first year in college. When I got accepted, the first person I told was my uncle. We're very close because he took care of me when I was little because my parents had crazy work schedules. Anyway, my grades were good enough to get me in, but not enough to get me any scholarships. That means I'll have to take out loans for tuition and work for my expenses. When my uncle found out, he said I should just concentrate on school instead of working, but my dad, his brother, said that money is tight right now, so my parents can't help me out as much as they want to. My uncle has investment properties all over the place, so he said it's not a big deal for him to buy another one near my campus, which he did, and then he had contractors renovate the house so everything in there is brand new. He even had them install a bay window in the master bedroom just for me, and I got to pick out everything else like the carpet and the counters. He told me that he wants me to concentrate on school and not work. Instead, I can be his landlady and rent out the other 3 bedrooms and keep that money to fund my expenses. I have a group of friends who are attending the same school, so I made a deal with them. Studio apartments are going between $900 and $1,500, not including utilities, around the campus, with the expensive ones being closer. My uncle's house is 1 street over from the campus, so I can literally walk to class every day. I'm charging my friends $700 per room, or if they double up, $350 per person, per month, and split utilities evenly. They all jumped at the offer, and no one asked me any questions until recently, when one of them asked how much the overall rent was. I was honest, and I told them about my uncle and our deal. That blew up in my face, because now every one of my friends are calling me greedy for charging them rent. What? And then pocketing the money? We're all in a huge fight, and they all want to either pay nothing or throw a couple of $100 in for utilities. Wow, what do you mean? I cried to my uncle, but he said now that I'm an adult, I need to make my own adult decision. He'll stand by my decision. I don't want to lose my friends, but I don't want to disappoint my family with bad grades either. I thought I was being fair with rent, but literally all of my friends are calling me a greedy a-hole. Yeah, but that's because they don't understand. Update, thank you for reading my post and giving me advice. I went to my uncle this time without crying, and I told him some of the advice given on here and asked him for his advice. This time he didn't tell me to make my own adult decisions and told me that he was waiting for this conversation. This is what we agreed to do. I texted all of my friends, or former friends, and I told them because of the arguments and hurt feelings, we can no longer live together. My uncle offered to work out a lease for me in the beginning, but I refused because they were my friends. Because no one signed a lease, we didn't have to break any. I was worried about them suing, but my uncle said that the law in our state requires anything to do with real estate to be in writing. Unlike other situations, real estate deals cannot be oral, so I'm good. This time I took him up on the offer of creating a lease for me to have new tenants sign. We spent the morning researching rent prices and making ads. My friends and I made the agreement at the beginning of summer. Now that there's only a couple of weeks left until school starts, we found almost nothing within 3 miles of the campus. There were some options further out, but nothing was cheaper than $1,200 for a shared room, and that was an old house with window AC units and 5 miles from campus. When the house was being renovated, my uncle had central air and heating installed. We came to a rent price of $1,300 and placed ads in several places, including Facebook. Within an hour, I got dozens of messages. It's 4 p.m. now, and I literally have over 100 messages. Many of them don't even need to see the house in person. Based off the pictures and location, they want to submit their application today. Some even offered to send me the deposit, and one person said that her dad will pay me the full semester amount today. My uncle gave me some advice that was exactly what you guys said. Never mix money with friends, or I might lose both, and never tell anybody my business. He told me not to lie, but just keep quiet. Thanks again, and have a great weekend, you wonderful people. Yeah, 1000%. Like the top comment says, you're not the a-hole. They're getting a great deal, but instead of focusing on that, they're seething with envy. Your uncle didn't buy and renovate that home so that your jealous friends could have a free place to live. He invested in that home so you could have a place to stay and an income while you're in school. Don't back down, OP. Your friends aren't entitled to a free roof over their heads just because you have one. Yeah, 100%. So entitled. And like, yeah, they're just gonna go somewhere else and have to pay even more money. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that it's time that she went back to work? Throwaway account because my wife follows my main. My wife has been out of work since 2018. She had a mental breakdown during her 5th year of teaching. She's been going to therapy since, and we started marriage counseling during COVID. Reason for marriage counseling was because she thought I was pushing her too hard to go back to work before her and her therapist thought she was ready. I tried to explain many times that was not my intent, but realistically speaking, for me to keep up with expenses and retirement contributions, I pretty much have to take on extra shifts, which sometimes clock in at over 18 hours a day, and on average I've been pulling 84-hour weeks. I've been doing this since she stopped working. We recently had a fight because I had an extremely rough week and had a conversation again about her going back to work. She opened up with the same line that she always does. We don't feel that it's the right time yet. She feels I've made great progress, and if I rush it, I run the risk of losing it. The we being her and her therapist. I told her I really don't give a damn what her therapist has to say, and I'm sick of you hiding behind her words whenever this topic comes up. She started to cry, telling me that she doesn't like being this way either, and I'm belittling her due to suffering from mental health issues. I replied saying I don't intend to belittle you or not to take your issues seriously. The problem is I'm running myself ragged. And what happens if I have a mental break? Do you think I'll have the luxury of not working? No, I'll have to push through my demons. She said her therapist warned her that this would happen sooner or later, that I'd try to manipulate her into doing something that she wasn't ready to do. This is when I really lost it, and I just let it all out. I didn't say anything kind. I told her that she insults me for thinking what I'm doing is manipulation. I told her I'm working these extra shifts so that she can be at home and BS playing games. I told her during this entire time you haven't made a single effort to improve on certain skills. I told her that she still can't cook to save her life, and that I was sick of coming home after 12 or 18-hour days just to make us dinner because her idea of making dinner is pretty much a pre-made in the oven or ordering out. Among other things, that said, she stormed out of the house crying and yelling and shouting how I'm a piece of crap and would rather see myself comfortable versus her getting better. So here I am. I don't feel at the core that I'm wrong. And while what I said was harsh, I think it did have to be said. So Reddit, was I the a-hole here? Hey, I appreciate the replies. I'm going to leave a quick update to answer and clarify what I can. I apologize if I missed something. Thanks nonetheless. Yes, I have been to a couple of sessions with my wife and her therapist. To be honest, it largely felt that I was getting ganged up on. My wife brought up how I was always tired, so I explained that I'm working harder to maintain our home. When I suggested part-time work would allow me to work less, their counter suggestion was to cut things like saving for retirement and hold off on paying debt and tackle such things after my wife gets better. Then I suggested renting out the house to cover the mortgage, and we downsized to an apartment. Her therapist said such a drastic change to her environment could have a negative impact on her depression and advised us against such major life-changing events. During another session, she brought up how my suggestion that she tries cooking to save money so we don't order so much. She felt insulted because in terms of money coming in, I'm making slightly more than our combined income, and she was able to cover her expenses, so she doesn't understand why we're having such a hard time. I was honest, it has less to do with money per se, and more so the fact of the amount of hours I have to work to maintain the income. I told her I pretty much am working 2 full-time jobs. The cooking or doing things around the house was dropped fairly quickly, and then they became a critic on how I can't manage money since I'm making more. Yet I never had issues when she was working with how she spent. More or less every session became what I could do to help my wife. And I get it, her therapist has to look out for my wife, and generally my concerns are small compared to my wife's. My wife isn't a huge fan of our marriage counselor because she offers suggestions that go against her therapist. My friend has also suggested that I speak to a lawyer to see what my options are. After reading many of the comments and thinking back on everything, I think I am gonna do that. I love my wife and I know she's sick, but I'm good to no one if I keep up this pace. Yeah, 100%. Pretty much everybody in the comments are saying not the a-hole. Like, yeah, you're left with pretty much no options. The top comment says, not the a-hole. You sound like you're almost at the end of your tether. 12 to 18-hour workdays are not sustainable for you, and it sounds like she's not doing much around the house. Certainly she's not cooking. Therapy or not, for the past 5 years, she's basically lived a lifestyle where she gets to relax as much as she wants, and it's all subsidized by you. You have my sympathy for that, but let's be clear what your options are here. You can't force her to work, either in the paid workforce or keeping a house for you. You can ask, but you can't force her. All you can do is decide whether you're prepared to live with someone who does not pull their weight in the relationship. If you decide that you can't, then tell her that, not as a threat, but as an ultimatum, simply stating a fact, and you'll find yourself a lawyer. Yeah, and also like this comment says, not the a-hole. Ask her what about your mental and physical health. Also, are you sure the therapist is actually validating everything like this? Sounds a lot like your wife is just saying, but my therapist says, to sort of add weight to what she says, and to accuse you of manipulation is ridiculous. Yeah, and especially if this has been going on for the last 5 years. Am I the a-hole for calling my 8-year-old selfish? I have 3 kids, 7, 8, and 10, and my sister has 2, 7, and 10. We went on vacation together recently, and we took the kids to a zoo that also had a few rides. The kids went on the rides while my sister and I got coffee nearby. We told them to meet us at a certain table when they were done. My 8-year-old came to me much earlier than her siblings and cousins. I asked if the ride scared her, and she said no. She just skipped the lines. I asked her for clarification, and she said there was extra space on the ride. They asked for single riders to come up to the front, so she did that for all 5 rides. I told her the point of going with her siblings and cousins is to have fun with them, and that it was selfish for her to leave them so she could cut the line. I told her I understand why she doesn't have many friends if this is how she acts all the time, and she started to cry and ran to my sister. My sister ended up buying her ice cream and said that I was too harsh. She told my husband, and he's mad at me for speaking to her like that. Am I the a-hole for calling my daughter selfish? Yeah, obviously. What do you mean? mean? Yeah, like the top comment says, I would 100% say you the a-hole. The kid's 8. Instead of treating this as a teaching moment, you tell your own child, I get why you have no friends. The hell is wrong with you? And the comment below, also, how about that's awesome that you feel so confident in choosing to go solo? Yeah, mean and negative for no reason. Am I the a-hole for not forcing my son to rename his hamster? So to start this off, my son is 11 and he's been begging for a family pet for a while. I finally gave in when I felt like we were ready to take one on, and also when I felt like he was ready for the responsibility that comes with one. I expected a dog or a cat, but he really wanted a hamster, so we spent a little over a week prepping, helping him study hamster care, and dedicated a sizable spot in our living room for necessities and home. We finally get around to picking one out at the pet shop. He's set on the name Sonic, but the lady ringing us up mentioned that the one he picked out was a girl, and that she could get him a boy if he wanted, and he just lit up and said, that's Amy. And that was that. We took Amy home. This was in March. My sister-in-law found out she was pregnant somewhere around that time, and last month I found out they were having a girl. Basically what happened was they were picking out names, and one of the names they narrowed it down to had Amy as the middle name. I made a joke of something like, hey, we already have an Amy at our house, trying to be funny, but sister-in-law didn't think it was. I didn't think much about it at the time, but a couple of days ago she asked to come by and talk. She started off by saying that the joke I made was in bad taste. I apologized for it, and then she suggested I change the name. I told her I didn't think that would go over well with my son, and then she outright demanded it be changed whether he likes it or not, because she wasn't going to have a child share the name with a hamster. I agreed to talk it over with my son to see what he thought, and of course he didn't want to. He even thought it was cool that his cousin would share the same name as his hamster. I tried convincing him to rename her Sonic even, or some other Sonic character, but he didn't want that. I explained how sister-in-law feels about this, and he felt a bit hurt because he thought that he upset sister-in-law, but he really didn't want to change the name and didn't understand why they couldn't just share it. Wow, this is not even a problem. And the fact they're making this into an issue is ridiculous. I told my sister-in-law that my son was set on Amy, and she blew up. I'll admit I got a bit defensive and I reacted poorly, but I essentially told her it wasn't a huge deal. It's not like anyone is going to make the connection, and by the time her child is old enough to know her name, Amy the hamster probably won't even be around. She said it was embarrassing because she would always know the connection in her mind. That's your problem. To which I simply told her if it was such a strong reminder of a hamster, then maybe it wasn't a name she should use for her daughter. My brother has told me that I'm being selfish for not forcing my son to pick another name. Oh, get out of here. Sister-in-law obviously thinks I'm an a-hole, and my mum has said the whole thing is childish. So am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole, but yeah, the entire thing is childish 100%. Like this comment says, seems the name Sonic is available, suggests that she call her baby that. And also, it's their cute pet hamster. Like, how is this a negative? Like, you can tell that their son is being positive about it, and they actually see it as a positive that they might share the same name. This could easily be a fun little thing, but they're making it into a problem. Am I the a-hole for telling my family how much my fiance earns after years of them making fun of his job? My family is very well educated and full of professionals, including several doctors and surgeons and dentists, etc. I have a good career and I make a good living. When I met my fiance, he was at my house to supervise a roofing crew the insurance company hired to replace my damaged roof. I instantly fell for him when he pulled up in his truck and couldn't keep my eyes off him for the rest of the day as he gave orders to his men. When we started dating, he was super vague about his job, and I just chalked it up to him being insecure about me having a better career. I didn't care about our income imbalance. When we got serious, we talked about our future plans, and that was when he told me the full extent of his little construction company. I was shocked that his construction earnings is as much as my dad's surgeon salary. Gradually, he took me around to the handful of construction lots and shopping centers that he owns. His rental income combined with his construction earnings is double that of my dad's. He said that few people know about his finances, and he expects me to keep what I know to myself. My parents disapproved of him since the first time I brought him home. My dad coined the term tool boy, and the rest of my family joined in whenever they talk behind my fiance's back. Ew, what? I can't stand people like that. They don't call him that to his face, but instead they make snide remarks. Once my mum said during dinner that they're thinking about hiring someone to mow their lawn, and then turned to my fiance and asked him what he charges. I always try to defend him, and it's a constant battle. It's gotten worse since we're planning our wedding, and the other day my nerves just broke. Yesterday, parents were trying to get me into getting a prenup, and then my dad said, you have to protect your assets just in case Tool Boy decides to go slumming. Yuck, what's wrong with these people? I lost it and I yelled at my parents. During our shouting, I blurted out his earnings and that he makes more than both of them combined. combined, and then I stormed out. I told my fiance what happened, but instead of supporting me, he got mad that I told his parents that. I argued that I was defending him, and then we got into an argument. My parents and family are mad at me for keeping secrets. My fiance is mad at me for not keeping secrets. I'm stuck in the middle and I don't know what to do. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it definitely is a you the a-hole situation, even though the family sounds insufferable. Like this comment says, sounds like your husband likes to build relationships on foundations and merits outside of his finances. Meanwhile, your family looks down on anyone they deem lesser earners than themselves. I know whose corner I'd be in. Apologize to your husband and tell your family to stuff it. Sorry, but you're the a-hole. There are plenty of other things you could have said to illustrate how horrible your family was being. You didn't have to throw out numbers. Now, if your family starts acting better, he'll always know that it's on the basis of his earnings, not his character, and husband will always know that your knee-jerk reaction was to be like, but he does make money, rather than who cares what he makes me happy, he takes care of me, he treats me well, we're good partners with the same life goals, we love each other, support that or shut up. Edit, alright, I'll give OP some leeway, but I think there were still better ways to go about this. We're perfectly comfortable and happy with our mutual finances, which are none of your business. Yeah, and I feel like that's enough for today. It's 1,000,000% time to read something wholesome. Mammals both produce milk and have hair. Ergo, a coconut is a mammal. I know you're being facetious, but this is an actual issue with morphology-based phylogeny. Leans over and whispers to the person beside me. What are they talking about? Holds up a plucked chicken. Behold, a man. Yeah, one thing I've learned from making shorts about Tumblr is the threads on there can be so wholesome and so funny. Happy 21st birthday to my beautiful daughter. Left, Raylan. Yeah, thank you for the clarification, Dad. That's so funny. Client, do you know how to draw a horse? Painter, of course. Oh, that's so cute, but also terrifying at the same time. And also really well done, even though it's not right. I'm so happy they didn't do it right. This is so much better. Am I the a-hole for demanding respect from my daughter-in-law, and if she can't, then she can get the hell out? I'm a young mother-in-law, I'm only 39, had my kids pretty young, and I am very lucky that my husband makes a lot of money, so I don't have to work. My husband and I decided I'd be a homemaker and be active in the community. That's what I've been up to, and I try to make the community a better place. Now, my older son is 22 and married, and I was really excited until I met her. In general, she's a very business-focused person and very blunt. I actively dislike her, but I try to be polite for my son's sake. A few examples of why I don't like her. Her wedding gift that I handed over saying it was from me and my husband. She responded back, just your husband, since I know it wasn't your money that paid for it. Wow, what? Yeah, you're not the a-hole in this situation. Saying I'm volunteering, well, that's not a real job since it doesn't make money. And passive aggressive, and yeah, I have talked to my son about it, and even once with her to try and clear the air. We had a get together last night and I made a homemade meal. When I was plating everything, she came up and made the comment, no wonder I could make a home cooked meal. I don't do anything else with my day. Oh my god, they sound awful. I lost it and I told her she needs to respect me or get the hell out of my house. She was shocked and then started to cry when I did kick her out. My son is pissed and we had a huge argument and he called me a huge a-hole. I need an outside opinion. Oh hell no, you're not the a-hole. Like yeah, it's one thing to be a blunt person. That's okay, but it's not okay to be straight up rude to people. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Wow, she's a total a-hole. Just because you don't conform to her business-focused personality doesn't mean you've done anything wrong. What you and your husband have works for the two of you, and you volunteer for the community. Whether it pays or not doesn't take away from your commitment and responsibility that you show to others. Daughter-in-law's a piece of work. What does your husband say to all of this? And they responded underneath, my husband hates her. I had to drag him to the wedding, only so it wouldn't destroy his and our kids' relationships. Yeah, wow, I can't believe they were this rude. And in your own house as well. That's so awful. Imagine saying that to somebody. Like, oh yeah, of course you can cook a good meal because you don't do anything else. Get out of here. How awful. And also, that's so obviously awful to anybody. And the fact that the son can't obviously see how awful they're being is a huge red flag as well. Yeah, no, not the a-hole. And they should be apologizing to you ASAP. Am I the a-hole for telling my brother that it's pathetic that he can't do the basics of what his wife did? On my phone, sorry. I love my sister-in-law and brother. They have 2 kids and my sister-in-law Rachel was kind of a stay-at-home mum. She worked from home part-time but also took care of the kids and all the chores. I was over multiple times and the house was spotless. Really, I thought she was just extra cleaning when she had guests, but no. When I had my kids, she showed me her schedule. She would wake up at 5 for meal prep prepping for the whole day. Like, she never stopped, and a lot of her tips helped me with my own home. Now, my brother lost his job and it was decided that Rachel would go back to work full time and he would stay at home. The kids are in kindergarten and first grade. He has this on easy mode. I've been over to help sometimes since he just sucks at it. The house is always a mess. The kids are usually late to school. He asked me to drive them after the school talk to him, and he doesn't cook. It's just sad. He got in a huge argument with his wife since dinner wasn't done and she had to make it. He was ranting about how it's unfair and that he is trying. I told him that it's pathetic that he can't do the basic of what his wife did. He has 8 hours free and he can't keep the house clean. I told him that she'll divorce him if he doesn't stop being so lazy and figure it out. He left after calling me a jerk, and my mum is now on me for what I said. Thank you for the mac and cheese recipes. Updates: I love my sister-in-law. My mum apologized to me. Rachel sent my mum what the kitchen and house look like, the messages from the school, and apparently a text argument about how he shouldn't be doing this. She gave him 2 options: get his crap together or get out. I learned a lot more about the situation, and I learned he wasn't packing the kids' lunches the last 2 days. I think he just broke his marriage. Oh, I hope not. That's so sad if that's the case. And there's a comment here that says, I gave him a schedule and so did sister-in-law. I've been over so many times. He's not doing anything. The house is gross and the kitchen is the worst. Sister-in-law 28 and brother 31. Yeah, I don't feel like you're the a-hole in this situation. It sounds like it was the truth and it all needed to be said. Hopefully they sort it out and they start doing better. It'd be so sad if it didn't get any better. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife off after getting our daughter to cut her hair off, even after being told not to? My wife is currently battling cancer, and one of the things that she told me that she's struggling with the most was losing her hair. She's been given a near 100% chance of survival since we caught it early, but the chemotherapy has destroyed her hair anyway, and she had to shave what was left off it a few weeks ago. Not long after that, she suggested we attempt to get our 17-year-old daughter Anna to do so as well. Anna has long hair that she puts a lot of care into, so I felt it was inappropriate to ask her in private if she wanted to or would be willing to do such a thing. She told me that she didn't want to cut her hair, and I figured that was the end of it. However, yesterday they came home from a girls' shopping trip, something they do every so often, and Anna had a buzzed haircut. It struck me as odd after what she said, so after dinner I talked to her and she told me that my wife said that she would never forgive Anna if she didn't show her support by buzzing her head. I asked her if she was happy about it and she said that she wasn't. When I went to bed, I brought it up with my wife and she said it was Anna's choice to or not. I just told her how I'd see the situation. I told her off, saying that she needed to respect Anna's personal choices and that a 17-year-old girl being against shaving her head wasn't exactly out of the ordinary. However, my wife simply said that it was to show support for her. I've been sleeping on the couch since. I love my wife and I understand that she's going through something traumatic. However, her attitude comes off as very manipulative to me, and that's not behavior I feel I can personally accept. I'm not sure if I can move past this to continue the relationship. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, pretty much like this comment says. Your wife's illness is tragic, but not an excuse to emotionally blackmail and ignore your daughter's body autonomy. Frankly, her behavior is very jealous and cruel. Yeah, I hope they're supporting the daughter because that's really not good. Yes, super toxic. Am I the a-hole for how I, 37 male, reacted to my son, 17 male, coming out to me? It's been pointed out that my title wording has the post seem worse than it is, so I apologize for that. It wasn't my intention. So I've always known that my son had an interest in men. He was slow on the pickup of incognito mode, and from the searches that he made, I figured that he was at least bi-curious, if that's the proper term for it, since he hit puberty. Well, last year he started bringing a boy around and it was obvious they were dating, to the point where I figured that he knew I knew, and it wasn't a big deal to anyone. Well, apparently I was wrong. After school yesterday, he and his boyfriend came up to me and said there was something really important they needed to tell me. My son said that they were dating and had been for a year. Well, I was surprised that he wasn't aware that I knew and was a bit thrown off. My mouth moved a little bit faster than my brain and said, well, that's pretty freaking gay. Well, now I think it was peak comedy since it is in fact gay. However, I understand that using the word gay in that way gives it a very negative undertone, hence the mouth faster than brain comment. Now, my son and I are usually pretty edgy with our humor, this being fairly tame for the stuff that we joke about. While probably not appropriate for the situation, it wasn't our norm for a conversation between us. However, he and his boyfriend were very, very upset and they left. I'm probably the a-hole, but I thought I'd check and see if you had some advice on what I can say to fix it. He currently won't respond to my texts or calls. Yeah, okay, so definitely shouldn't have said that. And in this situation, they're definitely the a-hole, but in the long run, I'm sure it's going to be fine. Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole for the wording. I won't lie, as someone who has been out and proud for years, that joke made me laugh my ass off, but your son needed support more than humor. In the grand scheme of things, I was expecting much worse from the title, so I think if you just apologize and explain that you meant it in a humorous way and that you fully accept him and his partner, you and your son will be fine. Yeah, 1000%. You didn't have any bad intentions. It just wasn't the right time to say that. Am I the a-hole for walking out of a wedding I was a part of and ruining the day? I dated my ex-boyfriend John for 4 years and got serious enough where we started planning for our future, wedding and kids, etc. I thought we were pretty happy, but last year he dumped me pretty suddenly. I tried to figure out what went wrong, but he said it was personal and that I should respect his space. During this time, my best friend Stacey and her fiance Tom were my rocks, letting me crash at their place and just being overwhelmingly supportive and loving. When Stacey asked me to be her maid of honor, I thought it was a no-brainer and I happily took on the task. Fast forward to what happened this weekend. The morning of the wedding, Tom asked me to meet him super early for breakfast, before all of the festivities. I thought it was weird, but I assumed he maybe wanted to pass something on to Stacey. What happened instead was that Tom let me know that a few days prior, Stacey admitted to him that she had an affair with John, which led to my breakup. He said that Stacey wanted to come clean to start their marriage fresh, and that he was forgiving her to move forward. He'd gone back and forth between telling me and finally decided to spill the beans. I guess he had expected me to forgive Stacey too because the affair was so long ago. The opposite pretty much happened and I just walked out on the wedding. It ended up causing a huge mess because I was pretty much running the whole show. Stacey made me do everything, so she didn't even know what was happening on certain times or who to call. Not only that, but everyone realized that the maid of honor wasn't there. She had headshots and bios of the party on her wedding page, and news of the affair eventually got out because her cousin knew John. Stacey and Tom have been slandering me online now, saying that I ruined their once-in-a-lifetime moment. You ruined it by having an affair, are you joking? Some of their friends are on their side saying that I should have handled the situation more privately and at least stuck out the wedding since it was so last minute. I personally don't know what Tom expected, but either way, I've been bombarded with texts and I heard that Stacey has been so upset that she's had to take time off work, which does make me feel like an a-hole, especially since I've just been ignoring her calls. Yeah, 1000% this comment. No, Stacey, you ruined your once-in-a-lifetime moment by cheating on Tom and screwing my boyfriend just before the wedding. You cheated on your husband and you cheated on your maid of honor. You betrayed everyone close to you. I'd copy and paste that everywhere on the internet, every online slander. I'd post it 1,000 times each time she posted anything about me. That'd be the boilerplate response, not the a-hole. Yeah, honestly, and how are they the ones who are upset? How can they not for a second be like, oh, well, I guess I shouldn't have cheated on my husband? Like, what? That's so hilariously sad. They literally betrayed you and their partner, which led to your relationship ending. Obviously, your partner cheated as well, but now they're the ones who are upset at you? Nah. Yeah, like the top comment says, hard not the a-hole on this one. Was walking out of the wedding the day of a nice thing to do? Not really, but what did they expect would happen by telling you? And on the wedding day, they knew that they were playing with fire. They chose when to tell you this information. Simply walking out because, whoa Nelly, I bet there were a ton of conflicting emotions, was pretty adult. You didn't cause a huge scene. You simply extricated yourself from the situation, not the a-hole. Yeah, it sounds like they handled it super well. Am I the a-hole for not letting my girlfriend eat the naan bread that we ordered? My girlfriend and I got takeout from an Indian restaurant that we like to order from, usually when our budget allows us. This place is really the only good Indian place anywhere near us, but it's very pricey, and so we try to keep our order small. One entree for me, one entree for her, and a side of naan bread that we share. The thing is, the side of bread isn't very much, and the entree just isn't the same without it, so it seriously annoys me when she eats the bread without dipping it in her curry. It's such a waste of the little bread that we get. I can already tell where this one's going. I told her this before, but says it's not my concern how she eats her food. Yeah, 100%, except it is my concern because she's wasting a shared side. No, it's still not your concern because she can do whatever she wants with the half that's hers. Whatever, I let it go each time. This time she didn't order curry like she usually does. She got biryani, rice and meat. So I was happy that I would get the bread to myself. While we were eating, she reaches over for the bread and eats a piece on its own. I got annoyed and I moved the bread away from her and I told her that she doesn't need the bread since she isn't eating a curry and doesn't need bread, whereas I am eating a curry, so I do need bread. Wait a second, you can 100% eat naan bread with this. Also, that her entree comes with rice and she can eat that. She got offended and ended up threatening not to pay her share for the food next time. She also called me a greedy a-hole and took her food and ate the rest in our bedroom. My friends are split. One of them says I'm in the right and it's too much carbs for one meal for her to have bread and rice. But the other friend essentially also called me a greedy a-hole. It's been hours and she's ignoring me. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, of course. What? Like, wasn't the deal from the beginning of this that you split the food? Well, you split the naan bread. So if you're using that logic, you only own half of the naan bread. And they can do whatever the hell they want with the other half. And just because they're not eating a curry doesn't mean they can't eat it, obviously. Yeah, the top comment. In this situation, you're a gigantic a-hole. You don't get to decide for someone how they eat their food. If you're splitting the bill, she gets to eat some of the bread. Regardless if you think it's been wasted, go say you're sorry before you're single. You the a-hole? Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't come to that, but yeah. And yeah, obviously in this situation, even though it is a bit pricey, get your own naan bread so you don't even have to think about this. But yeah, if you're splitting it, you don't get to decide what they do with it. 100%. Am I the a-hole for thinking that my wife overreacted when an elderly lady touched our kid? Hey Reddit, I need a tiebreaker vote here. Our family and friends are divided. My wife and I went shopping. I went to a different aisle to get some jerky. I heard my wife scream, "Help!" So I ran over and she was freaking out because an elderly woman hugged our son. You can tell that the woman was harmless. The woman's son came along and profusely stating that she had dementia and she meant no harm, that she tends to view every child as her child. I said it was okay and I myself apologized for my wife's overreaction. During this time I was not paying attention and my wife called 911 and called over security. It became a huge mess for all the parties. What? Because my wife was not letting the issue go. You could also tell the son was extremely embarrassed, as was I. I was trying to relax my wife, but she kept going on a complete meltdown rage saying that his mother should be in a home if she can't keep her hands to herself. What if she got our kid sick or tried to kidnap him, got combative and hurt him? All of which I agree, yeah, are possible outcomes, but I told her none of that happened, so let's just leave it. Security states since the wife called the police, we had to wait for them to show up so they can file a report as per their store policy. About 25 minutes later, police showed up and asked what happened, and my wife explained everything. You can tell the police were like, what the hell's wrong with this woman? I felt nothing but disappointment. Police took the statement and started laughing as they left, gave the son of the elderly mum a fist bump and said sorry. My wife was upset that I didn't have her side. She was upset how I took the side of the son instead of her. No, it's not about taking sides. It's about what obviously makes sense. I explained that his mum was clearly sick. It was a harmless gesture. And I explained that she was the one that acted unreasonably. I did acknowledge her concerns, but nothing bad happened. We could have just let it slide and went on with our day. She told me that I failed as a husband. No way. So we ran the story by our family and friends. It's a 50-50 split. So my brother-in-law said it would be a funny story for Am I the A-hole? He frequents the subreddit, so Reddit, was I the A-hole? Sorry, I forgot to add our kid is 19 months old. Oh my god, not the a-hole, 100%. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole, good lord. Your wife's initial concern was justified, but after the situation was explained and an apology was offered, she should have dropped it. There was no reason to call 911 or even store security. You didn't fail as a husband. You were acting rationally. And yeah, blowing it completely out of proportion is super irrational. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for kicking only my sister-in-law out, which meant that she had to fly home early from vacation? I, 29 female, have a half-brother, James, 37. James is married to Lindsay, 35, and they have 2 kids, 4 female and 2 male. I invited James, Lindsay, and the kids to visit me this past week, and they were meant to stay until next Friday. Lindsay and I have always gotten on fine, except for the fact that she's always had a weird attitude to me, being a stay-at-home wife or mum. She always asks me if I'm going to ask my husband before making non-essential purchases, or ask me if I feel bad relaxing while he's working, or suggest that I do things for him as a thank you to him since I'm apparently not doing anything else. Whoa, yeah, they need to mind their own business. I know that James and Lindsay are big on splitting costs, and while he pays for everything for both kids, he won't pay for Lindsay, despite making like 25x her salary. Being that that's the relationship they're happy with, I just roll with the comments, because my marriage must look weird to Lindsay. However, there is a line. A few days ago, we were sitting on our rooftop drinking wine after the kids went to bed. Lindsay was admiring the view and made a comment about how much our apartment cost. James must have told her, and asked if my name was on the deed. She then said half of X amount penthouse just for lying on your back. Wow, what? Sex work is way more lucrative than I thought. Both my husband and James are laid into her for that comment. I was obviously furious, and I told Lindsay first thing in the morning that she had to get out. She wasn't staying here after speaking to me like that, especially when she wasn't even apologetic. I felt bad for ruining James and the kids' trip, but both my husband and I were way too angry to have Lindsay there. Yeah, like the one we read before. How do you think it's okay to say something like this? Gross. The next morning, Lindsay asked if she could stay. She said that James wasn't willing to end the trip early and wanted to stay, but she couldn't afford to stay in a local hotel. She blamed her comment on the wine, but her apology and explanation seemed so insincere and was clearly based on having no choice. I told her this and said that even if she did mean it, I just needed some space from her and I didn't want her around after what she said, because when put on top of what she's been saying for years, it's obvious what she thinks. James then said that he wasn't paying for her hotel because it was her own actions that got her kicked out, and she'd have to fly home early and he'd fly back with the kids as planned, which is what happened. Lindsay has since laid into me over text and social media. Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh, what's that? The consequences of my own actions? God, how frustrating. Laid into me on text and social media for forcing her to go home early without her kids. Both my mother and James have said I was wrong for kicking Lindsay out. James's mother said I should have just let her stay for James's sake and not invited them back. My mother says I should have kicked all of them out because now Lindsay has to be away from her kids. I don't think I'm the a-hole for kicking out the person who made the comment, but not the person who defended me and innocent kids. Did I handle it like an a-hole? No, definitely not. Yeah, the top comment, because it was her actions that got her kicked out. There, this and that. That's all that's needed, and all that's needed to be said. She accused you of being a sex worker, and while it's nothing wrong to be one, it's not something you say to the innkeepers while you travel. She disrespected you, your husband, and your home, and you threw her out. Good riddance to bad rubbish, not the a-hole. Yeah, and it's not just that comment they made. All the other comments as well about how they feel like they don't do anything and stuff. Like asking if they feel bad because their partner's doing all the work and they're apparently not. Yeah, so awful. And this is literally a consequence of their actions, and they obviously can't take responsibility for it. And yeah, who are you to comment on somebody else's relationship? And yeah, I feel like that's enough for today, guys. Let's read something wholesome and not infuriating. The last thing you ate is what you have to name him. It feels so good to read this. Let me know down below what you'd have to name him, guys. I had bao buns for dinner, so I think bao bun, which is kind of a cute name. A little kid came up to the ice cream truck today holding a $5 in one hand and a cool leaf in the other. She asked me for a bomb pop and I said, okay, that'll be one leaf please. And she said no and handed me the $5. Wow, that's so funny. No, this leaf is worth a lot more to me than $5. That's so adorable. Is it possible to make me look attractive? Done. You didn't change anything? Yup. Wow, that's so cute. And some random person on the internet just being super nice and wholesome. I love seeing stuff like this. The photos my dad sends me of the new kitten that he doesn't want. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that they've changed their mind. So cute. Am I the a-hole for telling my sister her son is only special to her? I, female 26, have 3 older siblings. This is about my older sister Abby, female 37. Abby has a son, 5, and I have a daughter, 1. Abby's dealt with years of fertility issues and had probably 10 plus miscarriages. Then she had a son, and of course, it was Abby's miracle rainbow baby. We were so happy for her, but then it leads to Abby spoiling her son and letting him get away with everything because he's a miracle and he's special. Everyone's always bit their tongue when it comes to her son because of that. On Saturday, I had my daughter's first birthday party. It was mostly family and a few of my close friends were invited. I invited Abby and her son because everyone else in our family was invited too, so I felt bad excluding her. We had different activities for the kids to do. Abby's son didn't like any of them. He was upset none of the presents were for him. He didn't want to eat any of the food that we had. He then decided to try and push the cake off the table because apparently he was mad that the cake wasn't his. I got super upset at Abby for allowing her son to act that way. She went on to say that her son is special. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you let them act like this. I said that her son is only special to her, which is understandable, but to everyone else, he's a spoiled brat, which shouldn't be overlooked because he was your special miracle baby. Abby called me a biatch and left crying. A few family members have since called me an a-hole because I've never dealt with a miscarriage, so I don't know how painful it was for Abby to deal with the years of that before her son. It's not that I don't realize her son is special to her, but it doesn't give the excuse for Abby to allow him to act like a spoilt brat. Oh my god, no, 100%. And yeah, they are special and they are a miracle and it's super beautiful. But yeah, who wants their special child to be a spoilt brat? Like yeah, they can be a miracle, they can be special, they can be amazing, but it doesn't mean they should be acting like this, because if they are, the only way they're special or different from anybody else is in a bad way and not a good way because they're acting like a brat. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole, and you're 100% correct. fact, while he is her miracle baby, no one else in the world is gonna coddle him except her, and she's raising him to be a spoiled, entitled brat, which will only bring him issues later in life. He needs some manners and discipline, and your sister needs a wake-up call. What's she gonna say to the police when he gets arrested for his bad behavior? But officer, he's my miracle baby. He didn't mean to steal or assault someone or whatever stupid thing he did because he thinks he can get away with it. It's better she realizes this now than when he's older and there are real-life consequences to his actions. Yeah, 100% not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for calling my daughter's father spineless and his girlfriend creepy over their name choice of their daughter? A little bit of context for you all. I ended up falling pregnant with my 10-year-old daughter during a drunken hookup with a friend in my mid-20s. Not the most glamorous or flattering truth, but it's the truth all the same. When we found out, we decided to keep the child and co-parent while remaining friends. We were never a couple and we didn't want to be one either. 4 years ago, he began to date his long-term girlfriend and they moved in together last year. She fell pregnant and I've been supportive to them both as much as I could be without crossing any lines. I've encouraged my daughter to help out whenever she's staying with them during the pregnancy and to behave. I've also made it clear that I want the children to have a close relationship despite having different mothers. I've even said that if they were comfortable with it on nights I have my daughter, if they ever want time alone, I'll babysit once they have the baby, so my daughter can spend time with her sibling. All in all, I thought everything was great and I was excited for my daughter to have a sibling, as she's always wanted one, but I had no interest in having another child. 3 days ago, my friend and his girlfriend had a daughter. They asked me to bring my daughter to the hospital to meet her little sister yesterday alongside others of the family, so I did that, but when they introduced us to the baby, I was shocked. The name they used was my daughter's name. She didn't seem to have any issue with this when she introduced the baby bold as brass. My friend seemed uncomfortable and wouldn't look at me directly. I asked them what they were playing at which point my friend's father said that he'd take my daughter down to the cafeteria to get something to eat and left with her. My friend told me to calm down and not overreact, while his girlfriend told me that she didn't see the issue and it was a pretty name. I asked him if they'd name the baby for my daughter, trying to understand the logic, but his girlfriend said that no, it was just a pretty name that she liked. I then asked if they planned to use a nickname or a middle name when addressing her, and her response was that she didn't see a need for that. I told them they were being ridiculous and that they couldn't do this. I then told his girlfriend that I found this creepy, and I told my friend that he was spineless if he was happy to go along with this. He tried to claim that our daughter could use a nickname or something, but I shut that down immediately, asking why it was more reasonable for a girl who has used that name for a decade to shame her name compared to a baby who had no concept of what a name was yet. His girlfriend told me I was being a biatch talking to her like that after she just gave birth, and asked the nurses to remove me, saying I was being disruptive. Maybe my temper is running a little too hot though, and maybe I was too harsh on her when she just gave birth. It's just so weird. Edit, I'd also like to state, I know that what they want to name their child is their choice. They could have called her Dinosaur for all I care, but this one name that should be off limits or adjusted. They even have the same surname as they have the same father. Something about it felt malicious and deliberate, like she's trying to replace my daughter, and for them both to spring it on us like that at the first meeting, no, that was weird. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. That's super weird. Yeah, like the top 2 comments. Not the a-hole. From the outside, it sure does read like she wants to replace her partner's affection for his first daughter with his new baby. Of course it's creepy. And the suggestion that the 10-year-old should use a nickname. Wow, talk about audacity. And yeah, it's not the ideal place to be talking about this, but you know, what else are you meant to say? Like, oh, they have the exact same name. Okay. Yeah, it's unfair on both of the kids. Am I the a-hole for fainting at my aunt's wedding and ruining it? I, 21 female, attended my aunt's wedding a few weeks ago. I was not part of the wedding, just a guest, which I was fine with. Before the wedding, everyone was advised to drink lots of water and eat beforehand because it was going to be an extremely hot day that day. The wedding started at 5 p.m. and I had absolutely nothing to eat or drink until then, except maybe a granola bar, because I was extremely busy that day. So when it was time for the wedding, I was already tired and hungry. About 30 minutes into the wedding, which was at a church by the way, I was feeling uneasy and lightheaded, so I excused myself to go to the washroom. As I was walking, I got that feeling that I was about to collapse. The next thing I can remember was coming to and seeing lots of people surrounding me, including the bride and groom. Apparently when I fainted, I fell onto the photographer who was crouched down near me. Not only that, but he dropped the camera lens and it broke. To be honest, I don't even remember seeing the photographer, but I may have been too dizzy or something to have seen him. The wedding was a bit of a cheaper one, so the photographer was a family friend of the groom's who only had one camera with him. The bride was just in tears that she won't have any good pictures from her wedding. The photographer insisted that he could drive home and grab a different one, but it would take too long. The bride was indeed mad at me, but I feel it was a bit harsh as it was extremely embarrassing for me already. Fainting never even crossed my mind as something that would happen at all. a-hole? They did get pictures, but they were on cell phones. Am I the a-hole? Well, kinda, but not really, but also a little bit. Yeah, like the top comment says, I mean, kinda you the a-hole. Sorry, you obviously didn't mean to faint. That wasn't in your control. But your own admission that you didn't eat or drink all day, even though you knew it was going to be a very hot one, and you'd been advised to take precautions, and you didn't really seem to feel bad about breaking the photographer's camera lens when you did fall, because it was a cheaper wedding. It's a very soft you the a-hole, since none of this was intentional, but it does sound like you were negligent and not particularly concerned about the consequences for other people. Am I the a-hole for firing my brother after he proposed at my wedding? So, a bit of background. I own a plumbing company and I hired my brother 3 years ago. He was jobless after the pandemic and I offered him to come work for me. He was 22 at the time and is now looking to become a master plumber and start his own business. At my wedding, in which he was the best man, he decided that during his speech he would give us all a big surprise and decided to propose to his longtime girlfriend. Me and my wife were appalled. We both felt like he stole the shine from our day. Everyone else in our families were so excited and kept taking pictures with her, looking at the ring, etc. I decided to fire him the very next day. He still doesn't understand why. He says I'm being selfish and irrational, and our parents agree. They're saying that business should be separate from our personal lives, but I just can't overlook what he did and how he ruined our day. Am I overthinking this? Edit, I should have mentioned this, but he will be getting severance. He is still my brother, and I wouldn't let him lose his home over this. But as a small business, I can't imagine seeing him every day at work. Not now, at least. Edit 2, I reached out to him, and we plan on speaking later today in person. Edit 3, I love all the people who say you've been looking for a reason to fire him, or you're just jealous. He was my best man. I never felt upset about him opening his own business. In fact, he had my complete blessing. This job was only supposed to be to get him on his feet again. I'm so happy he liked the field and wants to go further in it. There was no malice before this incident. Wow, okay, this one's sort of complicated. Like, yeah, I don't think they should have proposed at your wedding, but I also don't really feel like you should have fired them. Is that too far, or is it justified? Like, on one hand, I understand, but also, you know, not really. Let me know down below what you guys think. It is marked as not the a-hole on here, but there are so many comments saying that everybody sucks, and I can kind of see where everybody's coming from. Am I the a-hole for requiring that guests change clothes before they sit on my furniture? I'm 20 male and I live alone. I'm a very neat person. My mum kept our house pristine growing up and I helped her for as long as I can remember. I recently moved out into my own place, and something that I started thinking about was how many germs from outside would track into our houses. I always change out of my clothes as soon as I get home, but whenever I have guests they don't, and I have no idea where they've been or what their clothes have been exposed to. About a month ago, I bought a bunch of those clear disposable raincoats, and I started telling people who I invited over that they could bring a change of fresh clothes to change into, or wear one of the coats before they sit on my furniture. What? I also offer to wash the clothes that they change out of if they want to. Do you mean people visiting or people coming to stay? My girlfriend doesn't have a problem with this and started just leaving clothes at my place. My mum and my little sister have also been okay with this new rule, but I invited a friend over yesterday. I told them about the clothes thing before they came, and when they got here they were surprised that I actually enforced it and said, "You've got to be messing with me." I told them, "No, I'm serious," and then they left. They haven't been answering my messages either. I was talking to my mum about it today and she said it was pretty excessive and unreasonable to expect everybody to do. Yeah, 100%. I disagree, but I'm kind of double guessing myself. Am I in the wrong here? Yeah, you can't be expecting people to do stuff like this. Yeah, and especially if it sounds like they were coming over to visit. Yeah, like these comments say, I don't want to judge because this sounds like a potential mental health concern. I used to struggle with this too real bad, and it's not really something to be judged for. And the top comment says, "You the a-hole and you need therapy." I don't say that disparagingly at all. I sincerely think you'd benefit from professional help. You the a-hole, and it seems like you have OCD, my friend. Yes, there are germs out there, but the likelihood of them doing harm to you is near zero. This type of thing gets worse over time, so get some help now. Yeah, I don't want to bloody diagnose somebody on Reddit. They definitely are in the wrong if they expect everybody to do this. And yeah, like pretty much all of the comments say, something like OCD would probably make a lot of sense. Am I the a-hole for ending my childcare agreement with my sister because I don't want to care for her future stepkids who I never met? I, 27 female, am a stay-at-home mum to my 2 little boys aged 5 and 1. I also take care of my sister's 2 children ages 8 and 6 after school and during summer break. She sends snacks for all the kids and pays me a small amount of money. I never asked for a lot because it was never a big deal to me, and I enjoy seeing my niece and nephew, but now things have changed. My sister is engaged and her future husband lives out of state with his 2 children. My sister already told me they were hoping that that I'd take care of them. I asked when I'd be meeting the kids, and she said they fly in just before the wedding and I would start right away. I told her I'd like to get to know the kids first, and she said they want to start on the right path with being a blended family, and that means treating the kids the same. She said they want them to have that after school time together. I told her I understood, but I would not be comfortable taking care of kids for extended periods of time when I don't know them and I will have met them 1 or 2 times before that, and that I would not be comfortable. My sister asked why I can't just embrace a big change and throw myself in. I told her if she was willing to give me some time to get to know the kids. She said no. So I told her firmly that she'd need to find someone else to take care of the kids. My sister told me I was really showing that I only consider family those who are related by blood, but I'd feel the same if my brother came back home after several years and asked me to watch his kids who I've never met and they're blood related. For me, it's just a position that requires a close existing relationship for me to be okay with. Am I the a-hole though? Nah, I don't feel like you are. That's a pretty big ask. The top comment says not the a-hole. My sister asked why I can't just embrace a big change and throw myself in. That's an unreasonable demand. Also, have you tried asking her why she can't let you meet the kids first? Something seems funny about that. Sure, she's getting married, she's busy, and they're out of state, but she might be hiding something too. Does one or both of the future husband's kids have difficult or extra care requirements? I'm getting a big feeling that she's trying to push you into agreeing so it's harder for you to back out of once you find out whatever she's hiding. What I'm guessing is one or both of the kids have big behavioral problems or big care needs that are demanding, like medical conditions, developmental problems, etc. Stuff like that can be really demanding and rough, and entitled people all follow the same trickster pattern where they intentionally conceal this and they try to force someone to agree to dealing with it in advance, so if that person later tries to back out, they can play the "but you already agreed" card. If this happens, try and remember, no matter what trick she falls back on, that she tried to manipulate you. If this isn't the case, then fine, but she's still being pretty unreasonable. And the original poster says, not that I'm aware of. She knows the kids have yet to meet and won't be meeting until she flies out for the wedding, which is when he's moving him and the kids in with my sister, so that could be part of why she's being this way. She doesn't want me to question if the kids will get along okay. Yeah, wow, that's so interesting. I didn't really think about that. It does definitely seem like they're trying to rope you into it in advance, but yeah, either way, it is pretty unreasonable. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to pay the extra money my mother-in-law put for a gift that I didn't even ask for? My mother-in-law bought me a new coffee machine. I don't know why, as the one I have is still working fine, but whatever, I accepted. Before leaving, she told me I needed to pay her $30. I asked why, and she said that she planned on putting only $50 in the gift, but the cheapest coffee machine she could find was around $80, so I needed to put $30 in for the machine. That confused me, because if she planned on only putting a certain amount in the gift that I once again didn't ask for, then why not give up the coffee machine idea and buy something that actually was $50? And she said she didn't care about paying more if it made me happy. I said, well, clearly you do, otherwise you wouldn't ask me to pay the extra $30. Yeah, what? She said it was just a matter of principle, and that if I had manners I'd pay her. She then left. She later texted my husband that she was waiting on the $30 and would take back the coffee machine if I didn't, making issues out of nothing. I told my husband to respond that she could come take it back because I was not going to give her $30. My husband is not okay with that because he got attached to the machine, whatever that means, and to just give her the $30. I told my husband if he wanted to keep the machine, then he should give his mum the money that she wants. He said I needed to do it because the gift is originally mine, even though I never asked for it. He said I was making this harder than it needed to be and was selfish to not pay the extra $30 for the coffee machine that his mum got me, especially knowing that he likes it. What do you mean, how? I have a hard time saying how I'm wrong, so I'm coming here because there might be a chance that I am in the wrong. Should I just give his mum the $30 like she asked and be done with it? No, definitely not. It was a present they were buying, and yeah, once again, that you didn't say you wanted, and now they want you to give them money? Nah. The top comment says, not the a-hole. Your mother-in-law and husband want you to pay for a gift that you didn't want and didn't need. Don't pay her and tell her why. You didn't want a coffee machine. Your old one is fine, and why should you pay for a gift that you didn't want? Tell your husband the same. Yeah, 100%. And why doesn't the husband realize this? This comment, not the a-hole, and what the hell, your mother-in-law? Mother-in-law, here's something that you don't need. I need you to pay for it. OP, no thanks. Mother-in-law clasping pearls. The impertinence, have you no manners? Here, I brought you something you have no need for, called it a gift, and then insisted you pay me for it, and you refuse? OP's husband, pay for it, I wanted. What kind of family did you marry into? Yeah, they need to know that they can't do stuff like this. And also, husband, if you're attached to this coffee machine, why don't you pay your mum the money? And yeah, I feel like that's enough of this subreddit for today. So excited for something wholesome. The man in the chair is Mr. L. Mr. L lives in the assisted living home next door to the shop. He has a memory disease that if you tell him something today, he forgets. So if you tell him again tomorrow, it's like new information to him. His brother used to come to the shop and pay me every week to cut his hair. And then later Mr. L will come back and ask me, did his brother pay me so we can get a cut? I would always say, yes sir, your debt is already paid. Mr. L's brother died 5 years ago and he doesn't remember. He still comes every week and asks me if his debt is paid. I always still say, yes sir, your debt is paid, and cut his hair. I know Mr. L's brother is in heaven looking down watching out for us. That's payment enough. Some things are better than money. Amen. Whoa. Yeah, like this comment says, I don't have a signed permission slip for this Phil's trip. Yeah, wow, that's so beautiful. Don't worry, fish, I'm gonna take care of you because I know one day you'll do the same for me. I don't care what it costs, just make this man well again. Yeah, that's so cute, and the way that Peter looks as an old person really suits him. We love this man. I gave this embroidery as a gift to my religious grandma and she loved it. I saw that. She doesn't know what a meme is, but she likes the fact that this piece has a Jesus, and I think that doesn't offend her faith. Wow, that's so cute. Oh yeah, this one. I don't know what's more upsetting, that my wife uploaded my snoring to Spotify, that 44,000 people have listened to it, or that she took the time to release an instrumental version. Dave Don't Snore and Dave Don't Snore instrumental. There's a comment here that says, looked it up. The instrumental version isn't bad, but I prefer the original. That's so funny. My nephew is 5, I'm 33, female. A few months ago he asked me, Auntie Franny, are you a grown-up? I got really quiet, cautiously looked around, put my finger to my mouth, and told him, I'm still a kid, but you can't tell anyone because no one knows. His eyes got huge and he loudly whispered, I knew it. Now every time I see him, he comes up to me at some point and whispers, don't worry, I haven't told them. And then proceeds to ask more questions about my life as a secret kid. Wow, that's so funny. And good on you for thinking of something like this to say. That's amazing. If 99% of the human population thought you were ugly, about 80 million people would still find you attractive. Wow, that's so interesting. Are you listening, nice guys? It's not your appearance, it's your personality. No, but for real, that's so interesting. Definitely never thought about it like this. Am I the a-hole? I have stage 4 cancer and I said no crap to what I thought was in-law's weird and insensitive comment. I have stage 4 cancer with young kids and a wife. Probably gonna die within 1 to 2 years, so my fuse is shortened with certain people. In-laws say to me, it must be so hard for your family and what your family is going through. I want you to know this is not your fault. They've said something similar to me before and I just said I know and moved on. This time I couldn't take it and I said no crap, it's pretty obvious I didn't deserve cancer and I know it's not my fault for getting it. She became upset and told a few people I was rude to her. Should I apologize? Am I misunderstanding what point she was trying to make? The only way I can think of taking it is that there could be a thought in people's mind that it was my fault for getting cancer and making things so hard for my family. I'm young, I've lived a healthy life, not that I would deserve cancer, even if I didn't, so I don't get it. Am I being overly sensitive? Was she just looking for a goodwill hunting moment? I honestly don't get her point. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole, focus on your health and well-being. Her feelings about your response to her foolish comment are hers to manage. If anyone is owed an apology, it's you. You may want to reduce your exposure to this person. You don't need her extra drama. Oh my god, no, 100%. Yeah, a strong not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for taking back a shawl that my wife made for a bride-to-be after she was uninvited from the wedding? My wife Lena crochets a lot and often gives it to friends and family. When her second oldest brother got married, she made the bride a shawl to wear over her dress. The bride loved it, and ever since, Lena has made shawls for everyone in her family that's getting married. Now Lena's older brother George is getting married again. Lena doesn't have a relationship with George as he was abusive to her as a child, but if she has to see him, she's polite but distant with him. She doesn't want to cut off the rest of her family because of George. I work with George, and while we aren't friends, we are friendly at work. Lena encouraged this. When George got moved to my team, I was going to request a transfer, not wanting to expose Lena to George, as my team do a lot of get-togethers with our significant others. As it's a family wedding, Lena's mum asked her if she could crochet a shawl for George's fiance, and Lena agreed. It was arranged that once it was finished, I would take it to work to give it to George, so that Lena didn't have to see him. Earlier this week, the shawl was completed, and I emailed George at work to let him know that I was going to bring it in today as the wedding is tomorrow. When I got into work this morning, I gave George the shawl, and I let him know that Lena and I were looking forward to the wedding. Come lunchtime, Lena called me to let me know that George's fiance had called her and told her that she was no longer invited to the wedding, citing the place that they're having the wedding and the reception at as too small for the number that they have coming, so they have to make cutbacks. However, However, I was still invited to the wedding. I was mad at this because they clearly only invited Lena to get a shawl, which to me is just rude. If they had outright asked her to make one, she probably would have done because she loves to crochet. On my way out of work, I noticed that George wasn't at his desk, but the shawl was. I was still mad that they used Lena to get a shawl, and I just shoved it in my work bag. I left a note on his desk telling George since Lena was no longer invited, the shawl and I would no longer be attending either. On my way home, I told Lena what I'd done, and I asked her if she wanted to go out instead, so not to waste having a sitter. Lena was upset that I'd taken the shawl as it was causing an uproar in her family group chat, where people were calling her petty because I took it back. Lena wants me to give it back. I don't think I should. They don't deserve Lena's kindness. However, at the same time, I don't want Lena to be upset with me over George and a shawl. Am I the a-hole for taking back the shawl? Edit. I've messaged the group chat letting them know that I took it, and if they should be pissed at anyone, then it should be me, but I would also do it again because no one gets to be an idiot to Lena. Yeah, no, I don't think you did anything out of line. It was so rude of him to do this. Yeah, the top comment, not the a-hole, I would have taken it back as well. It was so rude to uninvite your wife but still allow you to come. No point giving the shawl back now. What's done is done. I think it's awesome that you're standing up for your wife. I think your wife needs to stand up for herself more in the future because the family is 100% using your wife. But yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Good on you for standing up to them. Am I the a-hole for not disclosing to my daughter that she wasn't breastfed? Pretty much the title. I, 45 female, and my pregnant daughter, 23 female, were discussing the upcoming baby. She asked me how hard breastfeeding was, and I told her I never did. She asked me why, and I told her the only two people I knew who breastfed complained about it constantly, and it didn't really seem worth the hassle, especially since her dad left me and I had to go back to work 7 weeks after she was born, and I only got an extra week because week 6 was Christmas week. She was upset and accused me of hiding this from her. I said it never came up. So she's all mad and has a call into her doctor to see if she's at a disadvantage because of this, and I should have disclosed the facts before she got pregnant so she knew that she was malnourished. She was never malnourished. She hit all of her landmarks in infancy and was very healthy. I think she's being ridiculous and she thinks I'm a total a-hole. Am I the a-hole? Nah, definitely not. The top comment says not the a-hole. My guess, your daughter has been talking about how superior breastfeeding is and how she thrived under it to her circle of friends. I'd guess that she probably also judged one or more other mums for not doing it. Now that she knows the truth, she's upset because she built her self-image around it. She might have even accused other people of malnourishing their kids with formula. It's a whole thing people do for some bizarre self-important reason. Yeah, well, that's an interesting thought because it sounds like they took it personally. Like, yeah, they had the belief that they were breastfed. That'd probably explain why they reacted like this. But yeah, no, I don't think the mum's the a-hole. Like they said, it never came up in conversation, so why are they just gonna say this? Like, hey, just in case you get upset about it in the future, you weren't actually breastfed. Am I the a-hole for leaving the table after what my father-in-law said? My 26 female husband, 29 male, and I were invited at the in-laws for dinner yesterday. Everything was going great until my mother-in-law brought up my husband's player phase in high school. My mother-in-law was just jokingly being like, honestly, him in high school? I never thought he'd actually settle down with somebody. And my father-in-law was like, yeah, even less with someone like you. What? I asked him what he meant by that. Both my mother-in-law and husband were then like, please no, in a, oh god, he's gonna mess up way. My father-in-law said, well, you weren't exactly his type in high school, you know. My husband tried to make him stop after that, but my father-in-law added, not saying you weren't pretty enough or anything like that, you just wouldn't have caught his eyes. I got up from the table and I went to the bathroom. I wasn't even in there for 5 minutes and my husband knocked and told me that we were leaving. Once we were home, my husband received a text from his mum saying that my reaction was childish and disrespectful. Oh my god, who are they to talk about disrespect? And they wouldn't be invited again until I apologized? Oh no. My husband replied that I'd only apologize if my father-in-law apologized first. He didn't get an answer, but his sister texted me that I needed to apologize ASAP because I was putting my husband's relationship with his parents at risk over a misunderstanding. It's not really a misunderstanding. Yeah, like this comment says, Pops put his foot in his mouth past his kneecap. Now mother-in-law wants you to apologize for Pop's jerk-ass statement to make everything nice again. Not the a-hole. Yeah, 100%. And by the way, that's a beautiful comment. It completely sums this up. Like, yeah, mother-in-law wants you to apologize for Pop's jerk-ass statement to make everything nice again. But surely the in-laws can see that they shouldn't have said that. Am I the a-hole for letting my brother and family stay with me after a flooding, but not my niece? I, 37 male, have been married to my husband, 41 male, for 4 years. I came out to my family as bi when I was 16, and from the the very beginning, they were nothing but supportive, and to this day, almost my entire family accepts me for who I am. My niece 20 female is the only exception. She's my brother's 43 male daughter, and despite her parents showing no prejudices against the LGBTQ+ community, she doesn't make a secret of her homophobia. I don't know where her beliefs stem from, but the day I first introduced my husband, then boyfriend, to her family, she's been very hostile towards us. She was 14 at the time. She refuses to speak to my husband, barely even acknowledges us at family gatherings, and despite her father constantly chastising her, frequently uses the F slur to refer to members of the LGBTQ+ community, and calls same-sex relationships disgusting. Oh my god. Due to a severe flooding, my brother and his family have been forced to evacuate their house. My husband and I have a guest room and a sofa bed in our living room, so when my brother asked us if his family could stay at our place for a while, I told him that him, his wife, and their younger children, 13 female and 12 male, were very welcome to stay as long as they needed to, but that we weren't comfortable letting his older daughter stay with us. He seemed to have been expecting that answer, and he told me that he understood my reasons. When he broke the news to his daughter, she was furious. Wow, you're furious? Asking where else she was going to stay and that she had nowhere else to go? Yeah, well, maybe don't be homophobic. Are you joking? From what I know, my brother offered to help her pay for a cheap hotel, but she doesn't want to dip into her savings because she doesn't work, and she's been living with my brother rent-free. Apparently, she's been staying with a friend for a few days now, and she's been telling her mother how awful it is there. My brother is still supporting my decision, but his wife has started trying to convince me to let her eldest daughter move in. She's been pushing me to get over her comments because my niece is still young and naive. Definitely not, and that she couldn't have known that her actions would have major consequences. She's advising me to be the bigger person and not let my quote-unquote hard feelings for her daughter stop me from helping a family member, because that would be an a-hole thing to do. Hey, do you want to talk about being an a-hole? It's a mess around and find out situation. Like, these are the consequences of your actions, you know? Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. She's living with the consequences of her horribleness by having to stay somewhere that she doesn't like because she couldn't keep her mouth shut about her disgusting views on same-sex relationships. If I were you, I'd say that you're happy to let her stay as soon as she genuinely and honestly proved that she no longer feels that way towards you and your husband. I would never let someone who disrespected me and my husband stay with us, family or not, unless they were literally about to be on the streets, which she isn't, and even then it'd be the very, very last option. And also this comment, not the a-hole. Oh, what her mother meant was, she didn't realize she'd someday need the person she was dehumanizing. Tough crap, this is the find out stage. Don't deny her this important life lesson. Yeah, that's a really good point. It's a huge life lesson for him. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for blocking an Airbnb's view of my home? I've already posted this asking for legal advice, but I thought I'd ask for moral advice too. Last year we bought a historical property with a fair-sized chunk of land. The previous owners had run it as a small hotel, but they couldn't keep up with the pace at their age anymore. We turned the property back into a private residence. A main country road runs right by the longest edge of the unfenced garden, so we decided to plant hedges for privacy and to block off access in case my nephews visit and they play football, etc. There's a small gardener's cottage right at the edge of this line, which was sold separately when we bought our home. We made sure to keep any bushes between us and them on our side of the property line. We were unaware that the elderly couple had sold the cottage to a relative of theirs and that he'd planned to turn it into an Airbnb. We only know this now was after a summer of growth. The owner had finally noticed the small hedge and had realised what we'd done. He and the couple have sent official looking letters stating that we're impeding their reasonable enjoyment of the property, as they'd planned to market the cottage as part of the property with the views of a historical landmark, and once our hedge is at full height, that view will be greatly diminished, if not almost entirely gone. So am I the a-hole for potentially damaging someone's income by planting these hedges? No, the reason that you're putting them there is a very good reason. It's an unfenced garden. Like, yeah, you want some privacy and you want something there that acts as a fence. That's completely understandable. And yeah, it's your property. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole. They'd planned to market the cottage as part of the property with the views of a historical landmark. Too bad. We are impeding their reasonable enjoyment of the property. No, you're impeding their enjoyment of your property, as is your right. Yeah, absolutely, it's your property. Definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for buying my biological daughter a car, but not my stepdaughter? Before my daughter Christina, currently 19 female, started high school, I made her a deal that if she kept above a 3.9 GPA for her freshman through junior year, I'd buy her a car up to 20 grand, on the condition that if her GPA dipped below a 3.9, I'd take it away. She kept a 4.0 during high school, so I let her pick out a car before senior year. During her sophomore year, I met my now wife Jenny, now now 40 female, and her daughter Emily 17 female. Emily started her senior year a couple of weeks ago, and a few days ago she texted me asking when I was going to take her to look at cars. This took me by surprise as I didn't realize she expected a car. Yeah, why would she expect a car? She has a 2.7 GPA and spends more time curating her Instagram than doing her homework. I explained to her that Christina received her car as a reward for good grades, not as a given. I later felt bad because I guess I didn't give her the same incentive that I gave Christina, and I told her that if she could get a 3.9 GPA with her senior year grades and get into an accredited college or university, I'd let her pick out a car upon graduation. I thought this was a fair deal, or even unfair towards Christina, since I made her keep a 3.9 for all 4 years of high school. But Jenny pulled me aside after Emily went to school and told me I was being unfair since Emily had different circumstances than Christina. Oh my god, there's nothing unfair about offering to buy someone a car. For background, Jenny's ex-husband and Emily's bio dad was a very wealthy man who spoiled the crap out of her. Everything she wanted, all she had to do was ask for it for the first 12 years of her life. Yeah, what, so now you're expected to do that? She didn't try in school because her dad promised that he would get her into any college she wanted and give her a job at his company afterwards. Then, when Emily was 12, her dad was arrested for serious tax fraud. Essentially, he's in prison now and Jenny has some money of her own, but nothing compared to the life of luxury that they were both used to. I think Emily's very hurt by what happened, and she also hasn't had the chance to develop a work ethic. I told Jenny I think my only wrongdoing was not helping Emily develop a work ethic sooner, and that my hope is that she rises to the occasion, cleans up her act, and gets the car. I also said I would do everything I could to help Emily research colleges and perfect her application, but Jenny wasn't having it. She and Emily have both been giving me the cold shoulder the past couple of days, and they still think I'm treating Emily unfairly. You're doing so much for them. I really don't know what to do. I want to give Emily a goal that's challenging but attainable, but at the same time, I don't want to put a strain on my relationship with my family. What the hell? You're being so generous. And by the way, you don't have to be, but you are. And the fact that they don't realize that is awful. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. You're amazingly generous to make this offer to Emily, a person who you've only known for a few short years. The conditions are absolutely fair and reasonable by any measure. No one's owed a car. Jenny is way off base here and is being an a-hole for demanding this. She's undermining her own argument. Her solution to Emily not having developed a work ethic is to, what, give her a car instead of developing a good work ethic? No, full stop. I'd keep the offer on the table as a take it or leave it. If Jenny's more focused on spoiling her daughter and trying to make you the bad guy, you should take a very hard look at your relationship with her. She looks very bad in this light. Yeah, that's terrible. You're being so generous. Am I the a-hole for wearing scrubs even though I'm not a nurse? 5 years ago when I finished high school, I got a job as a kennel technician at a pet store. When I got the job, I was told to go get a few pairs of scrubs and that I need to wear scrubs to work every day. I help people out around the store just like all the other employees, but my main job was to help the vet take care of puppies. Obviously, the vet did the heavy lifting and I was just there to assist. I don't know for sure why I was required to wear scrubs when the most medical thing I did was give the dogs their medicine, and I'm pretty sure it was just so the kennel techs looked professional. The owner was a bit pretentious and was always concerned with appearing professional. 3 years ago when I started college, I had to quit my job at the pet store. I was determined to pay my way through college and not take out any student loans. As much as I loved that job, it did not pay very well. When I quit, I got rid of all the shirt scrubs, but I kept the pants because, as it turns out, nurses have been holding out on us and scrubs are really comfortable. I treat them like sweatpants. They're comfortable and just something for me to wear around the house on my day off, but I would never go out in public wearing them. Fast forward to 2 days ago when I went out to check the mail while wearing some of my old scrubs without even thinking about it. Our neighbor who lives in front of the mailboxes was out watering her garden, and she perked up when she saw me. She got all excited and told me about how her daughter was a nurse and how she knew that I was in college, but she didn't know I was going to college to be a nurse. So I, of course, cut her off and said, "Oh, I'm actually in college getting a degree in history," and I go on to explain why I had the scrubs on and all that. To say that she was mad about me wearing scrubs would be an understatement. She compared it to stolen valor, when people dress up like veterans and first responders when they aren't. She went on and on about how hard her daughter worked to become a nurse and that nurses have earned the right to wear scrubs. I was honestly a little baffled because I wasn't trying to pretend to be a nurse, and now one of my neighbors who I barely know is lecturing me in the middle of our neighborhood. She posted on Facebook that afternoon that she saw someone out in public wearing scrubs, and that when she talked to them it turned out they weren't even a nurse. It was very clear that she was talking about me, but I do appreciate that she said it was a stranger at a grocery store, since she is friends with a lot of people in our neighborhood. I didn't even consider that I could be in the wrong until I saw how everyone who was commenting on her post was agreeing with her. So am I the a-hole? Nah, no way. Like the top comments say, not the a-hole, your neighbor is gatekeeping pants that are worn by nurses and doctors and vets and dentists. Hell, I wore them when I worked at a plasma donation center. Yeah, nah, definitely not the a-hole. This is such a non-issue. Am I the a-hole for looking out for my new co-worker by telling her that her food might be upsetting to others? I, 32 male white, am potentially in trouble at work, but I don't really think I deserve it. My co-worker Anna, 23-ish female and Asian, is new at our office and she brings her own lunch on days we don't have a food truck. On Thursday, yesterday, she brought in a homemade stir fry and used our shared microwave in the break room to do it. I was in the room when she took it out of the microwave and it smelled heavenly. I asked her about the recipe and she told me it was just a bunch of ingredients and spices thrown together, as to not waste any veggies that might go bad soon. When I was telling her how good it smelled, I also mentioned that some other people at the office might think it would be too smelly or ethnic, as in racist people tend to look down on ethnic things. I've read those kind of stories on here about microaggressions when it comes to people of color and the food they bring in, and I wanted to warn her that she might not want to bring it in anymore so it doesn't happen to her. I emphasized that it smelled good to me personally though. I guess a couple of other co-workers in the room overheard our conversation, because after Anna left the room, some of them sort of quietly told me how it was inappropriate for me to have said that. I told them that it's true that ethnic food gets ridiculed for smelling too strong, and that I disagreed with the sentiment, but I also think she would face less harassment if she didn't bring in that food anymore. One of my co-workers then said that I was the only one harassing her and making insinuations that her food is problematic, plus the fact that she hasn't even been bringing in her own food since she just started last week, so there couldn't have been an opportunity to have had this hypothetical harassment happen to her. I just wanted people, yes, even the a-holes at the office, to make her feel welcome. I left work that day not thinking anything of it until the following morning, where I hear from a different co-worker that Anna talked to our HR department about the conversation and how she was hurt. I'm a bit frustrated as to why she didn't talk to me about it first, since it was a misunderstanding and that I'm looking out for her. I did notice that today she was trying to dodge me, which is unusual and a bit heartbreaking. I just want to work things out. I wanted to be a friend to her and help her out, since this is one of her first jobs out of undergrad, but this has been blown out of proportion and now my co-workers think I'm racist, but I really try my best to be an ally. But then again, what do I know? So am I the a-hole for telling her that her food might be a bit too much for other potentially racist people in the office to handle? Edit. Some people have said to edit this post to add this. Yes, I get it. I'm the a-hole. What I said was really stupid. If it means anything to you guys, I remember entering the workforce as a young man shadowing a-holes, and I didn't know how to express how crappy I was treated, since I thought it was normal to be treated a certain way or overhear certain things. I just thought she was a sweet girl who didn't deserve to see the nasty side of corporate life so quick, but I guess I ended up being like the guys that made my earlier career so god-awful. Anyway, I want to apologize to her in the most HR-friendly way this Tuesday. Hopefully she doesn't quit, but I also don't want to be the one that gets fired. Fingers crossed. Thank you for opening my eyes, and I hope to do my due diligence to be a real ally. Yeah, this comment. You the a-hole. Your co-worker is a grown woman who's been Asian her entire life. Do you genuinely think she's unaware that racism exists? All you did was put her on edge around co-workers who may not have even been racist. Congratulations, you're the one who created the microaggression. Yeah, 100%, but the good thing is they know this, and they're gonna go apologize, so hopefully that goes well. Andy, I'm pretty sure we all know what time it is. That's enough of this for today. Let's read something wholesome, shall we? The second dish you need to prepare: biscuits and gravy. I thought Alton said brisket and gravy. This is the single saddest thing I've ever seen on Cutthroat Kitchen. The contestant didn't speak English as a first language. Due to this, the judge didn't judge his dish as biscuits and gravy, but as brisket and gravy, and the contestant moved on to the next round. After this, Alton started explaining the dish that he was asking them to make in more detail to make sure that it didn't happen again. The correct way to react to language miscommunication. Yeah, definitely a wholesome mistake. I thought you said brisket and gravy. This Australian man built a tricycle that allows his disabled wife to go for bike rides. Oh, that's so bloody beautiful. And they'd have so much fun on their bike rides as well. That's such an awesome idea. My grandparents, me who plugged the HDMI in. Yeah, oh my god, you are a wizard. How do you possess these powers? I don't understand. Are you a scientist? That's so cute and a beautiful place to end today's episode. Am I the a-hole for not giving up my seat and embarrassing the woman who demanded my seat? A few years ago, I, 16 female, lost my leg in an accident. I've been using a prosthetic leg since then, and because my family is well off, it's a pretty advanced one to the point where it just sort of looks like I have two normal legs, but that's whenever I wear long trousers, which I usually do because I'm really self-conscious about showing my prosthetic. These days, I can pretty much much do anything I like without issues. Walking, running, going upstairs, etc. The main issue is keeping my balance when there are sudden changes in movement in places like trains and buses, which is where the topic of this post comes in. I was riding the train and I sat down in the seat reserved for disabled, elderly and pregnant women. It was pretty busy, so there were no other seats available, and a few stops later a woman came up to me telling me I needed to move because she needs that seat and I shouldn't be sitting there. I told her I was sorry, but I needed the seat myself. She got all argumentative that I just need to get up because the seat is meant for the elderly and I'm just a lazy child who's more than capable of standing. I again apologized and I said I really needed the seat myself. She left and got the train conductor, who also told me to get up from the seat. I was really done with being treated this way now, so I rolled up my trouser leg and showed my prosthetic, and I told her I wasn't going to move. She suddenly got very red-faced and mumbled something before she got off at the next station. Am I the a-hole? I could have said I have a prosthetic right away, but it's a really touchy subject for me and it makes me feel very self-conscious. That's why I always wear long trousers, so nobody can see or has to know. Yeah, no, definitely not the a-hole. They were pushing you the entire time and you still handled it super well. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole, we're all built different. I would have pulled up my pant leg and been like, are you serious? But you did it differently and more politely than I would have done. You can't possibly be an a-hole for handling it more graciously than most would. Am I the a-hole for leaving menstrual pads in a visible place in the bathroom? My husband 30, his friend 30 and I are currently on vacation, sharing a rented apartment with just one bathroom. Yesterday I got my period and I bought some pads. I left them on the bathroom counter in a semi-sheer bag where they weren't even visible. However, my husband thought it was inappropriate and could make his friend uncomfortable knowing that someone in the apartment is bleeding. Oh no, dude. I argued that menstruation is a natural process and should not be considered gross or dirty. Women shouldn't be shamed or stigmatized because of it, as this has historically caused women to suffer. My husband didn't respond, but I'm still wondering if I was in the wrong for leaving the pads this way. Edit, can we get any feedback from males? My husband says all the responses are from females, and that's why I was voted not the a-hole. That's 100% not why. So first of all, if you're a 30-year-old man and seeing a pad makes you uncomfortable, what's that all about, you know? And also, they weren't just sitting out on the sink or something. They were in a bag where they weren't even visible. And like this comment says, not the a-hole. Maybe if you left the used pads unwrapped on the counter, that would be an issue. But menstrual supplies are just a normal part of human existence and your husband needs to get over it. Yeah, pretty much. It's not really an issue at all. Am I the a-hole for not wanting my wife to refer to me by my first name when talking to my kids? My wife recently started using my first name when referring to me to our preteen kids, as in Steve's gonna pick you up from school tomorrow. I asked her not to when I first heard it, saying I don't really like when you use my first name to the kids. Can you say your dad or dad? She said Steve is your name, I don't see the problem, but I eventually got her to see things my way. A couple of months go by and I'd heard her say it periodically, like Steve can pick what to have for dinner. Finally today she did it again and I said, babe, I know we talked about it before, but can you please just say your dad when talking to the kids? And she says, it's totally subconscious, it's not like I mean to. You're probably gonna have to remind me again like 50 times. At this point I said that's not really acceptable. If you hear me and respect my wishes, it doesn't need an excuse or hedging. You can just say okay. She started getting upset, yelling, and said I was being difficult and should just accept that she can't control it. I didn't think it needed a big discussion and finally diffused the situation by saying, sure, I believe you'll try. It just sounded like a cop-out for no reason, setting us up for the same discussion sometime down the road. Am I the a-hole here? And I left a comment here that says, info, I am the father of our kids. I don't think she's cheating. I've downvoted negative comments on here or speculation. We love each other. The main question was about her reaction to me doubling down. It could have been seen as a criticism, like her best isn't good enough, but I called BS, which she then took exception to. Was it an a-hole thing to not accept her explanation? I feel like the verdict is in. It's okay to stand up for how I want to be represented. I'm gonna work on arriving at that without making her feel like she's not enough. But yeah, why have they suddenly started using your first name? I can understand why you're upset about this. That's super strange. Am I the a-hole for being mad over double standards in my marriage? A week ago, I asked my daughter 8 to quickly watch her brother 10 months while I picked up some stuff from the floor that I've been working on during his nap. She rarely gets asked to watch him, as I feel that he's my job, not hers. Hubby came home and saw that she was watching baby and went off on me about how I was irresponsible. Accidents happen quickly and she wouldn't know what to do in a choking event. These are all reasonable fears, so I made the necessary changes to ensure that I'm there to watch him at all times. Today, Sunday, I asked him to watch the baby as I started baking a large order. I came came into the room and noticed he was alone watching TV. I asked him where the baby was, and he replied that our daughter was watching him in her bedroom. Her bedroom is on the opposite side of the house, and with the TV blaring, you could definitely not hear what was going on in her room. I pointed out to him how he yelled at me last week for the same thing, and then he replied that was different. When asked how, he replied, she wants to look after him. She came to ask me if she could. I was so mad. I didn't leave them alone for prolonged periods of time. I was literally in and out of the room during all that time that I was cleaning up, but that was neglectful and dangerous because I asked her to watch the baby, while at the same time it's perfectly okay for her to be left completely alone, rooms away with the TV on, because she asked him, so somehow that would mean that she pays closer attention to him. Like accidents don't happen when you choose to look after a baby. He's now mad at me saying I'm overreacting and that I'm still in the wrong while he's not. I accept that I was in the wrong asking her to watch him, but am I wrong for being mad about the double standards? No, of course not. And yeah, double standards is 100% what this is. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. If it's not safe in his mind, it's not safe whether your daughter wants to do it or not. He's absolutely in the wrong for being inconsistent when it benefits him. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Rules for thee and not for me. He's obviously applying a double standard and doubling down when confronted. Yeah, and the fact that they're getting upset at you about this is kind of unbelievable. They're not in a position to be getting upset at you for this. Am I the a-hole for telling my daughter that life doesn't stop for others because hers isn't going well? I have 3 kids and my daughter, 27 female, hasn't had the best luck in her romantic life. She's gotten cheated on many times and her previous relationships were unhealthy. I also believe she's in a toxic relationship with her current boyfriend. My nieces and nephews, along with my other kids, are all happily married, some starting their own families. It was my sister's birthday recently and she and her husband had planned the trip for the family. She helped with the expenses if needed, but for the most part, everyone paid for themselves. My daughter was the only one going by herself. We did things as a family, but there were times when we split up to do something with just our partners. So sometimes my daughter was by herself or basically being a third wheel. At the end of the trip, my daughter complained to me about how she hated going on the trip, that she felt like it was a cruel joke that she was there by herself, and that the others should not have shown affection to their partners when she was around. This is not the first time she complained about something like this. She's done it after holidays and birthdays as well. I'll admit, I'm tired of my daughter complaining about this, so I told her that just because her life isn't going well doesn't mean others will stop living theirs. She hasn't talked to me since, and that was almost 2 weeks ago. My husband is on my side, but I'm worried I'll lose my daughter. Am I the a-hole? Edit, she was allowed to bring a friend. Edit 2, my daughter isn't single, she has a boyfriend. Edit 3, thank you for all the responses. I didn't expect so many. I plan to try and reach out to my daughter and talk. Right, okay. Yeah, like the person who wrote this did make a lot of sense in some of this, but also they shouldn't have said that their life isn't going well. And also the other person shouldn't expect couples not to be affectionate around them. This one is marked as everyone sucks. And yeah, like this comment says, everybody sucks here. I don't have a lot of sympathy for her demanding people not showing any affection for each other in her presence. And a lot of what you say is valid. However, I don't understand how on a family vacation, all the couples are going off and leaving her all on her own. That sounds wretched, and I can empathize with how sad it is to watch everyone else be stable and happy when that's not at all available to you. You could acknowledge the validity of her feelings while encouraging her to accept the right of others to be happy. Am I the a-hole for telling my sister why bluntly she's not the next guardian of our new baby if something happens to me or my husband? Me and my husband recently had our first child. After IVF treatments, thousands and thousands on fertility, and a few miscarriages, we had her. Our family's proud, and it's just a blessing to have her. Our family, my mum and dad and my 2 sisters and their significant others and kids, gather every other Sunday for lunch where grandma cooks and everyone can relax and the kids can play. I was holding my daughter when business came up. Me and my husband own a business and insurance. My parents are the beneficials if something ever happened, God forbid. My husband has disavowed his family since he was 16, so it's just my side. One of my sisters, let's call her Kay, suddenly said, "That's weird. Why are our parents the ones to inherit money if something happened to us when they're older and retired, while she's struggling to pay her bills?" Kay has been engaged for the last 11 years to a man that's 25 years her senior and is very odd. She had 5 kids by him. She and her family get evicted yearly due to the damage they do to the apartments and are overall struggling. In my opinion, something that they do to themselves. She refuses to work and allows her kids to rampage. She's also recently gotten in trouble legally because she was selling her food stamps for cash and was caught. I immediately tried to change the subject, but my mum didn't notice and said, "Well, now with baby, if anything happens, we'll adopt her and the business." My sister snapped and demanded why she wouldn't be next in line to raise the baby. You know, in the event that me and my husband died. I tried to change the subject again. She demanded why I trust our 70-year-old parents with a baby over her, an experienced mother. I snapped too. I told her how she's getting evicted every 6 months, how every time she thinks her boyfriend is about to leave, she gets pregnant. Years ago, she had a CPS case against her for leaving her 2 toddlers in a running car at a gas station. I had some low blows, I admit. Her kids are always dirty, snot down their faces and knotted hair. Their teeth are rotting out of their heads. She gathered her kids and left. My other sister sent a not cool text, and my family had 2 members that died in 9/11, and we have a family gathering every year. So my parents are asking me to apologize and put this behind us so we can focus on that tomorrow. No, I'm sick of it. She's calling out my new parenting when she's barely hanging on. She used to drop her kids off on her doorstep, barely clothed, and then return the next morning. And she's upset that I don't want to give her guardianship if me and my husband died. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. Me thinks someone was sniffing out a potential payday. Don't apologize. I don't know why people are so obsessed with phony apologies. And yeah, of course they're sniffing out a potential payday that's dependent on their family members dying. Yeah, that's awful and super uncomfortable. Am I the a-hole for telling my son that he has to wear clothes? My son, male 19, loves to wear just underwear in his room for whatever reason. He'll put on a shirt and pants if he has to step out to the bathroom or come to the kitchen or talk to anybody, etc. But otherwise, he's just in his underwear. I, male 48, have told him multiple times that I dislike this and that he has to wear clothes in the case that his mum or I have to come into his room. He says that if we start knocking, he'll throw something on and then it'll be okay. I told him he still has to wear clothes, and then he made another excuse and said it was too hot. In the summer, I tend to set the thermostat to around 85 or 87 to save money. I turn it down to around 80 or 82 once the sun goes down, because then it takes less energy. He says it makes him sweat when he's just sitting around and not doing anything. And I rejoined by saying, if it's so hot, go spend a couple of hours outside and see if it still feels hot. We live in Oklahoma and it routinely gets up to 100 in the summers. He rolled his eyes at this and we just kept arguing. I'm wondering now if I'm the a-hole. 87 is 30 Celsius, I think. Yeah, that's pretty bloody hot inside a house and not outside. No wonder they don't want to wear much. Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. He's not naked around the house, and why do you actually care? 87 degrees in the summer, that's torturous. Your ridiculous temperature requirements are the reason he's only wearing underwear. You want him to get dressed, keep the house at a humane temperature, and that comment's got 40,000 upvotes. Of course they're not going to want to wear much. And yeah, they're not walking around the house naked. It's not even an issue, is it? Am I the a-hole for letting people know on social media the reason I wasn't at my dad's wedding? I fear my late team was pretty close to my dad, closer to my mum, but I often visited my dad about 3 to 4 times a week. A few years ago, he started dating Anna. Anna and I always got along. When I proposed, I was happy. Anna seemed like she would be a great stepmom. Well, a few weeks before the wedding, after I had bought everything, the dress and the shoes, etc., my dad and Anna said they needed to talk to me. Anna and my dad decided to have a child-free wedding, which I get especially for young kids. Well, turns out that child-free means no under 18. On the day of the wedding, I was still going to be 17, so therefore I'm not allowed to be at the wedding because Anna wants to stay true to the child-free rule, even for the daughter of the groom and her about-to-be stepdaughter. The funny thing is, my 18th birthday is just 2 days after the wedding, but still I wasn't allowed to go. The wedding was last weekend, the 12th, and my birthday was yesterday, the 14th. I haven't talked to Anna or my dad since they told me I couldn't attend the wedding, since I wasn't an adult. My mum ended up taking me on a birthday vacation, and yesterday I posted birthday pictures on Facebook and said, finally an adult. I'm so glad that my dad and Anna didn't allow me at their wedding since I was under 18. I feel more mature since yesterday. The family was freaking out, asking if it was true and bashing my dad and Anna for it. I later got a bunch of texts from my dad and Anna calling me immature and a selfish brat, and that's why I was too immature to be at a wedding. I was talking to some friends and they said I was kind of an a-hole for doing that and I should have just let it go. Oh my god, definitely not the a-hole. Imagine you're the dad that's getting married and you're not inviting your own daughter to the wedding. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. And like this comment says, no children was made for you. I'm sorry, but let that sink in. She made that rule to keep you out. You now know where you stand in their marriage. You don't. I'm so sorry. Not the a-hole. I personally think it was epic, harsh but epic, and they deserved more than that. I would even update it with the pictures of their texts. Am I the a-hole for leaving itemized tips to compensate for my wife's behavior? My wife and I in our 30s dine out every once in a while, but not too often because of my wife's annoying habit that was inherited from her family. She always complains and sends food food back if it's not absolutely perfect, and makes needless requests and substitutions. She doesn't have allergies or sensitivities. It can easily take 5 minutes for her to just order her own food, and sometimes I've already finished my meal by the time she gets her food because she sends it back and asks for modifications, etc. I know restaurant staff don't appreciate it. I've tried talking to her about this, but she doesn't see an issue with it. Anyway, we make decent money and we use our combined fun fund on dates and dinners. I recently started writing down what my wife does on the receipt and then calculating a tip, in addition to the normal gratuity, to compensate. So to a receipt I might add, complained about not having this beverage plus $5, asked her 5 different questions about a single menu item, $5, asked for a new drink because too much ice, $5, sent the meal back, was exactly what she ordered, $5. She didn't notice me doing it in the first 2 or 3 times, but last night she noticed I was spending a lot of time writing up a tip amount and asked me why. I showed her what I wrote. She's been mad at me since, saying that I'm embarrassing her to the staff. I told her that she's embarrassing us both. Am I the a-hole? Petty maybe, but am I an a-hole? Edit to add, my wife is otherwise a very nice and caring and generous person. She does always say please and thank you, even for her most absurd requests. Annoying each other like this is our love language, but this time she is pretty mad. Update, alrighty friends, we've had our laughs and we've shared our perspectives. Since my wife frequents this subreddit, I went ahead and showed her this post. With that said, I'd like to address a few things. First, she and I both know that any posts on this subreddit are peepholes into people's lives, but not display cases. Yeah, my wife's behavior when dining out is bad, which is why I try to think of a way to point it out and make up for it. That said, she's not a bad person. Learn to separate the two and you'll get far in life. Secondly, when I say she was, is mad at me, I don't mean that she's deeply hurt and distraught. She's calling me an a-hole, yeah, but that's normal for us. If this was something that was actually hurtful to her, I wouldn't be sharing it online. Anyway, she would like for you all to know that she's taking your responses to heart and she's going to be more mindful of how she dines. She would like to add that she didn't think it was a big deal before because, as she puts it, she doesn't think twice about meeting expectations in her line of work, even if they are above and beyond the norm. She's just happy to meet demand, but she recognizes that not everyone feels this way. She's going to try and be a better customer. She said reading this was brutally eye-opening, but we both also found some laughter and had a good discussion. Wow, that's so funny. And yeah, definitely not the a-hole. These comments, not the a-hole. Challenge her to going out to dinner without a single complaint. I wouldn't go out with her again if she does act like this. You're a gem, not the a-hole. And the original poster said, I was going to carry a spray bottle to spritz her each time moving forward. Your idea might be better though, I'll consider it. This one is so wholesome. And yeah, I feel like it was a smart way of showing them what they're doing. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife I don't care about her dreams? My wife wants to be an influencer on TikTok and YouTube. She's been creating mummy content and content about her day-to-day life. When she told me this is something she wanted to do, I didn't have a problem. I only said that I don't want our children, 4 male and 2 female, in any of her content. I didn't monitor her channel because it didn't really seem necessary. I recently watched her channel because I thought it'd be cute to see what she does in her day-to-day life. I found our children's faces in almost all of her content. I told her straight up she needs to remove all of her content. She said that she knew I wouldn't agree, but she doesn't think it's a big deal. I don't like children content. I feel like a lot of the time when you see that children make profit, they become less of your kids and more of a product, and your interactions become more performative. And I can see the same thing has happened to her because she posted a video of her getting her 2-year-old out of a tantrum and how she deals with it. But how was your first instinct to record and hold a camera while our baby's crying? She started crying, saying that she built this up and this is her dream and deleting her content will ruin it. And I said I simply don't care. If you don't delete it, I'll consider a divorce. I know a lot of people have children on their social media and I don't mind an Instagram or Facebook post, but to make videos seems too intimate to share. She told her friends and even hinted on her social media accounts that she has an over-controlling and narcissistic husband that doesn't want her on social media. I'm currently being ridiculed by her friends. Am I being over-controlling or narcissistic? Edit, someone asked me what kind of content. The content isn't really harmful, just her feeding them and playing with them. But the 2 types of videos I have problems with are her recording our children's tantrums, and our 2-year-old still doesn't like clothes. We're trying to get her to wear them more, but our house can be hot, so she's in a diaper a lot. I don't like the videos of our daughter in her diapers. No, you're definitely not the a-hole. And also, you're not a narcissist. You're trying to protect your children. And the fact that they're calling you narcissistic for this is hilarious. Like, that's not what being a narcissist is. Yeah, like these comments. She has an over-controlling and narcissistic husband. No, talk to a lawyer. Your kids are not props, not the a-hole. Yeah, I mean, narcissists are only concerned with themselves, whereas he's obviously concerned for his kids. Do people just pick out words with the most syllables so they think they sound intelligent. Yeah, that's really not good, and that's definitely enough for today. 1000% time to read something wholesome, guys. His little spoon grew up real big, but he doesn't mind. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, there's so much more to cuddle now. My dog's favorite toy is Santa, so we brought her to see him. Aww. Oh my god, Santa, you're my favorite. That's straight up adorable. My son has loved my cat since the day he was born. She tolerates that love in a way I never thought possible. Wow, they're best friends. That's so cute. Like, wow, doesn't the water look nice today? And the cat just meows. Wow, a lot of cat ones today. I had to deal with a clog in the sink this morning. Oh no, what are you gonna do? Definitely don't turn the taps on because they'd probably freak out. Am I the a-hole for telling my husband and his family not to call me a nickname? So my name is Lucy, 28 female. My husband, 31 male, has always been super fond of nicknames and has given me plenty of them. They constantly change and I've never minded any of the ones that he's given me before. They're all quite harmless, usually food or animal related, but they tend to stick for a while. His family also uses nicknames. They occasionally give me one too. It's often the same one my husband uses if it isn't too sappy. Again, I don't mind them. In fact, I usually find it quite cute and endearing until recently. My husband started calling me Lulu. Let me give you the context. I was called Lulu growing up exclusively by my mother, and she passed away not long before I met my husband. I took her loss pretty hard. I told him that it has a lot of emotional significance for me and that it doesn't feel right to hear anyone else say it. He respected that for years and so did his family, but recently his sister has been referring to me as a Lulu whenever I wasn't there, according to what I've been told. Why? And I guess he naturally picked up on it. It's irritating because it's not like he forgot about my reasons behind it. He'll hesitate before saying it. I've reminded him calmly a couple of times that I would appreciate he not call me that. There's plenty of other things I don't mind him calling me. Nothing that had emotional weight. The other day he said that he didn't see the big deal anymore. Wow, how dare you, dude? It had been some years and I should be over it by now. That it's just a nickname. Yeah, but why the hell would you call one of your loved ones something that they've repeatedly told you they don't like and they're not comfortable with? Like, why do you even want to call them this so bad? He said it lightly, like he was trying to let me down easy, but it stung. Maybe I overreacted, but I was hurt by it. I packed a bag and I'm currently staying with my sister. He and his family texted me saying that I'm doing a lot over a little nickname, and I'm thinking maybe they're right. I want to get past this because it feels pretty petty at this point. Am I the a-hole? Well, if it's so insignificant, why don't you stop calling them this? Like, what's the husband doing? Stop calling them something they're not happy with. Like, they're literally calling them something that they've asked them not to many times, and they're getting upset at them. How dare you, dude? Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. If nicknames aren't a big deal, then why can't he let this one drop? Why do he and his family have to keep the one nickname that causes you pain? Why isn't that a big deal? You're the person who gets to decide when you're over your mother's death, not him. Yeah, 1,000,000%, and you're not wrong for feeling this way, and that's not something that you have to get over either. You don't have to ever be comfortable with somebody calling you this. The husband and the family need to get a grip and have some respect. Am I the a-hole for giving my future mother-in-law 3 days to pay me for a new wedding dress, or else I show the family a photo of her wearing it? So, I'm getting married to my fiance soon. I bought a wedding dress weeks ago. My future mother-in-law kept pestering me about trying it on, but I firmly refused. I finally shut it down after she offered me $100 to let her try it on. Her reasoning for persisting so much? She says it's because of her love for wedding dresses and her obsession with them. Fast forward to yesterday, I came home from work early and I found my fiance at home. He freaked out after seeing me and tried to prevent me from going into my room while trying to text somebody on his phone. I opened the door and I was shocked to see his mum standing there wearing my dress. I instantly pulled out my phone and I took a photo of her in it. She and my fiance freaked out after I told her that she needed to pay me for a new dress in 3 days or I'll show the whole family the photo. She started crying and she left, and my fiance blew up at me saying I can't be serious and that I overreacted because his mum just wanted to try the dress on. No harm done, but I refused to listen to him because in my opinion the dress should only be worn by the bride and the bride only. Quite frankly, I felt disgusted looking at the dress again. I don't want it anymore, and so I think it's fair that she pays me after she ruined it for me. He yelled at me and told me to wake up and stop treating his mum like if she was the enemy. We had a fight after he failed to get me to back down, and he's been staying with his mum since then. I felt awful awful, but I spent $3 on this dress and I worked hard to get it. I can't stand looking at it, but people in my family think I'm escalating things and risking my relationship with not only my future mother-in-law, but my fiance as well. Am I the a-hole? Update. Oh my god, this blew up, and so I thought I'd add some updates. My fiance called and offered to pay for the dress himself so we can end the conflict, but he wants me to hand him my phone so he can delete the photo himself, swear that I don't have any copies to use against his mum later, apologize to his mum, and lastly, he asked that I quit the family group chat and log out of Facebook for at least a month. I haven't responded yet. P.S. He called with his offer and conditions hours ago, but I didn't want to include this in the post, but now I did. Also, I'm not sure if I'll agree because I don't want him to pay for it. I want his mum, the one who wore it, to pay for it. Not being vicious, but I'm trying to hold her accountable. Yeah, 100%. You should not be apologizing to them. They should be apologizing to you. And yeah, they do need to be held accountable for this. And the fiance as well. Talk about not respecting your boundaries. They're 100% in the wrong for this as well. They went behind their back and let their mum do this, and now they're trying to get them to apologize to their mum. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole, but the problem isn't your future mother-in-law, it's your fiance. He let her in. He was gonna lie and hide from you that she tried it on. He's defending her actions and he disrespected your belongings. He didn't care about your feelings and still doesn't. He's shown that he doesn't care about your boundaries. He decided that his mother wanted to try it on and decided that was more important than your feelings. And that's not gonna go away when you're married. Yeah, like I don't want to speak on somebody else's marriage, but there's some pretty serious red flags here. Am I the a-hole because I got my daughter an $80 dress? My family just got back from a week-long cruise and there's still some tension about this. My wife and I took our 20-year-old son, 16-year-old daughter, 13-year-old son, and 7-year-old son. Our eldest spent most of his time on the vacation doing his own thing, having breakfast and dinner with the family, but being seldom seen otherwise. My wife and I enjoyed spending time with our kids, but we also did some couples activities. There are clubs on the boat for kids, and our 13-year-old really enjoyed them, but our 7-year-old didn't and kept wanting to spend the day with his sister, who we'd given carte blanche to do her own thing as long as she ate with us and answered when we messaged her. She was a good sport and took her little brother on most of her adventures, swimming with him, taking him to trivia and doing the animation classes with him. I felt like this was sweet of her and it showed a great deal of maturity. The second to last day of the cruise, I took her to the gift shop and I told her to pick out whatever she wanted as thanks for looking after her brother. She was so excited and ended up picking out a dress. The dress was $80. She wore it to dinner that night, and when she told her mum I bought it for her, my wife gave me a weird look. After dinner, she asked me why the hell I did that. I explained that it was a reward for looking after her brother. She said we can't buy an $80 dress for our daughter and nothing for our sons. I said we didn't get them nothing. We took them on a cruise. My wife said that I'm an idiot. I don't think so. We got some trinkets for the younger boys, about $20 worth of stuff. My wife thinks I messed up and said I should apologize to the boys. I refuse. We took our adult son on a vacation that cost thousands of dollars. He's got no reason to resent his sister being rewarded for being thoughtful. If we got our 7-year-old and 13-year-old a really expensive souvenir, it would probably be lost or broken. She still thinks I was an a-hole though. Clarification, a lot of commenters seem to think that we asked our daughter to babysit her brother. That's not really the case. What kept on happening was that she'd tell us her plans for the day, and our 7-year-old would say that he'd rather do that than go to the kids club, and she would agree to let him come with her. So it was more of her being just a nice sister than actual babysitting. She always had the ability to drop him off at the club. That's why I wanted to reward her, because I thought it was so sweet of her not to do that and to make her brother feel good about his cool older sister that actually wanted to hang out with him. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole like the top comment says. Green flag, green flag. What a thoughtful way to acknowledge your daughter. You're right, your 20-year-old son got a free vacation, as did your 13-year-old and your 7-year-old. Your daughter graciously did a service for the family. Not the a-hole. Your wife doesn't seem to want to recognize that your 16-year-old daughter is not the built-in babysitter. What extra service did her brothers do to warrant extra gifts? At least you didn't make a scene in front of your daughter and addressed it with you privately. I just read your edit. I think I like your daughter even more. No one asked her to watch her brother. She was just nice enough not to say no when he said he wanted to hang out with her. Am I the a-hole for always turning down hangouts with my friends when they're asked to bring their kids? I have a friend group of 7 women from uni. I'm the only one that's child-free, but 1 is childless, 2 are pregnant with their first, and 3 have kids. We as a group rarely meet up. I've seen all of them maybe twice in the last year, and we all live in the same city. Every time someone asks to meet up and we finally find a date, everyone is available. One of the mums always asks if they can bring their child or children. It's usually 1 or 2 mums, as the third actually wants to have a kid-free evening. question? And before anyone else can even answer, the other mums all say yes. All three mums have husbands who can watch their kids, but somehow they never manage to find someone who can babysit, as they call it. So at this point, I've stopped answering until they set a time and a place. Someone has asked about kids and I say I can't make it. I hang out with them one-on-one or in a smaller group instead. Well, a few days ago, we agreed to finally meet up. No one had asked about kids and we were having a barbecue and a wine night. Well, who shows up with their 8-year-old? Yeah, one of the mums. I didn't hide my annoyance and one of the girls asked me why. I just waved it off and 30 minutes later I excused myself and left, said I didn't feel well. In those 30 minutes we hadn't had any adult talk. We were just entertaining the kid. I'd rather go home than do this for another 3 or 4 hours. After I left, I think they realised that this was a pattern and I got a text from most of the girls in the group, some calling me an a-hole, others just saying they were annoyed at me for leaving, with the third mum having my back, and asked to meet up later in the week to have a proper wine night. I don't hate kids at all. I work with them every day and I don't want to spend my time off relaxing with friends, having to entertain other people's kids again. Am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole. You're having a wine night. You don't bring your kids to this. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Wine night with friends from college pretty definitely means no children. But yeah, if you weren't straight up rude to them, I don't think you're the a-hole. It's pretty a-holey of them to message you and call you an a-hole. Am I the a-hole for saying again after my sister announced that she's pregnant with twins? My 21 female sister, 32 female, has been married to her husband, 33 male, for 8 years. They already have 6 kids total, the last one born 5 months ago. Yesterday, my sister had announced that she's 3 months pregnant with twins, and while everyone was congratulating her, I said out loud, oh my god, again? Can't your stupid husband leave you alone? I didn't mean to say it out loud, but it slipped out and my sister looked at me angrily and she literally dragged me into another room and asked, why the hell did you say that? I told her that she and her husband have been pregnant every year for the last 8 years and that she needs to take a break. I was worried about her having so many babies in such a short time and I didn't want anything bad happening to her. She then said, how about you leave us alone and worry about your own crap? This is my life, so F off. My mother told me that I should apologize for being rude, but I told her that I won't apologize for showing concern. But now I just can't help thinking that maybe I was being an a-hole and sticking my nose into other people's business. I was just worried, but maybe I was being a jerk. What? Is this one for real? Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. I said out loud, oh my god, again? Rude behavior, but somewhat understandable. Can't your stupid husband leave you alone? What's wrong with you? You said this out loud and you still think you may not be the a-hole? Get out of here with that nonsense. Edit, yes, I do babysit my sister's kids sometimes, and all 6 of them at the same time whenever they need me to and I'm available. They pay me $30 to $50 an hour, but their kids are pretty destructive and they don't respect other adults like they're supposed to, so it's a full chore watching after them. I'm aware that the stupid husband comment was inappropriate, but I have almost no filter, and my stupid mouth says stuff before my brain can stop it. Yeah, might have to work on that. And I've seen some comments talk about the ages and assuming that my sister is 21. I'm 21 female, my sister is 32 female, and her husband is 33 male. Update, I apologize to my sister for insulting her husband and making that rude comment, but I told her that I'm still worried about her having so many kids back to back, and that I'm just concerned in general about her health and well-being. She actually forgave me, and she said it's because 1, I'm her younger sister, 2, she knows about my problem with keeping my thoughts to myself, and I am working on myself, and 3, she knows that I'm concerned for her and she appreciates it, but she assured me that she's fine and said that this pregnancy wasn't planned, and her husband plans on getting a vasectomy because they both want this pregnancy to be the last. For those asking in the comments, she and her husband can afford to have kids. He runs a very successful business and she is still co-partner with her best friend in a company that they both started before she got married. How she manages to juggle being a full-time mum and work there is beyond me, but she does. That's why I babysit sometimes when the nanny isn't available 24/7. Her husband was the only one who initially wanted a big family, and my sister just went along with the idea, but that's their business. Yeah, okay, so obviously you were in the wrong in this situation. It is nice that everything seems to be okay now that you apologize. Yeah, like this comment says, you the a-hole, but it needed to be said. You're a good a-hole. And yeah, even though in this situation they were wrong, I feel like they're not an a-hole. Am I the a-hole for demanding that my twin sister either changes her lifestyle or make sure that everyone knows that we're 2 separate people? I, 20 female, have an identical twin sister, Emma. We live together in an apartment while away from home for college. We've always been very similar, not just in appearance, but also in the things that we enjoy, as stereotypical with twins, I guess, except for when it comes to relationships. I'm not interested interested in relationships at all, not emotional nor physical. Emma is the complete opposite. Ever since we started living here, she's been bringing another random guy or girl or both home like every other night. It makes me extremely uncomfortable, but since it's her own life, I don't think I really have any right to judge. Yeah, this is why you don't live with your siblings. The problem is it's really beginning to affect my own life. Not only do I have to listen to her going at it every time, oh god, we have very thin walls, but since we look practically the same and even our names are similar, if her name was Emma, my name would be Amelia, I'm getting attention intended for her as well. She has a reputation with how easy she is to sleep with, and people are approaching me thinking I'm her. My messages on social media are being filled with all kinds of obscene language and nude photos. When I reply saying I'm going to report them, they get confused because of the good time that we had last night. Anytime I meet someone new, they only seem to be talking to me because they think I'm my sister and they want to have some nighttime fun. And as a result, I don't have any friends. I got really fed up with it yesterday and I told my sister that the way she acts is ruining my life. I told her she either needs to change her lifestyle, somehow make sure that whoever sleeps with her won't bother me, and make it clear to everyone that we're not the same. In response, she told me I need to mind my own business, that I shouldn't be such a prude, and that I could probably use, in her words, some you-know-whatting myself. It kind of escalated from there, resulting in me calling her an S-word, which is definitely an a-hole thing to say, but I lost my cool. Anyway, am I the a-hole for demanding that my sister change her way of living, or otherwise make sure her interaction with people doesn't affect me? No, you're not the a-hole, but you can't keep living together. And yeah, like the top comment says, clearly you and your sister need to stop living together as soon as possible. You don't just have lifestyle differences, you have different values, and you're awfully judgmental towards each other where your values differ. I don't see how you can live comfortably in the same dwelling. I don't think that either of you has to change her ways. What you have to do is find new roommates. There's nothing wrong with the way either of you wants to live. It's a personal decision. What's wrong is that each of you wants the other to adopt something far closer to her own way of life, which isn't gonna happen. Yeah, 100%. Like, the other sister wants them to be more like they are, and obviously the same in reverse. But yeah, that's not gonna happen, and that's only gonna cause more issues in the future. Am I the a-hole for not letting my niece help in the bakery anymore? I, 35 female, own a small bakery. I'm very happy with it, and I'm proud of my work. I have 2 employees who work part-time, and for the most part, it's just me. My sister-in-law approached me at the beginning of summer and asked if I'd let my niece, female 11, help out in the bakery over the school break. She's been getting really into baking and loves watching content creators baking, and was apparently just dying to be able to job shadow or help out in a bakery. I was hesitant, but I said yes, and I hated it. Every single minute that my niece spent in my bakery this summer was the only time that I've ever had any regrets opening my business. Whatever the opposite of helpful was, that was what my niece was. My employees didn't enjoy her being there, and I didn't enjoy her being there at all. We were 3 very grumpy people all summer. I had hopes that she would get better, but she didn't. I thought many times about telling my sister-in-law that she couldn't come back during the summer, but since I'd made the promise, I kept up with it. My sister-in-law stopped by the house yesterday to drop something off for my husband. She told me that my niece had absolutely loved her experience this summer and wanted to know if she could come back a couple of Saturdays a month. I told her that unfortunately that wasn't going to work, and that going forward I didn't think it was a good idea for my niece to help out. I told her it just wasn't productive for us. Yeah, and that's a really fair enough. My sister-in-law was unhappy. She told me that my niece had loved her summer at the bakery and was so looking forward to continuing. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they have to. I told her I was sorry, but I had a business to run and I couldn't keep having her help out. This dissolved into a shouting match that my husband eventually broke up. My sister-in-law and mother-in-law have been sending me nasty messages about breaking a girl's heart. My husband said that my niece called him very upset, but he stands by me and understands that I can't let this bring down my workplace. So am I being the a-hole? God, no, you're not being the a-hole. This is your business. It's not their business, and it's not some random thing that you just do for fun. It's your business, and they should be grateful that you let them join with you for summer, and they should be super understanding that you can't do it anymore. The fact that they feel entitled enough to be able to tell you that you should be letting them help out from here on out is, yes, super entitled. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. You run a legitimate business, not a daycare. You're there to make baked goods for customers, not babysit a child who probably shouldn't be there in the first place. And I'll be honest, if I went to a food service place and I saw a child running around behind the counter, I'd probably be taking my business elsewhere. And OP responded to this. Yeah, I agree with you. Me and my employees and I really felt like it destroyed our image a bit, but we're in a smaller town and there are several shops and restaurants around town where that's tolerated, so it's not 100% out of place where we are, but not something I personally like. Yeah, and you shouldn't be made to feel bad because you're not comfortable with this. It's literally completely up to you. And yeah, I feel like that's enough for today, guys. It's wholesome memes time, and I'm so excited. When your grandma's a badass and also loves to crochet. Wow, that is so cool. The top comment says, please credit Stephanie Percorni, the crocheter who made this. Her name is on one of these photos, but it's easy to miss. She's designed a lot of cool crochet costumes and garments. I'm in a Facebook group with her, and she's amazingly talented. Gonna tell y'all what I can hear now that I've got my hearing aids. Birds, they chirp, and it's so beautiful. Faraway cow moos. My friend has this in his backyard, and to say I cried is an understatement. My best friend's singing voice, chickens, chicken noise, and me sobbing. The filter for my fish tank, bubble, bubble, bubble. Wow, that's so beautiful. I probably take them for granted because I hear beautiful stuff every single day. But yeah, wow, there are some really beautiful sounds in the world. That's so awesome. Ludwig on Twitter. I gave a random small streamer $1,000 as part of my most recent YouTube video, and I woke up to this email from his mum. Hey there, this is Jack's mum. I had to reach out and thank you for making his day, in brackets life. He woke up this morning and told me his life had changed. He has 3 older brothers who are equally as happy as Jack is. He's the most genuine kid, and what you see is what you get with him. The minute Jack started playing video games, he's wanted to write or stream or be a YouTuber. I think he's on the right path. Thank you for helping make a 16-year-old kid's dream come true. Wow, that's so awesome. Yeah, wow, so wholesome. Am I the a-hole for telling my sister it's her fault that her son is being bullied? My 26 female sister, 33 female, has 2 sons, Bracken, 13 male, and Neville, 11 male. My husband, 24 male, and I went to a basket raffle at our local library this past weekend with my sister, Bracken, Neville, and Bracken's girlfriend, 13 female, and my sister's husband, 33 male. The raffle's held every year and has many local businesses and organisations donate baskets to help raise funds for the library. There are all sorts of baskets, from free messages to gift cards to sports jerseys and so much more. Bracken got some tickets for all the sports related ones. He plays baseball and has done this every year, and he's been pretty successful in the past. Bracken then went around with his girlfriend. I was hanging out with my husband, sister, and the rest of the family while looking at the baskets. When Bracken and his girlfriend came back to us, shortly after this, while still looking at the baskets, we saw some sciencey baskets with projects and books for kids and adults. This type of stuff is what Neville likes. It was going fine until in that section they had a few baskets that were aimed at girls in science and STEM. When Neville saw the baskets, he called them stupid and started making some pretty awful comments about how girls are too dumb for science and that's why they needed special baskets. He made some more comments like, this is why robotics club is all boys. My husband and I just dismissed it, but we could see a few people giving us looks, and Bracken made a comment telling Neville to shut his mouth. Right, so Neville is 11 and Bracken is 13. The raffle happened, Bracken won a lot, the rest of us didn't. On the car ride home, my hubby and I were asking each other where Neville could have learnt that language, and we were stumped. Last night, I got a call from my sister, and she seemed stressed. She was telling me about how horrible Neville's first month of middle school was. She was telling me how he was being targeted and bullied. I asked her to explain what happened, and she just started crying. I asked if she could give the phone to someone else. She gave it to Bracken, who told us that she wasn't telling the truth. He said that kids were mocking Neville for what he said at the raffle. Bracken admitted he was telling his friends about it, who then spread it around to the 6th graders. Some of the kids in Neville's grade were calling him creepy and weird, and were doing it to his friends as well, who defended his comments. My sister quickly grabbed the phone from him after. After she calmed down, she asked me what to do. I told her that this was on her, and it's her fault for not correcting Neville's behaviour. She said that she didn't know why he said it, and said that she can't just take away his phone or friends. When I mentioned both a possible source, she just doubled down and said that she needs to teach Bracken and his friends not to gossip. I told her she was being ridiculous and hung up. She tried calling back and I didn't pick up. Then I got angry messages. Am I the a-hole? The top comment, I thought this was going to be about bullying because she named her son Bracken, but not the a-hole. Yeah, I feel like it's not the a-hole, but they also should have said something. But yeah, obviously, where they said they need to teach Bracken and his friends not to gossip, that's not the answer. You need to try and get that attitude out of, what was the other kid's name? Neville? Yeah, like this comment says, everybody sucks here, except Bracken. There's an 11-year-old falling into the misogynistic, sexist rabbit hole. Poor parenting. No one, including you, your husband, and his mum didn't say anything, instead ignored his comment. I applaud Bracken for at least telling him to shut up. Bracken, not gonna lie, is the only one who made sure that Neville knew what he said was wrong. Even if it caused bullying, I bet Neville knows what he said was wrong now because of Bracken. I just see it as a bully learning lesson. You're not wrong though, your sister should have put some sense in her kid's head, but at the same time, you ignored what Neville said. Sure, she's the parent, but he needs to know everyone disapproves of his situation, which includes you. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely some truth to that as well. Am I the a-hole for not backing down on my daughter's teachers calling her the proper name? My daughter, Alexandra, 14 female, hates any shortened version of her name. This has gone on since she was about 10. The family respects it, and she's pretty good about advocating for herself should someone call her Lexi or Alex, etc. She also hates it when people get her name wrong and just wants to be called Alexandra. She took Spanish in middle school. The teacher wanted to call all students by the Spanish version of their name, provided that there was one, so she tried to call Alexandra Alejandra. Alexandra corrected her and the teacher respected it. She had the same teacher all 3 years of middle school, so it wasn't an issue. Now she's in high school and she's still taking Spanish, and once again the new teacher announced if a student had a Spanish version of their name, she'd call them that. Alexandra corrected her, but the teacher ignored her. My daughter came home upset after the second week. I'm not the type of mum to write emails, but I felt I had to in this case. If it matters, this teacher is not Hispanic herself, so it's not a pronunciation issue. Her argument is that if these kids ever went to a Spanish-speaking country, they'd be called by that name. I found this excuse a little weak, as the middle school Spanish teacher was actually Hispanic, who had come here from a Spanish-speaking country, and she respected Alexandra's wishes. The teacher tried to dig in her heels, but I said that if it wasn't that big of a deal in her eyes that she calls her Alejandra, why is it such a big deal to just call her Alexandra? Eventually she gave in. Alexandra confirmed that her teacher is calling her by her proper name. My husband feels like I blew this out of proportion and Alexandra could have sucked it up for a year. The school has 3 different Spanish teachers, so odds are she could get another one for her sophomore year. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, I don't know, because on one hand, yeah, like they're standing up for their daughter, and if they don't want to be called a certain name, then fine. That should kind of be the end of it, but at the same time, they are in a Spanish class, and it's such not a big deal. There are some interesting comments here though. The top comment says, my husband feels I blew this out of proportion and Alexandra could have sucked it up for a year. She could have, but she didn't have to. Good for you for having your daughter's back. Too bad your husband didn't. And then there's also comments like this one. Everybody sucks here. Converting names in a foreign language class is a common thing, even when it's a complete swap like this in a French class. It's not a personal attack or a disrespect right off the bat. The middle school Spanish teacher probably gave in because it's not worth the hassle dealing with parents who think every kid's demand must be met, which honestly is what this high school teacher probably should have done for their own sanity. Your husband is right that you and Alexandra are overreacting to the situation. Your email isn't going to help either. And then comments like this one. I'm Puerto Rican and I have a cousin whose name is Alexandra. Nobody's ever insisted on calling her a different name. Not a big deal, not the a-hole. Yeah, I feel like that's the right answer. Let me know what you think, guys. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my mentally handicapped cousin for cutting up all of my dresses? So, recently my aunt, female 41, and her son, male 13, came home to my country from Sweden. We have a spare room where my dresses are hung since my room is a little small. They're sort of hidden away on a rack in the corner, so you have to pull them out to see them. My aunt and my cousin were going to sleep in there, which I didn't have a problem with. He's mentally handicapped, I don't know really what it is, and practically acts like a 7-year-old, which is a little annoying, but I don't blame him or anything. When I woke up in the morning, I was really hot and everyone was downstairs, so I walked into the spare room to find a dress, only to find practically every single one with cuts and parts of them on the floor. I freaked out and I instantly knew who it was, since my aunt and my mum wouldn't do something like that. I stormed down the stairs and I screamed at him, which attracted my aunt and my mum to come immediately. I couldn't be calmed down at all since I bought all of these dresses with my own money. He started crying and my aunt hugged him trying to console him whilst my mum started yelling at me for making him cry. He even admitted to it after a while, and even then they consoled him. My mum offered to pay for some, but it's only enough for like 10 dresses and I had over 30 dresses. Oh my god. Besides, I can't find some of my favorites in stores since we're getting closer to winter, and the fact that I was proud that I paid for it myself. Some of my family, including my mum and aunt, are telling me that I'm in the wrong and I need to apologize to him, but I really don't think I'm wrong. Am I the a-hole? For some context, I'm a 16-year-old cis woman and I haven't seen my aunt and cousin for a little over 2 years. We have a shared desk beside the dresses that have a few scissors here and there. My mum and I forgot about them when they came, so we didn't hide anything away. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole like this comment says. Dear mum and aunt, if my cousin is incapable of bearing responsibility for his his behavior, then he's incapable of being left alone without parental supervision. As the adults in the situation, it's your responsibility to fully replace the property that was lost when you left someone unsupervised who you know should not be left alone. Here's a list of what was lost along with the total price. If they complain about the price, you can remind them how many hours of your life you worked for that money. Yeah, it's 100% the parents' fault. And also, what sort of logic is that? Like, you should apologize, and then what? Is something like this going to happen again? And then you're meant to apologize again? Yeah, the parents need to take responsibility 100%. Yeah, like these comments say, not the a-hole. I'm sorry I yelled. I know he can't control himself and it's not his fault. However, I'll need all of my clothing replaced. And the comment under it, depending on his exact issue, he may actually be able to control himself. Though based on his mum's reaction, I'd say that he rarely, if ever, has to. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Like, yeah, of course, you be as understanding as you can be, but their aunt can't be acting like this is okay. Am I the a-hole for laughing at my biological parents' face when they told me that leaving us was the hardest decision they ever made? My biological mother's side and biological father's side have 2 marriages between the families. One of them is our bio parents, and one of them is between my bio mum's brother, 55, and my bio dad's sister, 54. My biological mum, Linda, and my biological dad, Chris, actually have met in my uncle and aunt's engagement dinner when both of them were 16. Linda and Chris are still complete wrecks. My biological dad was the troubled one of the family who would have problems with school or work, and my biological mum has addiction issues since she was 14. When they met and started to have a relationship, both sides of the family tried to break them up. They eventually sent them to different countries, but they stole $50,000 from their families, managed to come together, and ran away when they were 19. They got married in a third world country, and they had me, 25 male, and my twin brother when they were 21 years old. They thought that we were dead weight, so they left us in the hospital and they went into another country. Luckily, they've checked into the hospital with their passports, so the hospital was able to reach into the embassy. Then they found my grandparents and they brought us back home, and we've been raised by our uncle and aunt since. We call them mum and dad. My parents were charged with child abandonment, but after 10 years of being MIA, the charges were dropped, and our families also didn't try to look for them. 2 years ago, they showed up at my dad's parents' house in a completely renovated look. Turns out they finished their education, had stable jobs in the country, started to get mental health treatments, and they were sober for 9 years, and they've basically put themselves together. The first 6 months, they've only seen their parents in public places, and then they were accepted into the houses. A year later, they've met us when we were 24. Me and my twin brother started to have a relationship with them, and we're somewhat cordial now. Last week, our abandonment topic was open, and Linda said it was the hardest choice they ever had to make. I started to laugh uncontrollably after that, and when they asked, told them that they had multiple choices to come back, and they didn't, and our families were right not to trust them, and they would always have the eyes on them, and they should accept this at this stage. Linda started to cry, and they left shortly after. All of the family except my brother think I was being too cruel and I should apologize, but I think they had to hear the unfiltered truth. Am I the a-hole? If I'm understanding what I just read, definitely not the a-hole. They left you as a baby, and they didn't come back until you were 24? Definitely not the a-hole. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. They abandoned you in a foreign hospital. If they'd left you with your family and then tried making something of themselves, it would be forgivable. I don't really think what they did is, yeah, for sure not the a-hole. Have we had any a-holes today? I don't think so, but who knows what the future holds. Am I the a-hole for not letting my boyfriend wear my t-shirts? I, 20 female, and my boyfriend, 20 male, share pretty much everything. I like my t-shirts oversized, usually a men's medium so they fit him. Recently he started playing paintball. Oh, here we go. And started wearing the t-shirts I bought. He says it'll wash out, which it sometimes does. He'll go get clothes covered in paint and wait 2 to 3 weeks to wash it. Oh my god, what? He wore my black cargo pants, which really ticked me off because I like the way they fit me. I told him I don't want him wearing my clothes anymore. We got into an argument and I said he should buy his own clothes, which hit a nerve because he doesn't have a job. I make more than enough money to support us and money isn't the problem. It's the fact that he has no problem ruining clothes that he didn't buy. I do feel bad for arguing and bringing that up because he has no income. Am I the a-hole? Hey bro, if you're gonna wear somebody else's clothes, don't go paintballing in them. Are you joking? This is the most obvious thing I think we've ever read. You're not an a-hole for not wanting your clothes to get ruined. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my husband over bread? Whenever I buy something out of the ordinary with a specific dinner purpose in mind, my husband manages to find it and eat it. I'm sure if I was planning to bake something and bought yeast, I would come home to find him completely distended and surrounded in empty yeast packets. I usually stick to the same grocery list every week, and if I feel like it, I buy something out of the ordinary cutlery that's obviously an ingredient for a larger meal, he could at least ask before devouring it. Last night I bought 2 baguettes, which I've only ever purchased to make French bread pizza for him and our kids. I bought these at 11 p.m. and they were not even here after 12 hours when I saw them on the counter. With the first 6 inches ripped off each loaf, I scanned the house and I saw my husband chewing. If it had been one loaf, okay. If he'd used a knife, maybe. But the fact that he didn't ask if they were going to be for dinner and then rip the top off both of them, no, this is so frustrating. That was the final boss bloater in The Last of Us that lumbers out of the hole and rips that guy's head off. This is unforgivable. He insists that I should tell him when I buy things if they're for a specific purpose. I say that I'm already taking on the burden of grocery shopping and cooking, and the least he can do is ask. Am I the a-hole here? Edit some information. We have 2 snack cabinets that he is free to snack from. Not to mention whatever's in the fridge. 2, the bread was in a cabinet that is mostly ingredients. There was regular sandwich bread for the taking that was unharmed. For those who have stated this is like raccoon behavior, it really does feel like I'm running a wildlife rehab operation, but the only patient is a 37-year-old software programmer. To the dude who said that my husband is going to leave for another woman who will give him peace, tell me that you're still bitter about how things ended with Sheila without telling me that you're still bitter about how things ended with Sheila. Yeah, that's bloody ridiculous. Edit. Wow, I was not expecting this to blow up, or for so many people to have such strong feelings about bread. Thank you for all your input, especially my sister who unexpectedly chimed in. This may be the most validating experience of 7 years of living together. I shared this with my husband and he accepted his a-hole status and apologized. We're going to work on communicating better and he's going to work on his weaponized incompetence. He wants you to know that he occasionally cooks rice and beans and lately has been making us late night quesadillas when the kids are asleep. But most of all, I was just hungry, my husband. Well, at least they realize they're in the wrong, because they 100% are. And yeah, to rip the top off them and to do that to both of them, like what good is the rest of it for somebody else? That's uncivilized behavior, 100%. But yeah, it sounds like everything's okay now, so that's good. Am I the a-hole for missing my brother's gender reveal? I don't think I'm an a-hole, but I'd like some input. I, female 31, have a brother, male 23, who's gonna have his first baby. My family, meaning my mum, dad, and sisters, my husband, and myself, are all happy for him. We met up at my mum's house early September for dad's birthday, and he and his girlfriend were mentioning the upcoming gender reveal in October. I told him a specific date in October that I already had an event to go to. A friend of mine is celebrating her birthday by bar hopping downtown in a party bus. We're all going to share the cost since it was quite expensive. He assured me that it was going to be on a Sunday. Time skip to yesterday, he sent off the invitation to the gender reveal via our entire family's WhatsApp group chat, and it was the exact day of the party. I responded by asking why was it on a Saturday and that I had a previous commitment that I had to RSVP to. His response was, I guess a party bus is more important than a gender reveal. I reminded him that we'd already talked about it. My aunt chimed in reminding us that it is her and another cousin's birthday. He said that he won't change the date because some of his girlfriend's relatives are coming from another state. Will I be the a-hole if I miss his gender reveal? Absolutely not. And they're being super rude about it as well. They're being all snarky about it. Oh, I guess a party bus is more important than a gender reveal. Like, not to be rude, but it might be, you know? And you're not in the wrong because you already told him that you can't go on this day, like a long time ago. And how rude of them to expect you to just cancel your other plans. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole, you had plans. You told him you were busy on a specific date. It doesn't matter what the plans are, you already made them before he planned this. It's an invitation, not a summons. You aren't required to go. Yeah, nah, it's super unreasonable for them to expect you to go, especially when you've been super reasonable and you already told them that you can't go. Definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not buying my girlfriend a new jacket after throwing her old one away? I feel like we don't even need to read this one. With the start of this month, my girlfriend and I moved back to my childhood home for a few months, and since nobody lived in my old room for quite a while, it was very cluttered. So a few weeks before we moved in, I went to my old room with my dad to get rid of a bunch of old stuff that I didn't need anymore, like old clothes and just other junk I found in there. In the meantime, my family put some of my sister's clothes in the closet, as well as other stuff that I wasn't entirely sure whose they were. So while I'm there cleaning and throwing stuff away, I see a woman's shirt and a jacket in one of the closets. I take a picture and I send it to my girlfriend and I ask her if they're hers. She responds, no, they're your ex's. Me, very funny but wrong. At this point, I put my phone back in my pocket, throw the clothes away and continue clearing out the room. Next time I look at my phone, I see that my girlfriend shortly after my last message wrote that they are mine, yes. Now at this point, the trash bag with their clothes alongside at least 5 other trash bags are in the public bin, so I didn't feel like going and picking through the trash trying to find them, and I left them there. My girlfriend has been unhappy since this happened, mentioning a few times that I should buy her a new one, but I really don't think that's fair, since I feel like it's almost entirely her fault for them being thrown out because of her joking with me not in the best moment. Nah, not really though. Today she sent me a picture of the same similar jacket from a store and asked if she can use my money to buy it. I responded that I'm willing to pay for half of it, to which she responded, I already paid for it once before. Am I the a-hole for throwing away the jacket and not wanting to buy a new one? Yeah, 100%. And if you weren't willing to get it out of the bag again, then you should be willing to buy them a new one. That's the price you pay for that, you know? I feel like you could have found the bag again, so you didn't chuck it out, but you did end up chucking them out. So I feel like it sort of makes sense that in that situation, you'd be like, oh, okay, I'll buy her a new one. At the end of the day, even though they did message you a little bit late or something, you still threw their jacket out. Even though it was a misunderstanding, you could have got it back. So yeah, I do feel like that's wrong in this situation. And I also feel like that's enough Am I the A-hole for today, guys. That was so fun, but it's so absolutely wholesome memes time. So yeah, let's read something not concerning. So don't worry, our tech team is working very hard to have your computer fixed as soon as possible. Oh, the cutest tech team in the world. Beautiful little babies. That's so cute. Today I learned that my 5-year-old defines perfect as when something makes someone really, really happy. I hope everyone has a perfect day. Damn, that's so awesome. Your 5-year-old is definitely onto something. At 5 years old too, that's awesome. I feel like I could barely function when I was 5. Nothing's changed. I had some trouble with cooking pancakes on the stove today, so I thought about resorting to the rice cooker to cook the rest of the batter. Welp. It looks like food out of Animal Crossing or something. Would it taste really good or awful? I'm not sure. Sometimes you save them, and sometimes they save you. Yeah, wow, that's so true. I'm sure you guys know from my Facecam episodes, but I have Nez and Jin in this room here with me, and Chico in another area. But God, cats are really good company. Like, they're either always doing something funny, so they're super entertaining, or yeah, if you are sad about something, they sort of take your mind off it. Very much recommend. Not my Jeep or dog, but I thought everyone would like this. That's such a nice thing of the owner to do, and also everybody else gets to see their cute dog. Yeah, love that so much. And once again, thank you for watching, guys. I hope you had a wonderful time, and if you did, you know what to do. Make sure you like and subscribe, all that fun stuff. And the comment of the day goes to Addicted to Mako. You know a post is going to be extra choosing beggary when it begins with the words, let's try this again. The passive aggression is practically oozing through the screen. Yeah, oh my god, choosing beggars are something else. That was on yesterday's episode if you haven't seen that, guys. Yeah, we read some wild stuff, don't we? And let's do it again tomorrow, shall we, guys? Make sure you look after yourself and make sure you have a beautiful, amazing rest of your day. And you know what I'm about to say because I say it every single day. Bye!